Chapter 1073 Do or Die. Voltaire and the others hadn't gone far. They turned around abruptly when they heard Wang Tung's words. Wang Tung. Voltaire glared at him. The other members of the Parker's family eyed him furiously too. They looked as if they wanted to skin him alive. Wang Tung wasn't afraid of offending the Parker's family, especially after the imperial family had interfered. He continued cursing. What are you looking at? Dogs like you will bite any bones you see. Will you eat shit if you see it? A Grand Duke family? You're just shameless scumbugs. Do you really think you're something? Come on. I'm not moving. Attack me if you have the guts to do so. There was dead silence. Everyone stared at Wang Tung with a complicated expression. They were filled with astonishment and confusion. At the same time, they admired him. Impressive. Amazing. He dared to call the Parker's family dogs and curse them. Wang Tung was definitely one of kind. Bite any bones they saw? Would they eat shit if they saw it? Look at what he said. No one found his vulgarities crude and coarse. Instead, they felt a little refreshed. The Parker's family always used their Grand Duke status to abuse their power. They never looked the small nobles straight in the eye. Many noble families were their victims. Today, Wang Tung vented their frustrations, especially after seeing the Parker's family's furious but helpless expression. They felt invigorated like downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke in summer. The youngsters were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Wang Tung dared to curse the Parker's family. Even the always composed Situ Wainer widened her beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha! Borla floated down from the sky and burst out laughing. He didn't care about the Parker's family's feelings at all. Universe Lord Jixia didn't mock the Parker's family openly, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face either. He gave Wang Tung a look of approval, as if telling him that his curses were amazing. Many people felt the same way. Although they didn't laugh, they were all gloating in their hearts. Little brat, you're looking for death. Voltaire and Sinkleman almost went crazy. They started screaming in anger. If the imperial family member hadn't opened his mouth, they might have killed Wang Tung without caring about the consequences. But they didn't dare to. The imperial family had spoken. Who dared to resist? Even the Grand Duke families would be exterminated if they provoked the imperial family. That would be the end of them. This was the first time the Parker's family felt helpless and frustrated ever since their rise to fame. They didn't understand why the high and mighty imperial family member would speak up for Wang Tung. Their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot as these questions spun in their minds. Flames of anger were shooting out of their eyes. If looks could kill, Wang Tung would have died multiple times. You're right. I'm looking for death. From now on, either I die or your family dies. Do or die. Wang Tung's gaze was cold and sharp. His voice gave off a bone-penetrating chill. Everyone's expression changed. Even Borla and Universe Lord Jixia were appalled. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come right from hell. It was like the whisper of an evil spirit seeking revenge from the living. Everyone could hear Wang Tung's determination. Besides resolve, they also detected a hint of madness. Do or die. He was sending a life-or-death challenge letter to the Parker's family. He was challenging the entire Parker's family alone. How crazy was he? An ant trying to destroy a big tree. Everyone was dumbfounded. No words could describe their emotions now. The Parker's family members were shocked too. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. This bastard! How dare he? They didn't think that Wang Tung had the ability to topple their powerful family. But when they heard his eerie voice, they felt a chill running up their spine. No one knew what to say. Wang Tung smiled. So, try your best to kill me. If you don't, it'll wipe all traces of the Parker's family in the universe. His smile was calm but hideous. Since there was no room for discussion, he didn't mind going to the extreme. Many younger generations of the Parker's family took a step back. They were frightened by Wang Tung. Andres was standing among the Parker's group too. He trembled unconsciously when he saw Wang Tung's expression. The hair stood up on his back. He felt as if he was targeted by a dangerous predator. Although Wang Tung wasn't eyeing him, he still felt this way for some reason. A nobody like you won't be able to do anything. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's contemptuous snort broke the atmosphere. Wang didn't say much. All the coldness on his face disappeared, and he resumed his composure. He said indifferently, "Get out of my residence. In the future, dogs and the Parker's family will not be allowed to enter here. Annie, remember to put a sign on the entrance." The Parker's family members' expressions turned distorted. They were greatly humiliated, but they couldn't kill the other party. It was infuriating. Oh, Annie couldn't retain her composure and stood there in a daze. The series of events that occurred frightened her until she lost her words. She shrunk in a corner with the rest of the servants. After hearing Wang Tung's command, she nodded hurriedly before she managed to regain her senses. Remember your words. The Parker's family will let you know what regret is." The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord floated over again. His voice echoed in the air along with his roaring anger. Wang Ting ignored him and just stood there calmly. He shifted his gaze away from the Parker's family, afraid of dirtying his eyes. Valtru and the others glared at Wang Tung one more time before leaving for Real. This place gave him a taste of humiliation and frustration. They didn't want to stay any longer. After the Parker's family left, the atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Everyone, I'm really sorry that you had to experience all that today." Wang Ting glanced around him and said apologetically, "You're too polite. You didn't wish for this to happen either." "That's right. Please don't take it to heart. Baron Wang Tung, you need to tidy up your residence. We won't stay here and disturb you. We'll make a move first." "That's right. We'll leave first. Let's gather again another day." Everyone got up and left. They felt complicated. Some sympathized with him. Others felt pity for him. Some respected him. Some kept their distance. And some treated him with disdain. Baron Wang Tung will be leaving too. Jiang Hanfeng and the other members of the Jiang family walked over and bid farewell to Wang Tung. They seemed a little distant. Jiang Chenxi and Jiang Weisheng stared at Wang Tung from the back with complex expressions, but they didn't say anything. Wang Ting knew what they were thinking. The Jiang family didn't want to be part of his conflict with the Parker's family. They came to the banquet today because they saw Wang Tung's high potential and wanted to pull him to their side. But he offended the Parker's family and even sent them a letter of challenge. He was overestimating himself and tempting fate. They gave up the thought of recruiting him after knowing that he was someone who didn't know his limits. Wang Ting didn't mind. He didn't think that the Jiang family would help him to resist the Parker's family. Since he had no hope, he didn't feel any disappointment or resentment. He kept quiet and sent the Jiang family personally to the entrance. "Baron Wang Tung, you surprised me with your courage." Duke Situ walked over with Situ Wainer. He laughed as he spoke. "Duke Situ, you're overpraising me. I was just forced to do that." Wang Tung replied with a bitter smile. "Ha! It doesn't matter if you were forced or not. You're the only person who has ever done such a thing." Duke Situ chuckled. Wang Tung shook his head. "All right, you have many things to settle, so I won't disturb you. You youngsters can interact more in the future," Duke Situ continued. Situ Wainer looked at Wang Tung with her beautiful eyes and nodded at him. Honestly, what happened today gave this arrogant young lady a huge boost. Wang Tung left a deep impression on her mind. Whether it was his own ability or his triple-field Grandmaster identity, he showed how extraordinary he was. Hence, she didn't mind befriending him. Wang Tung sent them off. He was a little surprised by Duke's Sidus attitude. He didn't think that they would still be willing to make friends with him after everything that had happened. Grandmaster Wang Tung, Grandmaster Alfred, and the other Grandmasters walked over. "Thank you for helping today," Wang Tung said gratefully. "You are the triple-field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance. We won't allow others to bully you. However, we do apologize that we couldn't offer much help." Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters felt a little apologetic as they spoke. "Please don't say that. What y'all did is enough. The Parker's family is just too crazy. It's not your fault." Wang Tung shook his head. "I didn't know that you were a triple-field Grandmaster." Borla walked over with Di Chi. He sounded quite surprised. "Ha! Grandmaster Wang Tung saved my life with his 9-essence soul congealing pill." Universe Lord Ji Xia smiled. "Oh, so this is how y'all met. No wonder you were willing to help him." Borla was enlightened. No matter what the reason is, am extremely grateful for your help. Wang Tong cupped his fists and thanked the two martial warriors sincerely. No problem. You're Di-Chi's friend, and you call me uncle. If I let others bully you, I won't be able to hold my head up anymore. Borla waved his hands and replied nonchalantly. You saved my life. All I did was help you. It's nothing. Universe Lord Jixia waved his hands too. If you ever need me in the future, please find me. I will do my best to repay your kindness, Wang Tong said. Chapter 1074 The Good News Among the Bad News 1. Wang Tong casually chatted with them. Borla put on a mysterious expression and asked, Wang Tong, do you know who stopped us just now? I think it's Grand Duke Chongshan, right? Wang Tong replied, Huh, you could tell? Borla was surprised. The other party's voice traveled through space, and he spoke in a stern and domineering tone. It was different from the Grand Duke's voice he heard that day. It's just my guess. Wang Tong recalled the day he met Grand Duke Chongshan. Anyway, I'm surprised that he's willing to stand up for you. Universe Lord Jixia stroked his beard and said, Isn't it because the commotion was too huge? Wang Tong was puzzled. He detected the meaning behind their words. No matter how big a commotion, the imperial family will not interfere in such small matters. Universe Lord Jixia replied. Small matters. Wang Tong was shocked. Do you think you can gain the empire's protection after becoming a baron? Borla asked with a smile. I used to think so. Wang Tong shook his head. But now, to other small factions or low-tier civilizations, a baron of the empire is a powerful character, and the Parker's family is a formidable faction. But to the imperial family, you're nothing. They won't bother about you, Borla explained. You are just like two children fighting. Universe Lord Jixia added, Of course, the killing of nobles isn't allowed in the empire. The Parker's family will have to pay a huge price if they break this rule. So, this is the empire? Wang Tong muttered to himself. Wang Tong, you need to understand that the universe is huge and it's ruthless. Only your own power can protect you. You will only be able to roam around freely and do whatever you want if you're strong enough. Universe Lord Jixia said in an earnest tone. Wang Tong nodded. His thoughts started to float away. He understood the principle, but he had just come to this empire, so there were many things he couldn't do. Even if he was a bug, he couldn't jump levels and catch up with a formidable faction like the Parkers in a few days. Truthfully, if it wasn't for Earth, he wouldn't have rushed to the Great Qian Empire. That way, he wouldn't harm the interest of the Parkers and their representatives. Chao Hong too was just a piece of chess under them, but since he touched the chess piece, he would have to face the Parkers. This was something he never expected when he came. That's why we're surprised that Grand Duke Chongshan appeared, Universe Lord Jixia said. I don't know either. Wang Tong shook his head and replied. Universe Lord Jixia and Borla exchanged glances with each other. They stopped probing since Wang Tong honestly didn't know the reason. The imperial family has spoken, so those old fellows from the Parkers family won't find you again as long as you're in the empire. You don't have to worry too much. Borla patted his shoulder and consoled him. They might try to harm you in secret, though. The imperial family won't be able to say anything if they're not discovered, Universe Lord Jixia said. Then, Borla, Universe Lord Jixia, and the Grandmaster from the Secondary Career Alliance left. The barren residence finally resumed its peace and quiet. However, the courtyard was a mess. Everything was badly damaged. Wang Tong scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. No emotions could be seen on his face. Annie and the other servants walked over and stood quietly behind him. They didn't dare to disturb him. They felt that their master was extremely scary. Violent undercurrents seemed to be surging under that calm face. The Divine Spirit Master, Bertha, led the guards over and stood some distance away from Wang Tong. She looked at his back with mixed emotions. She couldn't calm down even after a long time. What happened today gave them a huge stimulation. The threat of the Parkers family, the help from the other Grand Dukes, the Triple Field Grandmaster title, the appearance of the Imperial family. They couldn't believe that all these things had happened to one guy. As they finally knew that their master was an extraordinary presence. Tidy the place, Wang Tong said calmly. Yes. Annie bowed. Wang Tung didn't speak again. He turned and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes. Round Ball appeared and said, "Wang Tung, why don't we run away? You can run away if you want. I still have to fight against them." Wang Tung replied without opening his eyes, "But that's a Grand Duke family. You offended them and said that you will exterminate them. They definitely hate you to the core. How can you beat them? Why don't we run away?" Round Ball said agitatedly. "I'm not afraid of death," Wang Tung replied. "Besides, I shouldn't have persuaded you to come to the great Qian Empire." Round Ball was filled with regret. Wang Tung ignored it. He was focusing on his attributes panel. Many attribute bubbles had dropped during the battle between the Universe Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Tung picked them up silently after his guests left. These were attribute bubbles dropped by powerful figures. Wang Tung was filled with anticipation. Constellation Force, Fire, * 5,000 Constellation Force, Fire, * 6,000 Origin of Flame, * 200 Furious Scorching Beast, * 100 Constellation Force, Fire, * 8,000 Constellation Force, Fire, * 7,000 Origin of Flame, * 300 Star Phoenix Flame, * 150 Dragon Blood Battle Physique, * 200 Constellation Force, Lightning, * 13500 Origin of Metal, * 250 Constellation Force, Wind, * 11800 Origin of Wind, * 200 if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1075, The Good News Among the Bad News. 2. Constellation Force, Fire, * 3,000 Constellation Force, Fire, * 2,000 Ocean Whale Flame, * 300 Ocean Whale Flame, * 400 Blazing Domain, * 200 Blazing Domain, * 150 Constellation Force, Metal, * 4,000 Metal Domain, * 250 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 800 1 by 1. The attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Tung. His body kept shaking. His mind cleared up, and he was ecstatic. Good Lord, there was a lot of good stuff. There were a total of 31,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, 17,500 points of Constellation Metal Force, and 11,800 points of Constellation Wind Force. With the influx of Constellation Force, his fire, metal, and wind elements advanced greatly. Wang Tung's body suddenly shook. His Constellation Metal Force had already reached its peak, and it was about to advance to the next stage now. Massive amounts of Constellation Metal Force circulated in his body, spreading and flowing through his limbs and bones. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He immediately followed the steps that he took when he was advancing his Constellation Fire Force. He perfected the Celestial Stage, Celestial Metal Scripture first. Just like that, he consumed 20,000 blank attributes. However, he didn't feel sorry at all. He continued to focus on controlling the circulation of metal force in his body before sending it into his sea of nihility. Amid a tremor, a golden bridge condensed by Constellation Metal Force slowly emerged. Boom! All the metal force surged above the sea of nihility and merged into the constellation. Hum! The Constellation Metal Force began to shake violently. It then rushed out toward the center. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a terrifying wave of force swept out. The collision of the constellations formed a golden vortex. Countless golden crystals decorated it, presenting a dazzling scene. It was like one was looking at the countless stars in the universe. This scene was similar to when he was advancing his Constellation Fire Force. Wang Tung was familiar with what was happening. He then focused on the vortex, only to see it collapsing inwards and slowly converging at one point. Another transformation had started. Time passed. No one knew how long it took. The golden vortex had disappeared, turning into a golden sphere. It was several times larger than the 9 constellations. It seemed like it was entirely made of golden crystals. Celestial Stage. Wang Tung's metal force had reached the Celestial Stage. There was a strong force of life that gushed out from the constellation force. It then merged into Wang Tung's limbs and bones. His body was once again subjected to a transformation from a planetary stage body to a celestial stage body. Be it bones, blood, muscles, or his cells, they were all undergoing a transformation. However, he had already transformed once. This was just a process of strengthening his body. With this, his body would be twice as strong as an ordinary celestial stage martial warrior, or maybe even stronger. This was because his force was obtained from the system and was extremely pure. It was way above what ordinary martial warriors could obtain. The process of advancement seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. It was done in just a short while. Huff! Wang Tung exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. A dazzling golden light flashed in his pupils. You advanced. Round Ball was startled. That's right. Wang Tung nodded. Were you angered by the Parker's family to the point that you advanced? Round Ball said with a weird expression. Go away. Wang Tung grunted angrily and closed his eyes once again. He then looked at the attributes panel. Constellation Metal Force, 8500/10,000. Celestial Stage First Level. Constellation Fire Force, 39500/70,000. Celestial Stage 7th Level. Constellation Wind Force, 38400/70,000. Celestial Stage 7th Level. His Constellation Fire Force and Constellation Wind Fire Force didn't advance, but they improved greatly. As he continued looking down, he was surprised. 500 points of Origin of Flame, 250 points of Origin of Metal, 200 points of Origin of Wind, 3 powers of Origin. He actually managed to obtain 3 powers of Origin. It was unbelievable. Only Universe Stage martial warriors could master powers of Origin. But now, Wang Tung obtained 3 of them. He tried to understand the powers of Origin and felt like he was in a world of fire, metal, and wind. There was nothing around, only these 3 pure sources of power. They weren't flames, metal, or wind. They were just the most basic source of power, the very beginning of these powers. 3 balls of powers of Origin finally became still and stopped. Wang Tung felt that he could use them in his attacks. The resulting power would be extraordinary. He took a deep breath and continued looking. Furious Scorching Beast, Star Phoenix Flame, Ocean Whale Flame, 3 strange flames. After getting these 3 flames, he knew that they were beast flames. They had peculiar powers and were different from ordinary flames. These 3 flames were from the Parker's family. The Ocean Whale Flame was from Volturu and Synclamen, which Wang Tung had already obtained. The Star Phoenix Flame came from the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord, while the Scorching Beast Flame was from the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. Although the 3 flames were not as powerful as divine flames, Wang Tung still welcomed them. It was funny how the Parkers wanted to snatch his divine flames, but didn't know that their flames were all obtained by him. He even had their special physique, Dragon Blood Battle Physique. As the Dragon Blood Battle Physique attribute bubbles merged into his body, a surge of heat spread in his limbs, causing his body to undergo interesting changes. Wang Tung felt that he was about to become a giant fire behemoth, possessing the ability to control all kinds of flames. It was a blazing giant dragon. The ability was different from his usual use of flames. It was able to integrate the power of flames into his body and strengthen it. The stronger the flames, the stronger the Dragon Blood Battle Physique. No wonder the Parkers wanted his divine flames so badly. If Beast Flames could bring out multiple times the power of Dragon Blood Battle Physique, then a Divine Flame would be able to bring out at least a dozen times more power. They couldn't be compared. At the same time, this Dragon Blood Battle Physique could control different flames concurrently. The more flames, the stronger it was as well. This was a great thing for Wang Tung. He had many flames, a total of 7 different flames, 4 divine flames, and 3 beast flames that he had just obtained. If he used them all at the same time, how powerful would this Dragon Blood Battle Physique be? The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to try and test it. It was a pity. Dragon Blood Battle Physique, 200/10,000, first rank. He had just obtained Dragon Blood Battle physique, and there were very few attributes. The physique was not extremely weak, but he wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. As for the Parker's family, there were very few people who could control more than 2 different flames. They had a special method of absorbing flames, but it was only limited to 1 flame. The difficulty would be multiplied when it came to the 2nd flame, and it was almost impossible for them to succeed. If they were not careful, they would be consumed instead. Wang Tung sneered in his heart. If the Parker's family knew that he had acquired the Dragon Blood Battle physique that they were so proud of, they would vomit liters of blood on the spot. Besides that, Wang Tung also obtained 2 domains. Blazing Domain, Metal Domain. Wang Tung had previously acquired the Tempest Domain. Now, he obtained the Blazing Domain and Metal Domain. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior, yet he possessed 3 domains. No one would believe it if word got out. The Blazing Domain was Volteru and Sin Clamon's ability. They dropped 350 attribute points. Metal Domain was in Lance. There were 250 points of that. Blazing Domain, 350 for 1,000. First rank, 35 meters. Metal Domain, 250 for 1,000. First rank, 25 meters. Wang Tung nodded and looked at the Celestial Realm stats. Unlan was, after all, a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master. He dropped a total of 800 points of Celestial Realm Spirit, which greatly improved Wang Tung's spirit. After taking a look at his loot, Wang Tung realized that he had gained a lot. This was good news amongst the other bad ones. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1076, The Decision of the Olan Federation. 1. The feud between Wang Tung and the Parker's family spread throughout the city like wildfire, even before the day ended. Many people couldn't understand his actions. They felt fearful. Discussions were abundant in all corners of the city. Is Baron Wang Tung crazy? What a joke. How dare a Baron challenge the Parkers? I must ask my descendants to stay away from Baron Wang Tung in case they offend the Parkers. Wang Tung is tempting fate. The Parkers family is not a faction he can deal with. I don't think he can live for long. The Parkers will not allow someone who dares to challenge them to live. He's dead, but I have to admit that Baron Wang Tung has got some balls. If he can overcome this ordeal, his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. Everyone had their own view, but overall, most people thought that Wang Tung would win and mocked him secretly. Only a small portion found him extraordinary. If he could rise even in this dangerous situation, he would become a greater and more powerful presence than the Parkers family in the future. This was exceptionally high praise, but there weren't many people who thought this way. Over the next few days, many people came to check the situation in the Baron residence, only to realize that there were only unimportant servants left there. Their master had disappeared without a trace. Many people wondered if Wang Tung had secretly run away due to fright. A pitch-black universe spacecraft was traveling at high speed. Everywhere was dark. They had entered the boundless space. This was the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord. Wang Tung gave the QY-E63 spacecraft to Hardy so that he could fly to Earth first. Thus, Wang Tung could only use the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord now. Also, the speed of this universe-level spacecraft was much higher than the QY-E63 spacecraft. Wang Tung was in a hurry to get back to Earth, so this spacecraft was the best choice. He didn't care if he would catch the attention of other formidable warriors. He was already facing many troubles. He didn't mind adding one more. Roundball, where are we? Wang Tung opened his eyes and asked. Roundball waved its hand, and the outdoor simulation mode of the spacecraft was activated immediately. We are 30,000 light years away from the Great Chien planet. Roundball looked at the star chart and replied. What about Bertha? Wang Tung nodded. He had brought half the guards with him for this trip, only leaving 20 in the residence. The Baron residence was located on the Great Chien planet. The Parkers family wouldn't dare to cause trouble there since the Imperial family had spoken. Hence, Wang Tung wasn't worried. They're in the training room. Round Ball smiled and changed the image displayed to the scene inside the training room. Bertha was training the other celestial stage martial warriors. The team had only been formed a few days ago, but they were already well-disciplined and had great teamwork. Bertha did well. Wang Tung was surprised. I think she has relevant experience in the past. This fairy divine spirit master isn't an ordinary cosmos stage martial warrior. Round Ball touched its chin and guessed. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. You're really lucky. Round Ball said, that mecha heaven stage martial warrior is willing to continue helping you. I mean, you've offended the Parkers. Do you think everyone is as timid as you? Wang Tung glanced at it in contempt. Me? Timid? Round Ball pointed at itself. Its eyes widened in anger. How am I timid? Explain yourself. Wang Tung sniggered. This is infuriating. You don't seem to understand the severity of the issue. Am I timid? I'm just worried about your life. You don't understand my concerns. Round Ball was furious. All right, I'm not going to argue with you. Things have already happened, so it's useless to say anything now. Wang Tung waved his hand. Sigh. Round Ball was stunned for a moment. Then, it lowered its head like a deflated balloon and sighed dejectedly. Instead of complaining, why don't we think about how to deal with the Parkers' revenge? Wang Tung said, what plans can there be? Hide while you can. Find a good spot after you settle the matters on Earth, and cultivate properly. Work hard to gain the strength to challenge them. The universe is huge. The Parkers' family's influence might not be able to reach every part of it, Round Ball said. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. However, he had to admit that this was the best plan. What could you do if you couldn't win? Stay low. Wang Tung shook his head and closed his eyes. Round Ball continued to pilot the spacecraft. The spacecraft rushed forward at high speed, flying towards Earth without stopping. Olan Federation, the Olan planet. As the capital, the Olan planet was the most prosperous place in the Olan Federation. Its economy, technology, and culture had reached an astonishing level. It had a huge population, and there were many powerful martial warriors here. The majority of the powerful martial warriors and factions were gathered on this planet. Based on the development of this planet, the Olan Federation did have the right to be called a universe civilization. Even though it was only a low-tier civilization, it was still a universe civilization. It held some sway in the universe. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1077, The Decision of the Olan Federation. 2. In comparison, Earth was an inconspicuous piece of gravel in the ocean. At this moment, there was a meeting going on in the middle of a big city in Olan Federation. The city was called Saint Star City, which was where Saint Star Pagoda, the largest academy in Olan Federation, was located. It could be said that the entire city was owned by Saint Star Pagoda. That was why it was named after it. Saint Star Pagoda had an extraordinary status in the Olan Federation. It had groomed numerous formidable warriors of various fields for the Federation. There was no force that could threaten the Saint Star Pagoda in the Olan Federation. Even the higher authorities were cautious of them. In the meeting room, the virtual network was connected. Powerful figures appeared on both sides of a long table. These figures represented various races. Some had fine scales on their faces, while some looked like ordinary humans. There were people from the fairy race, orc race, etc. The atmosphere was tense. No one was speaking as if they were afraid of something. But it didn't take long before someone shouted, "How will this matter be resolved? Come up with a solution. No one even knows if Kathu of the Blood Moon race is dead or alive. Are you all just going to let me wait like this?" This was a ferocious-looking, sturdy, middle-aged man with a blood-red, mutated beast totem on his upper body. If Wang Tung were here, he would be able to tell that this person was from the same race as the alien candidate who came to Earth for the trial. They were from the elite Blood Moon race from Olan Federation's Crimson Moon Galaxy. Menka, it's not just the Blood Moon race that is in this predicament. The other races do not know the status of our talents either. Another man with short stature and fine scales on his face said. That's why we shouldn't hesitate anymore. We should just head to Earth and demand an explanation, Manka suggested. It's easy for you to say. Clote said that the martial warrior from Earth has gone to the Great Qian Empire and might have even obtained their protection. Do you dare to demand for someone from the Great Qian Empire? A golden-haired man said. This sigh. Manka was speechless and aggrieved. He could only sigh helplessly. Clote, the majestic old man with gray robes, was at the meeting as well. He opened his eyes and looked in a direction. Lady Qinglun, during the previous trial, only Biluo from the Emerald Abyss Galaxy returned, and she even brought someone from Earth with her. You have to give us an explanation. Everyone's gaze landed on the same seats. There were two people sitting over there, a green-haired lady in her 30s and a young woman with long green curly hair. Clote's gaze stayed on the young woman for a while, which seemed particularly meaningful. This young woman was Biluo, who had survived Earth. Qinglun frowned and said, I have already given an explanation. Biluo only cooperated with that Earthling once and didn't become an enemy of his. This was why he allowed Biluo to leave. It's reasonable to cooperate with the natives during the trials. If you want to find faults, then the Emerald Abyss Galaxy won't be easily bullied. Everyone frowned. Their descendants were now in the hands of that Earthling, and only Biluo came back without a scratch. They found it unfair. But Qinglun made sense. They couldn't possibly blame Biluo. Moreover, the Emerald Abyss Galaxy was as powerful as them, and it wasn't that easy to deal with them. If they didn't let go of this matter, it won't do anyone good. We can take Biluo's matter as it is, but you have to hand over the Earthling that she brought back. Clote had no intentions to deal with Biluo and put up his next demand. Impossible. That child possesses the rare light physique and has been taken in by me. I can't hand her over to you. Qinglun refused without hesitation. Lady Qinglun, you have to think carefully. We require an explanation, Clote said coldly with a grim expression. That's right, Qinglun, hand her over. The scaled man echoed. The others spoke in succession and agreed with the decision. They weren't fond of Earthlings. Now that they had no leads, they could only go for the person that Biluo brought back. It was Ale. Biluo sat beside Qinglun and was clenching her fists and teeth tightly. She brought Ale back. If anything happened to her, she would feel guilty. Moreover, Ale and Wang Tung had a close relationship. If he came back and saw that something had happened to her, what would he think? She wanted to say something, but it wasn't her place to speak. She was filled with helplessness. This matter is not negotiable. They'll not hand her over to you. If you have the guts, you might as well send an army to Earth, Qinglun said solemnly. Biluo heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she heard what followed next, she was startled and went pale. Send an army to Earth. This was not a small matter. She didn't think that her mother would suggest something like this. If they really sent an army to Earth, things would get out of hand. Earth would definitely not be able to defend against the Olent Federation. By then, it would become hell for humans, and they would not be spared. If this had happened in the past, she wouldn't have bothered about an underdeveloped planet. She wouldn't even care. However, Earth was Wang Tung's home. If they touched Earth, they would have a deadly feud with him. With her understanding of him, he wouldn't just let it go like this. And Wang Tung, who had inherited the title of a baron, had the ability to do so. Although he was just a baron, he was a baron from a high-tier civilization. He should not be underestimated. If he returned, he might have the ability to overturn the Olent Federation. Biluo didn't want anything like that to happen. Clote's face darkened slightly. He wanted to send an army to Earth as well, but he was afraid and didn't want to go that far. Qinglun's words forced him into a corner, making him embarrassed. The meeting fell into an eerie silence. No one could make a choice when it came to sending an army. With their strength, dealing with a planet without planetary stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. The problem lay with Wang Tung, who had gone to the Great Qian Empire. They didn't dare to act rashly without any definite news. Let's send an army. Just at this moment, an old man spoke. He was the president of Saint Star Pagoda, one of the 3 heaven-stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. President Sheng Luo. Everyone turned pale in shock when they heard the words. They looked at the old man in astonishment. Even Qing Luan, who gave the suggestion, was speechless. Her mouth was wide open, and her heart was in shock. The dignity of the Saint Star Pagoda shall not be violated. If the one who killed our instructors is not removed, no one would be convinced by Saint Star Pagoda, President Sheng Luo said calmly. But no buts. This decision was jointly made by the three of us. The Federation's dignity shall be protected, President Sheng Luo said. Everyone stopped talking. The prestige of the Federation had to be protected. No one could refute that. Not to mention, the decision was jointly made by the three Heaven Stage martial warriors. They couldn't possibly reject them. In the Olent Federation, the three Heaven Stage martial warriors were like their guardians. Without them, there would be no Olent Federation. No one could deny their decision. If there are no questions, go back and prepare. We will take down Earth. President Sheng Luo's voice was extremely calm. He slowly disappeared after speaking. Everyone was silent for a moment before leaving, each with their own thoughts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1078, The Dawn of Danger. Many days later, in the training room of the universe-level spacecraft, two figures flashed around the room quickly, colliding occasionally and giving off a loud explosion. Force waves swept through the place. Powerful attacks landed on the walls and ground, igniting sparks that ricocheted off. No marks were left behind. A universe-level spacecraft could resist the attack of a universe-stage martial warrior, so its defensibility was definitely strong. The training room had other special defense measures too. The attacks of these two people couldn't even damage the shield, let alone hurt the body of the spacecraft. Actually, even if marks were left behind, the metal would mend the wounds quickly based on its memory, as long as it wasn't a destructive attack. Boom! The two parties finally retreated and stopped more than 10 meters away from each other after a collision. Again, Wang Tung panted slightly and shouted. He charged forward again. While he was still halfway through, emerald glaze flame surged out of his body and engulfed him. Is he planning to use his divine flame? This isn't right. Unlan, who was fighting with him, pondered to himself. Wang Tung didn't use the flame as an attacking move. Instead, he sucked it back into his body using an unknown method. Boxenovel. C0M well, he didn't exactly suck it back. The divine flame merged with his body. Flame patterns appeared on his skin like runes, making him look mysterious and uniquely beautiful. What's this? Unlan frowned. He was surprised. Be careful, Wang Tung warned in a soft voice. Boom! In the next instant, powerful energy shot out from his body while his aura climbed continuously. He seemed to have turned into a frightening giant flame beast as he hurled himself forward. Interesting. Unlan smiled. He was extremely interested. Wang Tung wouldn't be able to beat him. However, the young man's current state made him extremely interested in him. Boom! Wang Tung appeared in front of Unlan in an instant. There were flames burning around his fists as he smashed them out. In the blink of an eye, both of them clashed again. This time, the collision was more violent than before. Both parties went back and forth countless times, flashing through the training room until only lingering shadows could be seen. Scorching heat erupted from the center of their collision, raising the temperature numerous times. Bertha and the other celestial stage martial warriors were dumbfounded. Wang Tung's ability was only at the celestial stage. Bertha had learned this recently. She always thought that he was at the planetary stage. Despite the difference in their ability, Wang Tung could still have an intense battle with a Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. It was unbelievable. Although the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior didn't use all his power, Wang Tung's ability couldn't be compared with a normal celestial stage martial warrior. His strength was enough to threaten a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Bertha turned serious. She felt that she might not be able to defeat Wang Tung easily if she fought with him. She might even lose to him if she made a mistake. After some time, they separated, and Wang Tung suddenly pointed in front. A beam of golden light appeared, cutting through the air and causing a sonic boom. Unlan's gaze turned sharp. A beam of black light shot out from his hand and turned into a flying dagger. It crashed into the beam of golden light. Clang! A clear metallic tremor was heard. The black and golden beams of light separated and clashed in the air. Divine Spirit Master. Bertha took a deep breath. Her mouth parted slightly, and she was shocked. Master is a Divine Spirit Master too. Suddenly, she felt that her chances of success were getting lower. What kind of pervert was he? One shouldn't compare sometimes. She was already quite powerful. She could beat all other martial warriors at her level, but upon seeing Wang Tung, she started doubting her strength. I'm not fighting anymore. Half an hour later, Wang Tung stopped. He kept his golden crescent blade and waved his hands at Unlan. Unlan kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. He stared at Wang Tung strangely and said, I only realized your strength after fighting with you. You have gotten stronger since Flaming River World. I did make some improvements. Wang Tung nodded, not denying it. However, he felt a little regretful. But I'm still too weak. Everyone was speechless, especially Bertha. She felt that she was being humiliated. If he was weak, what was she? She felt sad for some reason. You must be stimulated. Unlan chuckled and nudged him. Wang Tung, you just stabbed my heart. Do you know that you don't have to expose some things? Don't give up. Your enemy is the Parker's family. You can boast for 10 days and nights about this in the universe. Unlan consoled him. Wang Tung waved his hand. He lost interest in speaking after absorbing the attribute bubbles of a few Heaven Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors. He felt that his ability had increased. Hence, he came to find Unlan for a duel. He wanted to test his power. In the end, he realized that with his current ability, he had no problem dealing with martial warriors at the 3rd level Cosmos stage and below with his Dragon Blood Battle physique. If combined with his spiritual power and domain, he could handle martial warriors at the 4th to the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. As for the power of Origin and the Godslayer Sword Scripture, they could be used to kill martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. He might even be able to harm Heaven Stage martial warriors if he caught them off guard. That was how he managed to wound Sinclamon's arm. Wang Tung, did you use? Roundball suddenly asked him his mind. What did I use? Wang Tung asked, even though he knew the answer. The skill you used seemed similar to the Parker's family's physique, Roundball asked angrily. It's just similar. I came up with it myself to provoke them in the future. Wang Tung came up with an excuse. Do you think I believe you? Roundball said speechlessly. Where are we now? We've left the great Qian Empire. Wang Tung nodded and went back to his cultivation. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Oh right, Unlan, how many Cosmos Stage martial warriors do you have? 13. Unlan replied after a moment of surprise. They should be enough. Why don't I see them? Wang Tung asked curiously. They're hibernating in the universe spacecraft. Unlan explained. Are you worried that something will happen to your mother planet? Just to be safe. Wang Tung nodded. Don't worry. 13 Cosmos Stage martial warriors and the 2 martial warriors beside you are enough for us to rule a low-tier civilization, Unlan said. Wang Tung calmed down a little and returned to his room for cultivation. At the same time, in the Olent Federation, numerous battlecraft had just left the Olent planet and were rushing towards the Milky Way. There were many martial warriors in the battlecraft, including Planetary Stage, Celestial Stage, and Cosmos Stage martial warriors. This frightening army was enough to destroy any planet in the Olent Federation. Now, they were heading for a faraway planet in the Milky Way. More than 10 days later, the fleet arrived outside the Milky Way. A spacecraft flew out from the Milky Way and landed on a large battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Clote walked out and entered the huge battlecraft. He met up with a bunch of Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Clote, we were waiting for you, but you didn't want to come. If the higher authorities didn't give an order, would you have run away? The rough voice of Manka, the martial warrior from the Crimson Moon Galaxy, echoed in the room. I had matters to attend to. Since the superiors gave me an order, I'll cooperate. Clote replied calmly without any changes to his expression. That's good. It's just a remote planet. I heard that there isn't even a planetary stage martial warrior on it. What's there to be afraid of? A middle-aged man with long golden hair said. Clote ignored him, sighing helplessly in his heart. He didn't want to participate in this mission because he had a bad feeling. However, his superiors asked him to join in, so he couldn't reject it. He had no choice. He remembered the earthling that escaped the other day and felt the corners of his eyes twitching. Hatred raged in his heart, but he felt a little fearful too. On the other side of the Milky Way, the QY E-63 spacecraft was traveling in a wormhole. Its destination was also Earth. The QY E-63 spacecraft got chased by Clote when Wang Tung was heading to the Great Qian Empire, so he had to overload the spacecraft and increase its speed. It inflicted great damage to the spacecraft. Fortunately, after arriving at the Great Qian Empire, Wang Tung didn't need to use it, giving Round Ball plenty of time to repair it. Then, he earned a huge sum of money from rock gambling and started buying various different parts for his spacecraft. This allowed the QY E-63 to be restored to its original state. Now, Hardy was piloting the spacecraft and heading for Earth. In the control room, the exterior simulation had been enabled. Hardy stood in front of the control panel and asked in his hoarse voice, "How long more?" The celestial stage martial warriors were the ones piloting the spacecraft. When Wang Tung bought these slaves, he had taken this into consideration. There were a few martial warriors that could pilot spacecraft. One of the pilots looked at the star chart and said, "We have entered the Milky Way and will reach Earth's vicinity in 5 days. Okay, proceed at maximum speed. Ensure that we arrive as soon as possible and not delay what Master's orders," Hardy said emotionlessly. Yes, everyone turned serious. No one dared to waste any time and quickly raised the speed of the spacecraft based on Hardy's order. Outside, in the pitch-black space, the spacecraft suddenly increased its speed and disappeared on the spot. It stretched forward like a blurred black line until it disappeared at the other end of the darkness. Thank you for reading on My Box Novel. Calm. Chapter 1079, I came on Master Wang Tung's order. Earth. This beautiful planet was floating quietly in the universe and had its current appearance after billions of years of evolution and reproduction. Countless lives have been nurtured on this planet. No matter how many devastating catastrophes it had been through, life returned, surviving and reproducing tenaciously. Humans were the rulers of this planet. Country Xia Donghai. A distinctive building was located here. The building was just constructed. It was several hundred meters in height, and its design had influences from various countries. Now it was the tallest building on Earth. Global Union Building. After the Global Union was formed, the leaders of the countries proposed to have a headquarters for the Union's activities. Although each country had its own plans and would seek its own interests first, they were still united in the face of a new and upcoming era. The Global Union Building was the link for the countries. Box and Novel. C0M. As for why it was constructed in Donghai, it was because of the hero, Wang Tung. Today, Wang Tung's influence on Earth was out of this world. Although he had already left the planet, the people still remembered him as their hero. Moreover, Donghai wasn't any country's capital. Having the building there was the most suitable. Today was the weekly Global Union Conference. Outside of the Global Union Building, aircraft landed in the square one after another. The leaders of each country got off their planes and greeted each other before walking toward the building. Reaching the front of the building, they would pause in front of a statue before entering the gates. Some even took off their hats. The statue was a tall, young man standing up straight with an outstanding temperament. His eyes were looking at the sky as if he was gazing into the universe. Inside the conference hall at the top level of the Global Union Building, the leaders sat down one after another. Since the conference had not yet begun, they couldn't help but talk amongst themselves softly. They chatted about current affairs and expressed their opinions. Occasionally, one or two interesting scandals would be brought up, triggering some soft laughter. Time passed slowly. The conference began after everyone had finally arrived at 9 in the morning. As usual, let's speak freely. The leader of martial arts from country Xia smiled. I have a piece of good news. The White Eagle Nation already has 5 people who have advanced to the planetary stage. The leader of White Eagle Nation started the ball rolling. 5. Everyone was startled. I think you only had 3 previously. Now there are 5 of them? The leader of Country Bat was in disbelief. Ha ha, we're just lucky, just lucky. The White Eagle Nation's leader laughed. 5 is really good. However, our country is not lagging behind either. We have 4 now. Very soon, the number will be 5, Country Boar's leader said. Another one from our alliance has advanced. Now, we have 3 planetary stage martial warriors, the leader of the alliance said. Everyone started by stating the number of people who had advanced in their countries as they competed with each other. In the face of the great age of the universe, it was meaningless for them to hide anything. Ever since the last time when Wang Tung left behind a planetary stage scripture, martial warriors from various countries were able to advance to the planetary stage. The number of people who broke through exceeded Wang Tung's expectations. Back then, he thought that it would be good if every country could have one of 2 who advanced to the planetary stage. It seemed as though he had underestimated these martial warriors. Many people had been stuck at the peak of the general stage for many years. They didn't advance only because they didn't have these scriptures. Now, all the countries were trying to surpass themselves and increase the number of planetary stage martial warriors. In fact, they were planning to create a team of planetary stage martial warriors. When Wang Tung returned, he could bring them along in the universe. Country Xia, how many planetary stage martial warriors do you have now? Someone suddenly asked. 7. The leader of martial arts smiled. 7. Everyone was astonished and full of disbelief. Their eyes were all on the leader of martial arts. Previously, the White Eagle Nation and Country Xia stood side by side. Their forces were almost the same. But now, Country Xia had 2 more planetary stage martial warriors than the White Eagle Nation. While 2 might seem like a small number, these were planetary stage martial warriors. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. Having 2 more was akin to having 2 more strategic weapons. Did Wang Tung leave more resources for Country Xia when he left? Many people were secretly guessing. Jealous. So envious and jealous of them. But they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Tung was from Country Xia. It was reasonable for him to take care of his own country. There was nothing wrong with it. In fact, Wang Tung didn't leave anything extra for them. The people from Country Xia were impressive. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Country Xia. One after another, the leaders congratulated Country Xia while enduring the bitterness in their hearts. By the way, is there any news from Mr. Wang Tung? The White Eagle Nation's leader asked. There's no news for the time being. There was a trace of worry in the leader of martial arts' eyes as he shook his head. He was also one of the 7 martial warriors who had advanced to the planetary stage, and he was the strongest. Even when he sparred against the other planetary stage martial warriors from the other countries, no one could defeat him. Besides Wang Tung, the leader of martial arts was the strongest person on Earth. That was why everyone respected him. Is that so? I wonder when Mr. Wang Tung will return? Everyone felt a little regretful and hoped for him to come back. We should enter the universe as soon as possible. We shouldn't just solely rely on Mr. Wang Tung, the leader of the White Eagle Nation suggested. That's right. We should work together and deal with the upcoming era. What does everyone think of the planetary stage expedition team? It's feasible. We're just lacking a spacecraft that can travel through the universe. Unfortunately, the spacecraft that were left by the alien candidates cannot be used anymore. Some of the parts were disassembled. EE can't restore them using the technology on Earth. There's also a problem with energy. Without enough energy, it is impossible to travel through the universe. I'm afraid we can't even fly out of the Milky Way. The White Eagle Nation's leader initiated the discussion, and everyone agreed. They were on the same page, wanted to enter the universe as soon as possible. The leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders exchanged glances, noticing a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood everyone's ideas and thoughts, but they couldn't make a decision. The technology of spacecraft was not a problem they could tackle. Moreover, the external situation was unclear and the universe was full of dangers. If Earth entered the universe and anything went wrong, it might be destroyed. So the best way was to wait for Wang Tung's return. Just when the leader of martial arts was about to appease the crowd, a harsh alarm rang in the conference hall. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The leader of martial arts looked solemn and opened an image that was sent from the universe. A spacecraft that was flying towards the solar system was captured by the satellites. An image was transmitted back to Earth. It's a spacecraft. People suddenly exclaimed, "Spacecraft! Are aliens coming to Earth again? Quick, alert the world." In the conference hall, the leaders were anxious and panicking. No, why does this spacecraft look like the one that Mr. Wang Tung took when he left Earth? Someone suddenly asked. What? Mr. Wang Tung's spacecraft? The White Eagle Nation's leader exclaimed in surprise. Everyone got closer and looked at the spacecraft. It really looks like Wang Tung's spacecraft. The leader of martial arts was unsure. Quick, get the satellite to monitor in real time and send us the clearest image, the leader of the White Eagle Nation commanded. After a while, a better image of the spacecraft was transmitted. Now, everyone could see it clearly, and they finally determined that the spacecraft was indeed the one that Wang Tung took when he left. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A look of joy appeared on their faces. Mr. Wang Tung has returned. That's great. We've talked about it for so long. He's finally back. Haha, it's good that he's back. Our plan can be put on the agenda now. The crowd was elated and thought that Wang Tung had returned. Everyone, the leader of martial arts, opened his mouth and grabbed everyone's attention. We have to put the whole globe on alert, the leader of martial arts said. Wang Tung instructed us before he left. No matter who comes, we must take precautions. There are many spacecraft of the same type in the universe. And there's another possibility. If something happened to Wang Tung, Earth might be exposed. The hall went silent, and the atmosphere tensed up. All right, sound the warning alarms. The crowd agreed and sent out a series of commands. Machines went into operation, and armies, weapons, and martial warriors were all dispatched. The planet was on the highest level of alert. Countless fighter planes took off and circled the skies, forming groups and protecting the cities. There were also fighter planes preparing to intercept the spacecraft. If Wang Tung returned, there wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was an alien invader, it would be a fight to the death. 3 or 4 hours passed as everyone waited anxiously. The spacecraft was extremely fast and finally neared Earth. It entered the atmosphere and started landing, but before it landed, it was intercepted by a group of fighter planes. Please stop. The fighter planes were using the common universal language. The people on Earth were learning the common universal language. Many linguists had almost mastered it and could communicate normally. The identity of the person was unknown. Just in case, it was better for them to communicate using the common universal language. At the same time, the image here was also transmitted back by the fighter planes. The door of the spacecraft opened slowly, and a figure walked out. The powerful aura was strong and terrifying. Just standing there made people have the urge to surrender. This was the natural reaction when the weak face the strong. Alien. When the leaders saw the gray-robed man walking out, they immediately knew that he wasn't Wang Tung. Their expressions changed. It was an alien. Did something happen to Wang Tung? Or was this a spacecraft of the same model? No matter what, this wasn't a good thing for Earth. The leaders didn't expect that they were living their worst nightmare. Wang Tung didn't return. An alien visitor came out of the spacecraft. Although they didn't know his identity, that overwhelming aura was enough to unsettle them. He was too powerful. They could feel his domineering and terrifying presence, even though they were across the screen. The figure seemed to sense their gaze and looked in the direction of the camera, as if he was looking directly at them. That gaze was enough to send fear into the hearts of the leaders. They were about to kneel down. Fortunately, they were strong-willed and weren't looking at him directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it and might even do something embarrassing. This alien is very strong. Too powerful. What is his purpose for coming to Earth? If he wants to attack Earth, We can't resist him. The leaders panicked. They were in an uproar, and it was difficult for them to calm down. I came here on Master Wang Tung's order. A voice came from the gray-robed man. He was speaking common universal language. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1080. The human on Earth felt inferior. I came here on Master Wang Tung's order. The voice of the man in gray resounded in the air. Everyone was stunned. They opened their eyes slightly and couldn't react in time. What is this? Commander Long from Country Xia was so shocked that his accent came out. I can understand every word, but I don't understand them when they're in a sentence. The commander and head of the White Eagle Nation exchanged glances with each other. Did we learn our common universal language properly? The head of Country Bat asked. Didn't he mention Wang Tung? Did he say that Wang Tung was his master? Did I hear wrong? The head of Country Boar wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he asked with uncertainty. If you heard him wrongly, we might have heard him wrongly too, the head of Country Star said. Everyone was in disbelief. The atmosphere turned a little awkward. Hardy, who was floating in the sky, started to get impatient. He was a Cosmo-stage martial warrior from the Shadow Assassin clan. Yet, he received such a cold treatment when he came to this remote planet. If Wang Tung didn't give him this order, he wouldn't want to speak to these people at all. He would have made a move to let them understand how they should respect a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. Did you hear what I said? Hardy asked indifferently again. The crowd regained their composure. Cough. Let's ask the martial warrior directly. The leader of martial arts coughed awkwardly. He seemed a little hesitant, but he still voiced his thoughts at the end. Yes, we should talk to him directly. The other people nodded in agreement. When facing such powerful martial warriors, it was always better to be friendly. Besides, based on his ability, the other party didn't need to waste time with them. This meant that his words were most likely true. Everyone was astounded when they thought of this possibility. However, they had to suppress their amazement and converse with the other party. Sir, in the representative of the Global Union. The leader of martial arts voice came from the broadcast system of the battlecraft. He introduced himself and hesitated for a second before asking, Have you really been sent by Wang Tung? Hardy immediately understood the other party's concern. He was too powerful, so the Earthlings found it hard to believe him. He didn't understand how his master managed to become a noble of the great Qian Empire when he hailed from this backward planet that didn't even have that many planetary stage martial warriors. He even spent a huge sum of money to buy him. Where did a martial warrior from a backward planet get so much money? In summary, everything seemed weird. Although Hardy was irritated, he couldn't disobey Wang Tung. He suppressed his impatience and said, My master, Wang Tung, sent me here. If you don't believe me, you can enter the virtual universe and check with him. The leader of martial arts and the others couldn't contain their astonishment. This insanely powerful martial warrior was sent by Wang Tung, and he called Wang Tung his master. They couldn't imagine what Wang Tung went through in the few months after he left Earth. How did he manage to get such a powerful servant? However, they felt relieved too. This powerful martial warrior wasn't an invader. This was a piece of good news. As for the virtual universe, it didn't know what it was. They would ask him later. Since Wang Tung sent you, please follow the battlecraft and land in Donghai. We'll be waiting for you there. The leader of martial arts replied politely. Even though the other party was Wang Tung's servant, they didn't dare to treat a powerful martial warrior like him improperly. They would give him the respect he deserved. Hardy nodded. He didn't speak anymore, nor did he return to the universe spacecraft. The battlecraft around him received an order and flew towards Donghai, guiding the way for Hardy. Hardy and the QY-E63 spacecraft followed behind. The leader of martial arts looked up to Hardy a little more when they saw him following their fleet with ease. After some time, Hardy and the QY-E63 spacecraft landed in the plaza in front of the Union Building in Donghai. Many people in Donghai saw the spacecraft, causing a huge commotion. Why is there a universe spacecraft on Earth? No wonder Donghai went into alert mode. It looks like something big is about to happen. What? Donghai went into an alert mode? Why didn't I know? Why would you know? Donghai isn't the only country on alert. My aunt cousin is at the White Eagle Nation. He said that White Eagle Nation sounded the alarms too. The entire Earth might be on alert. Really? Is this an alien invasion? I don't think so. That universe spacecraft won't be able to enter Donghai so easily if it was an alien invasion. All right, Wang Tung left an array around Donghai. Normal aliens won't be able to invade us easily. Hey, don't you think that this spacecraft looks a little familiar? The leader of martial arts and the others were waiting in the plaza. Hardy landed in front of the QY E-63 spacecraft. Then, a group of celestial stage martial warriors alighted the spacecraft. There were 50 people in total. The leader of martial arts and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They were dumbstruck. Oh my God, what formation is this? All these martial warriors were wearing battle uniforms and giving off powerful auras. Every one of them was enough to wipe out the people here. All the martial warriors on Earth wouldn't be their match. Extremely terrifying. The heads of the countries lost their voices. They were in a daze. Hardy frowned. Who's the leader here? The common universal language that sounded different from the earthen languages woke everyone up from their stupor. All the heads looked at the leader of martial arts. Their intention was clear. Wang Tung is from country Xia. You could do the honor. The leader of martial arts felt helpless, but he had no choice. He walked forward and bowed at Hardy. Then, he said, "We're the representatives from the different countries on Earth. May I know why Wang Ting asked you to come? My master is busy, but he's worried that someone will attack Earth, so he sent me here first to protect you." Hardy explained briefly. The leader of martial arts and the others nodded. They knew that he was referring to the people from the Olent Federation. Is Wang Tung coming back? He should be back within the next few days. Everyone was elated. Wang Tang's servant was already so powerful. If he came back personally, he would probably have more good news. Earth would soon be able to enter the universe era. If you have anything to tell him, you can enter the virtual universe personally and speak to him, Hardy said. What's the virtual universe? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked involuntarily. Hardy was stunned. He didn't know what to think. As expected of a native, they didn't even know what the virtual universe was. Why is Master so different from them, even though they come from the same planet? Hardy explained helplessly. The heads of the nations finally understood what the virtual universe was. This was amazing. How impressive. There was a virtual universe segregated entirely from the reality in the universe. They found it impossible to imagine it with the current technology on Earth. No, it wasn't just simple technology. There were many elements they couldn't comprehend. Never mind, since you don't know about the virtual universe, you wouldn't have a virtual identity. You can't enter it. Hardy shook his head. It's all right. Wang Tung will be back soon, so we can talk to him directly, the leader of martial arts said. Yes. Hardy nodded. Please follow me. Let me arrange your lodgings. The leader of martial arts raised his hand to welcome them. Hardy followed behind him and asked, This place seems peaceful. There are no invaders. Yes, there are currently no invaders. How's Wang Tung? The leader of martial arts asked. My master is a baron of a high-tier civilization. He's no longer an ordinary martial warrior, Hardy replied with a complicated expression. Indeed, he was extraordinary. If not, why would a shadow assassin like him run errands for him? He had to admit that his master was impressive. A baron of a high-tier civilization. He did it. The leader of martial arts and the others were staggered. Their emotions turned complex too. They knew that this was an arduous path and the success rate was extremely low. However, they didn't have a choice. Wang Tung had to take the risk. Earth's future was placed on his shoulders. Yet, to their surprise, he succeeded. It had only been a few months since he left, but he was already a baron of a high-tier civilization. There were also many powerful martial warriors under his wing. This was unbelievable. None of them might be able to complete this task. Amid their astonishment, everyone had the thought of keeping a close connection with Wang Tung, especially the heads of the different countries. They didn't have the country Xia's advantage, so they must curry favor with Wang Tung. If not, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. The leaders led Hardy and the other martial warriors to their accommodation, the VIP guest house in Donghai. They used their best service to welcome these foreign martial warriors. They didn't treat them impolitely just because they were Wang Tung's servants. At the same time, the heads of the different countries try to find out more about Wang Tung from Hardy. May I know what stage you're at? The head of the White Eagle Nation blinked and asked with a smile. The Cosmos stage, Hardy replied casually. Cosmos stage. Gasp. Everyone was appalled. They gasped and thought they had heard wrong. Cosmos stage, martial warrior. They had some understanding of the level after the planetary stage. They knew that there was the celestial stage and the cosmos stage. This person was a cosmos stage martial warrior. A real and living cosmos stage martial warrior was in front of them. It felt like a legendary figure had walked out of the book. Were they dreaming? He was Wang Tung's servant? Or this was crazy. They almost started doubting their lives. What about them? The head of the White Eagle Nation swallowed his saliva and looked at the martial warriors behind Hardy. They're celestial stage martial warriors. Hardy frowned as he answered in an indifferent tone. He found this old man a little irritating. The head of the White Eagle Nation was stunned once again. He felt a little nauseous. The other heads were in no better state. Nothing could describe their astonishment. Before this, they were still proud of their countries for grooming a few planetary stage martial warriors. However, Wang Tung sent a cosmos stage martial warrior servant over. This was incomparable. The difference made them hopeless. Not only that, besides this cosmos stage martial warrior, there were another 50 celestial stage martial warriors. 50 celestial stage martial warriors. The heads of the nations understood what an abyss felt like. At the same time, they felt lucky that they didn't offend Hardy and the others. Had they provoked this bunch of martial warriors, Earth would have been a goner. This is nothing. The main army will arrive with Master. Hardy couldn't help but add this sentence when he saw their bewildered expressions. It seemed quite fun to stimulate these natives. The main army, the crowd's expressions changed slightly. They stared at one another. This person was just the front line. There were many other martial warriors arriving soon. The leaders couldn't think properly. They felt that they had underestimated Wang Tung. This was terrifying. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1081 The City is Under Siege. The Wang family naturally knew that Wang Tung was arriving. The status of the Wang family was extremely high, especially in Donghai. They could be considered the real masters of the city. Even the leader of martial arts and the other heads acknowledged their identity silently. This was because they knew that once Wang Tung came back, Earth might become his private property. Hence, one small Donghai was nothing Hardy met up with the Wang family. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders accompanied him and introduced them to each other. This is Wang Tung's grandfather, father, mother, and this is Wang Tung's. When introducing Hardy, the leader of martial arts paused. He wanted to say that he was Wang Tung's servant, but he didn't know how to say it due to the ability of this martial warrior. In Baron Wang Tung's servant, Hardy didn't hide his identity and introduced himself directly. He was extremely polite to the Wang family, even though they weren't powerful. Well, to him, they were very weak. He could pinch them to death with 2 fingers, but he didn't look down on them. After all, they were Wang Tung's family members. Their status was different. He had come to Earth on Wang Tung's order to protect his family. This showed that Wang Tung viewed his family with much importance. He didn't want anything to happen to them. If he left a bad impression in their minds, Wang Tung wouldn't let him go. He needed his master's approval to remove his slave status. Grandpa Wang and the others didn't know the relationship between Wang Tung and Hardy. They were surprised when they learned that this powerful martial warrior was Wang Tung's servant. Why did he call Wang Tung a baron? When did he become a baron? The leader of martial arts and the others gave a bitter smile upon seeing Hardy's attitude towards the Wang family. The difference was apparent. Hardy was still high and mighty in front of them, as if he didn't want to look them in the eye. Yet, in front of the Wang family, he was extremely polite. If he wasn't a cosmos stage martial warrior, they might have been triggered by his sudden change in attitude. But the difference in strength meant that there was nothing they could do. The Wang family and Hardy started chatting. Most of the time, it was the Wong family asking him about Wong Tung. Hardy had no expressions on his face, but he answered all their questions and didn't reveal any signs of impatience. Hence, Grandpa Wong and the other family members learned that Wong Tung inherited a baron title and had an official identity in the empire. Moreover, his status wasn't low. My grandson is amazing. He became a baron. Grandpa Wong stroked his beard gently and laughed. This brat. Wang Shenghua and the Xiumei smiled. They couldn't hide the pride on their faces. The other members of the Wong family had the same reaction. All of them were elated. The Wong family had to thank Wong Tung for their status today. The better he was, the better their treatment. They chatted with Hardy for some time. Hardy was sent over not long after he was bought by Wong Tung, so he didn't understand much about him. Thus, the Wong family couldn't get much information from him. In the end, they got up and prepared to leave with some regret. However, they knew that Wong Tung would be coming back soon. They were all excited. These 30 celestial stage martial warriors will follow you back to the Wong family. They can protect you if anything happens. Hardy sorted 30 celestial stage martial warriors out when he sent the Wong family off. What? The Wong family was astounded. They were in a dilemma. They knew that these martial warriors were all very powerful. They were all above the planetary stage and were many times more powerful than the strongest warriors on Earth. Now, this powerful martial warrior wanted to send 30 of them to protect the Wong family. They were overwhelmed. Don't worry, we're all master servants. Protecting the Wong family is our job, Hardy said in his hoarse voice. His entire body was covered with a gray gown. Although the Wong family couldn't see his expression, they heard his words. They glanced at one another in bewilderment. The attitude of these martial warriors towards Wong Tung surprised them. In that case, you can bring these people back, the leader of martial arts said. All right, we'll accept the offer. Grandpa Wong finally relented. When the Wong family brought these powerful martial warriors back, the news started to spread to many other people. Some saw these 30 celestial stage martial warriors from afar and felt their hearts pounding. This proved how strong they were. Thus, many families close to the Wong family came to visit them and get some news. 3 days passed. Nothing happened on Earth. It remained peaceful. Will this mission end smoothly? Master should be here soon. This is the first mission he assigned me. I hope no accidents will happen. Hardy's face remained expressionless under the gray gown as he mumbled to himself. All kinds of thoughts went through his mind. As a slave, his life was in Wong Tung's hands. Even though he was a powerful shadow assassin, he had to succumb to fate. At the same time, in the boundless space, a giant fleet of battlecraft had entered the solar system silently. No one on Earth noticed them. There was a huge battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress in the middle of the fleet. Clote was sitting in front of the central command platform. Activating the outdoor simulation mode, he saw the blue planet in front of them. Land directly. There are very few planetary stage martial warriors on the planet, so we can wipe anyone out if we see them. Manka, a martial warrior from the Crimson Moon Galaxy, said. There was a crimson, mutated beast symbol on his body. No one had any objections. They were afraid of Wong Tung, but they were confident in handling a remote planet. An order spread throughout the giant fleet. The fleet traveled through space like a spirit, leaving no traces behind as they headed to Earth. They finally landed somewhere in the ocean. A fishing boat passed by. The crew on the boat raised their heads in shock and fear. Look, a universe spacecraft. Oh my, there are countless of them. Oh my God, is this an alien invasion? What should we do? Quick, let's leave. We need to report to the Global Union. There was an uproar on the boat. The crew lost their cool and started shouting with pale faces. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the battlecraft and hit the fishing boat directly, shattering it into pieces. Poor thing. A man with golden hair shook his head in the large battlecraft. They were just a bunch of normal people who hadn't even reached the planetary stage. Their death is nothing, Clote said indifferently. What should we do now? Manka asked. Invade the network of this planet and get the information we want, Clote said. Intelligence, start the invasion scan. Yes. A robotic voice was heard in the main control room. Rows of data flashed in front of everyone so quickly that it was impossible to catch any information with their eyes. Scanning completed. Very soon, the robotic voice sounded again. This planet is called Earth. The targets are in country Xia, Donghai. Faces started to appear in front of Claude. There were pictures of the Wang family. Found them. Head to the target, Claude ordered. The entire fleet changed their direction and charged toward Donghai at a fast speed. Within 20 minutes, they had arrived in the sea outside Donghai, part of country Xia's territory. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing siren rang above Donghai, echoing in the entire city. What's going on? Is there another sea beast riot? Oh my God, what's that? Universe spacecraft. Those are Universe spacecraft. Goodness, there are so many of them. Many people noticed the fleet. They were flabbergasted, and chaos erupted everywhere. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders received the news immediately and flew out of their lodgings. They looked at the sky above the sea grimly. An ominous feeling drifted into their hearts. Hardy saw the fleet too. He flew into the air. The celestial stage martial warriors followed closely behind him. Universe battlecraft. Universe battlecraft. The leader of martial arts squinted. He gritted his teeth and said, "How did these battlecraft enter Earth? We didn't detect them at all. The technology on your planet is too backward. These battlecraft activated their concealing system. It's normal that you can't detect them," Hardy explained. "Damn it, we're at a disadvantage," Commander Long said helplessly. "Look at their symbol. It's the same as the ones on the alien invader spacecraft. They should be from the Olent Federation," Commander Hong said sternly. "The Olent Federation truly wants to destroy our Earth." Commander Yong gritted his teeth. "Sir, what should we do now?" The leader of martial arts frowned and asked Hardy. He felt helpless. He could only ask Hardy for help because they had no chance of resisting this fleet. "Wait and see." Hardy furrowed his brows as he replied calmly. Even in this situation, he didn't reveal any signs of anxiety. Nothing seemed to be able to affect him. The leader of martial arts and the others calmed down after seeing his response. They had a Cosmo Stage martial warrior with them and 50 Celestial Stage martial warriors. This was quite a formidable team. The fleet arrived above Donghai, casting terrifying shadows on the city and enshrouding it in darkness. It felt like the apocalypse. It was nerve-wracking. "Earthlings, we give you 10 minutes to hand over Wang Tung's family and friends. If not, we will destroy the entire planet." A cold voice rang through the sky abruptly, crashing down on the city like thunder. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1082 Fear Spread. Unwilling to leave the mother planet. As the cold voice spread out, the entire city was dead silent. The voice was exceptionally loud. Everyone in the city heard it. No matter what they were doing, they put down their stuff and raised their heads, walked out of their houses, or looked out of the window. They stared at the sky in astonishment. Numerous battlecraft floated horizontally in the air like ferocious giant beasts. Their metallic bodies gave off a cold glimmer, sending chills down people's spines. After some time, a huge uproar erupted. "Hand over Wang Tung's family and friends. If not, we will destroy the entire planet." These people had come for Wang Tung. Instantly, commotions soared through the roof. No one expected the aliens to invade Earth for Wang Tung. Also, if they didn't hand him over, the entire planet would be destroyed. What should they do? Everyone panicked. They didn't know what to do. The leader of martial arts was appalled. The aliens' tactic was evil. They wanted to use this method to force everyone on Earth to oppose the Wang family. Wang Tung was extremely important to Earth. However, not everyone knew this. Many people might not be able to withstand the pressure from the aliens. 10 minutes. They only had 10 minutes. Well, it was normal for ordinary people to panic. Even some powerful figures from different nations might have other thoughts. Nothing was as important as their own lives. A sharp glint appeared in Hardy's eyes. He didn't care about the rest of the people, but he must ensure the safety of Wang Tung's family and friends. His mission was more important than anything else. As for this remote planet, he didn't care if it was destroyed. Based on what he knew, a baron from a high-tier civilization would have a galaxy as his territory. Thus, One Life Planet was nothing to Wang Tung. Hardy made his decision and sent a message to the celestial stage martial warriors who were with the Wang family. He asked them to bring the family aboard the QY E-63 spacecraft. If he had to, he would leave with them. At this moment, the Wang family was in a flurry. Everyone from the Wang family was in great fear. Wang Tung's aunts were just ordinary people. They had already turned pale in the face. The younger generations were scared too. They had stepped on the martial warrior's path recently and matured a little. But in front of these powerful and scary alien invaders, they were still too young. Wang Xinjun, Wang Shenghua, and Wang Shenghong had been through many situations in life. They were still able to remain calm in front of this life-or-death situation. Lin Chuan's family was here too. They were on the protection list. They were in no better state when facing the alien invaders. Not everyone could remain composed. It was a great feat that they didn't pee their pants. "Calm down," Grandpa Wang shouted. He said in a low tone, "Things have already happened. What's the use of panicking? Little Tung will be back soon. We must believe in him." Everyone regained their composure. Yes, Wang Tung was coming back. They might not believe others, but they believed him. He would always salvage the situation and save them whenever they were in danger. This time wouldn't be an exception. Everyone cheered for themselves silently in their hearts. "Yes, I believe in him," Lin Chuan suddenly said with a resolute gaze. Lin Chuxia clenched her fists tightly. Li Xiaomei was relieved when she saw Lin Chuan's reaction. A smile appeared on her pale face. She held Lin Chuan's hand and patted it firmly. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shenghua nodded in approval. Their impression of Lin Chuan was getting better and better. At this moment, a celestial stage martial warrior walked over. He was the head of this group. He spoke in common universal language. "Everyone, Sir Hardy has given his order. Please follow me to the spacecraft for your own safety." The Wang family was overjoyed. They still had the protection of the Cosmos stage martial warrior and the celestial stage martial warriors. They were temporarily safe. "Okay." Grandpa Wang nodded without any hesitation. The best method was to listen to the command of the Cosmos stage martial warrior now and not drag him down. The Wang family hurriedly headed to the Global Union building. As seconds ticked by, the news spread throughout the globe at the speed of lightning. Donghai was the center of the world, so the other nations were able to get news from there quickly. All around the world, the White Eagle Nation, Country Star, Country Bat, Country Boar, as well as all cities in Country Xia, Capital Xia, Guanghai, Xiangdao, Beijiang, and Hai. News of Donghai spread to every country in every corner of the world. Some sat in front of their computer, some on their television, some scrolled their mobile phone, some stopped in their tracks and looked up at the screens on the walls of malls. The terrifying battlecraft hovering over the city entered everyone's vision, a savage appearance and a cold metallic surface. Even through the screen, one could sense fear. They couldn't suppress the despair that swarmed into their hearts. The broadcaster's voice came out from the screen, giving a live account of what was happening. In an instant, loud discussions were heard everywhere in the world. "Oh my God, what's happening? God, what did we do? Why are the aliens invading our planet? Are those the aliens' battlecraft? They look so scary. Will we be able to resist these powerful battlecraft? They want us to hand over Wang Tung's family and friends. Those devils. They want to threaten Wang Tung with his family members. Damn it, we can't let them get what they want. But they will destroy the planet if we don't hand them over. What a joke. Those who are not our kin are sure to have a different heart. We shouldn't place our hope on our opponent's mercy." That's right. Wang Tung is our hope. We mustn't hand over his family. The entire world was in a panic. The ordinary civilians cried and wailed. Some of them stared into space absent-mindedly with pale faces. Some wanted to hand over Wang Tung's family members to get the chance to live. Others shouted to express their anger, reprimanding the alien invaders and telling them that they would never succumb. Everyone had their own thoughts. No one wanted to die. Surprisingly, in the end, the voices of those people who wanted to fight with the alien invaders flooded the other opinions. On the other side, the heads of the different nations held an emergency video conference in the Global Union building. Even the Wong family was present because they were the main party involved. The aliens will attack Earth. We need to transfer the civilians to a safe place. Let's move them to the underground shelters. That's the safest place. I agree. They made decisions quickly and sent down their orders. The people below started working without wasting any time. The military started to disperse the crowd and led them to the underground shelters for safety purposes. Can we ask the martial warriors to help us to resist the alien invasion? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked. All the heads looked at the Wong family with hope in their eyes. If the powerful martial warriors could help them, they would have a higher chance of success. Sir, Grandpa Wong couldn't bear to see Earth getting destroyed, so he still asked Hardy in the end. No. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hardy interrupted him. My mission is to protect you. Earth is secondary, he said indifferently. The expressions on the heads' faces changed. His words were extremely impolite. At this moment, they finally knew that to this formidable martial warrior, Earth held no value. The Wong family was the important one. Sir, I think that if Wong Tung were here, he wouldn't want Earth to be destroyed. Grandpa Wong persuaded him as he sighed in his heart. He also wanted Hardy to bring the Wong family away. But if he did that, they would become sinners. Even if they managed to survive, they would have to live with guilt for the rest of their lives. He didn't want the younger generations of the Wong family to carry such a heavy burden on their shoulders. Besides, it was hard to part with their birthplace. Earth was their root. If it was gone, they would have nowhere to call home in the universe. They would be like kites floating in the sky without any strings. It would be sad to live like this. Hardy frowned. He felt that Grandpa Wong's heart was too soft. He couldn't even ensure his own safety. Why bother about the planet? Every man for himself in times of danger. Shouldn't they worry about their own lives first? He had been roaming the universe for his entire life, so he didn't understand Grandpa Wong or the attachments these civilians had for their country. The leader's expressions softened when they heard Grandpa Wong's words. However, they were still nervous. They were afraid that this formidable warrior would reject them. If that happened, Earth would have no chance of withstanding the aliens' attack. Wong Tung will be angry if he comes back and sees his mother planet getting destroyed, Lin Chuan said. She seemed to be mumbling to herself. Her voice wasn't loud. However, Hardy's expression changed a little. There was fear in his eyes. Was this his master's partner? If she was, her words held some weight. If she disliked him and spoke badly about him in front of Wong Tung, he might remain a slave until he died. No way. Hardy was moved. He pondered for a moment and said, I can help Earth resist the aliens. But if things reach a dangerous stage, it'll leave with the Wong family. Okay. The leader of martial arts was elated. He nodded immediately. The other heads felt bitter and delighted at the same time. This was the best piece of news so far. With the help of these formidable martial warriors, they had some hope of withstanding the aliens' invasion. Earth had some hope too. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes were up. The alien battlecraft started moving. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1083, you might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. 10 minutes are up. The cold, emotionless voice rang out again. Since you're unwilling to hand over Wong Tung's family, you shall be destroyed. The people in Donghai were the first to hear him. Then, the rest of the world heard it through the live broadcast. Despair welled up in the listeners' hearts. The battlecraft in the air spread out and flew to the other continents. Some even started gathering energy. The glaring energy beam shot out under everyone's gaze, heading straight for Donghai. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks from the battlecraft landed in the air above the city. At that moment, a light shield appeared around the city like an upside-down big bowl. protecting it from the incoming assault. The frightening attacks were blocked outside. This was the defense shield Wang Tung left behind. Even though the attacks didn't land in the city, many people fell to the ground in fright. The ladies and children started wailing as they stared at the battlecraft. Countless people ran back and forth in the city. The attack not only struck the shield, but also broke the psychological line of defense in the people's hearts. The piercing and loud alert rang throughout the city. Everyone felt that the world was ending. Hopelessness and despair filled up the atmosphere in the city. Quick, enter the underground shelters. Don't panic. Line up and enter one by one. Don't push. You might cause others to fall and step on them. The military martial warriors tried their best to maintain order, but the scene was still chaotic. Once everyone's fear was amplified, it was hard to push it down again. Clote, who was in the huge fortress battlecraft, frowned. Someone carved a powerful defense shield around the city. Manka exclaimed in surprise. Continue the attack. This is just an array from a remote planet. It can't stop us, Clote said coldly. Yes. A 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior bowed. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, multiple force attacks were fired from the battlecraft and landed on the defense shield. The light shield formed started to tremble violently. Light waves were seen, and soon, small cracks appeared on the surface. This was just the second round of attack, but the defense shield was already at its maximum potential. Oh shit, the array is collapsing. The leader of martial arts and the others squinted. Their expressions turned ugly. Hardy furrowed his brows and got up. All right, let me meet them. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot in a flash. The people around him didn't know when he left. They felt hopeful when they saw his ability. Let's hope he can stop them. The heads of the nations were agitated. Shall we prepare to activate the space shift array Mr. Wang Tung left behind? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked suddenly. The expressions on their faces changed. If they activated the space shift array, it meant giving up on the solar system and heading to an unknown planetary sector. They would be roaming aimlessly in the universe. They didn't want to use this method unless they had no better choice. Now, we should start making preparations. The leader of martial arts sighed. But even if we use it, we need to lure the aliens out of the planet first. The other leaders nodded. This made sense. The activation and operation of the space shift array weren't easy. Forcing their enemies out of the planet was already a difficult step. Fortunately, they had made the relevant predictions and plans in the past. The aliens wouldn't stay in the universe obediently. They would enter Earth. Were they going to shift the aliens together with the planet? Wouldn't that be stupid? Let's follow Plan A first. If it fails, we will activate Plan B. We'll need the Wang family to cooperate with us. The leader of martial arts hesitated before telling Plan B. We'll naturally cooperate. Grandpa Wang nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Wang Shenghua and the others were in a dilemma. The Wang family would be used as bait for Plan B to lure the aliens into the universe. Of course, not all the Wang family needed to go. Only some of them were required. This would definitely be dangerous, so Grandpa Wang offered himself up. He had lived long enough and didn't want to send the younger generations off. Dad, let me go instead, Wang Shenghua said. Li Ziyumi's face turned pale, but she didn't say anything. She only grabbed his hand tightly. No, let me do it. You're Wang Tung's father. You can't go, Wang Shenghong said hurriedly. Wang Shenghong's wife was shocked and wanted to persuade him, but Wang Shenghong glared at her, making her swallow her words. There's no need to discuss anymore. He'll do it, Grandpa Wang said calmly and firmly as the head of the family. But Wang Shenghua wanted to speak, but he got interrupted. No more buts. I've lived long enough and probably don't have many years left in this world. Are y'all planning to let me die with regret if I let you go? Grandpa Wang shouted. Father, Wang Shenghua and his brothers had nothing to say. The leader of martial arts felt his heart sinking when he saw this scene. If he had other choices, he didn't want to sacrifice the Wang family. Wang Tung would never forgive him if anything happened to the Wang family. But he didn't have a choice. At this stage, this was the best decision. A small sacrifice could save the entire human race on Earth. He would make this decision even if he knew Wang Teng would hate him. Boom! At this moment, the Global Union building started shaking violently. Fine dust fell down from the ceiling. The shield is broken. Everyone was appalled. They hurriedly stared at the screen in front of them. The images outside were being displayed on it. When Hardy went out, the alien invaders launched another round of attack. A large hole had been blasted on the defense shield. Cracks started stretching out from the hole like spiderwebs. The alien invaders started gathering energy once again. They wanted to flatten Donghai once the shield was out of the picture. Their intention to destroy Earth was real. The leader of martial arts turned grim. No one could sit still anymore. All of them rushed out hurriedly. The people in Donghai were flabbergasted. They stared at the mouth of the energy cannon directed at them, as if it was a sharp butcher's blade hovering above their heads. It was about to swing down and take their lives away. Despair, fear, shock. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Donghai. He was wrapped in a gray cloak, so his appearance couldn't be seen. He stood in front of the gigantic universe battlecraft alone, right before the force attack that was about to be fired. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft finished gathering energy. Beams of force attacks shot out. Boom. Hardy made his move. He stretched out his hand, and an indescribable blade slashed out at an incredible speed. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The blinding light formed from the force collision made it impossible for people to open their eyes. It was like a small sun hanging in the sky. The terrifying force impact swept through the air. After some time, the shockwaves finally subsided. The force attack from the enemy's battlecraft had been blocked. We're safe. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at this scene. Their minds hadn't processed what happened. Gasp! He's powerful. The leader of martial arts and the others finally arrived. They gasped in shock and stared in astonishment at the figure in gray standing erect in the air. He was just Wang Teng's slave, but he already possessed such a terrifying ability. Is this the Cosmos stage? Commander Hong muttered to himself in disbelief. He was one of the 7 martial warriors on Earth who advanced to the planetary stage. But when he saw Hardy's power, he felt extremely weak. Commander Yong, Commander Long, and many others had the same expression. It wasn't because they had a weak mentality. The scene put them in awe, and they couldn't control their emotions. Leader, commanders, Dan Taixian, Yi Ji-sin, and some others rushed over. They had reached the peak of the 13-star general stage and converted a part of their force into Constellation Force. They weren't far from achieving a breakthrough. Country Xia had 7 planetary stage martial warriors. Besides the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders, the other 3 were Old Han from the Huanghai University, Old Principal Yu Xiuxian from the First University, and the Old Principal from Jinlin University. These people were currently all in Donghai. They rushed over from the military and met up with the leader of martial arts. They had seen Hardy's attack and were flabbergasted. No one could remain composed. Chloet's expression changed slightly. There's a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Why is there a Cosmos stage martial warrior on this planet? Menka, Qing Luan, the man with golden hair, Alston, and Claude from the Black Scale race were all Cosmos stage martial warriors. They gathered together and looked at the gray figure on the screen with a frown. Interesting, there's a Cosmos stage martial warrior on this planet. Alston chuckled softly. Let me meet him. Manka was getting restless. He walked to the cabin door after he finished speaking. Okay, let's see how powerful this Cosmos stage martial warrior is and check if there are other Cosmos stage presences on this planet. If there are, things will be a little troublesome, Clote said. Swoosh! Manka flew out from the battlecraft and appeared in front of Hardy. Crossing his arms, he stared at this man in gray from afar. In front of the lofty and muscular Manka, Hardy seemed a little weak. You're not from this planet, right? Manka sized up Hardy, but he couldn't tell which race he was from. Hence, he decided to find out more information first before acting. Attack if you want to. Why waste more time? Hardy replied in his hoarse voice using common universal language. Manka squinted. If you're not from this planet, you should leave. Even a Cosmo Stage martial warrior will have to pay a huge price if you want to meddle in this affair. You're the ones that should leave. Hardy sniggered contemptuously. I'm afraid you might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1084: The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan. 1. Hardy's voice wasn't loud, but it landed clearly in the ears of the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Manka's expression changed. The other martial warriors also turned grave. There was a moment of hesitation. They were afraid at the start, but the appearance of a Heaven Stage martial warrior allowed them to have the confidence to attack this planet. However, the Cosmo Stage martial warrior's tone was too contemptuous. This meant that he had confidence in his words. The fear in their hearts rose again. Did that brat manage to inherit the Baron title from the Great Qian Empire? If not, why would there be a Cosmo Stage martial warrior here? Alston asked with a gloomy face. Impossible. The Great Qian Empire is a high-tier civilization. He's just a nobody without any background. How can he inherit the title? What right does he have? Clote asked with a black face. His gaze turned sharp. Don't think too much. Let Manka test him first. Qinglun glanced at him and replied calmly. She seemed to think that his reaction was a little huge. Outside, Manka was standing opposite Hardy, whose face couldn't be seen. The atmosphere tensed up. Manka hesitated for a second before scoffing. You sure sound confident. Our Olent Federation is a low-tier civilization, and you're just a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. What right do you have to look down on us? The Olent Federation? Dash. Hardy's tone remained unchanged. He snorted and continued. If you don't believe me, you can try. His scornful tone angered Manka. He sneered and roared in anger. All right, let me see what right you have to belittle us. Boom. He turned into a beam of blood-red light as he dashed toward Hardy at the speed of lightning. He even created a sonic boom. The symbol on Manka's body started giving off a crimson glow. A thick stench of blood boiled inside him, strengthening his physical body, while a hideous giant axe appeared in his hands. He flung it at Hardy. A special blood-red force congregated on the axe. Boom! Along with an eruption, force swept through the surroundings. Manka's expression changed slightly. He felt his axe land in the air. It didn't hit anything. How is that possible? He was astounded and retreated immediately. Be careful! Shouts were heard within the battlecraft. Boom! A strange blade glow shot out behind Manka. It slashed right on his back. Manka knew that something was amiss when he heard the sound behind him. However, he didn't have the time to evade it. He felt excruciating pain in his back. His entire body almost got torn apart, and he was thrown off his feet due to the powerful force. 100 meters away, Manka stabilized himself. He was in a bad state. Fresh blood stained his entire body, and there was a huge wound on his back. It looked gruesome and terrifying. He wiped the blood at the edge of his mouth. His face was pale, and he had lingering fears. If he hadn't released all his force in time to block the attack, he would have been chopped into two. How could he be so powerful? The leader of martial arts and the others were overjoyed. The martial warrior Wang Tungsent was extremely powerful. He was able to seriously injure an alien invader in a single strike. This was unbelievable. Mind you, the other party was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior too. He wasn't a weakling. However, he couldn't block an attack from his opponent. This is good. The aliens should be a little fearful now. Commander Yong heaved a sigh of relief. Don't put down your guard. The alien invaders win in numbers, the leader of martial arts said. Before the other could feel happy, they started frowning again. Is this all you have? As expected of a Cosmo Stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization. Hardy's figure appeared some distance away. The person behind the gray cloak seemed exceptionally relaxed and casual. However, his response made Manka feel humiliated. His race was one of the most powerful races in the Olent Federation. He rarely had any opponents. Yet, Someone taught him a lesson today. He didn't have any chances of resisting this Cosmos stage martial warrior from who knew where. One attack, and he was grievously injured. He nearly lost his life. Who are you? Mankus' eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Hardy. I'm just someone working for others, Hardy said calmly. He wouldn't say that he was a slave. He decided to put on an act. Mankus squinted. Indeed, this Cosmos stage martial warrior wasn't from this planet. He was following someone's order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clote, Alston, Qing Luan, and the others flew out from the battlecraft. Hardy's power had given them a shock. They had to make an appearance. Manka alone wasn't enough to stop the other party. Manka, are you all right? Alston asked. Puff. Manka spat a mouth of blood. I won't die. Qing Luan kept quiet and waved her hands. Numerous droplets of light landed on Mankus' wound, which started healing at a visible speed. Qing Lun's treatment skill was much better than Bill Yuo and Alace. Although the injury couldn't heal immediately, she was able to lessen its severity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1085 The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan 2. Thank you. Manka thanked Qing Luan gratefully. You can thank me later. Let's deal with this person first. Qing Luan waved her hand and said calmly, Your light force treatment is not bad. Hardy looked at Qing Luan in surprise. Do you plan to be our enemy? Claude asked. I'm just following orders. Hardy glanced at the 8 Cosmos stage martial warriors in front of him, getting a little more serious. Following orders? Whose orders? Claude asked. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. I think you know the answer. Why are you still asking me? Hardy replied while looking at him mockingly. Wang Tung. Claude blurted out the name. He lost his last ounce of hope. What he was afraid of still happened in the end. Manka, Qing Luan, and the others were stunned too. They exchanged glances with one another. I suggest that y'all should leave. Hardy glanced at them and said calmly. Claude, and the others appeared a little hesitant. However, the next moment, their expressions changed, and their gazes turned cold and sinister. Kill them. All their doubts disappeared. The martial warriors attacked simultaneously. Ruthless killing intent surged out of their bodies as they charged toward Hardy. Hardy's expression changed slightly. Then he disappeared. Be careful. His footwork is a little strange, Manka reminded them. Everyone knew this, so they remained vigilant. They saw what happened clearly when they were in the battlecraft. The enemy vanished and then appeared behind Manka without any warning. Even as bystanders, they couldn't catch Hardy's figure. This proved how strange and scary his footwork was. W.O. boom. A blade glow slashed out, aimed at Qing Luan. Qing Luan furrowed her brows. A sharp white glow erupted from the sword in her hand. The other martial warriors reacted and flew towards the spot where the bald glow appeared. Unfortunately, Hardy had already vanished. Boom, boom, boom. The blade glows raged in the air, cutting through space and dashing out of nowhere. It was impossible to predict their paths of attack. The 8 Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were in a state of panic as they tried to block the attacks. They couldn't find Hardy's real location. Many of them were already injured. If they didn't win in numbers, they would have been killed. Boom! 3 Cosmos stage martial warriors were thrown back. More blade marks appeared on their bodies. They were in a bad mood. This fellow is too strong. Clote panted heavily and said in a grave tone, He has space talent. It's not footwork. Alston exclaimed in shock. Space talent. How can a Cosmos stage martial warrior have such a strong grasp of space power? Everyone was flabbergasted. He might be from a powerful race in the universe. This person hides behind his gray cloak and doesn't reveal his appearance. I think he's trying to hide his identity, Clote said. Damn it. Why will he be willing to work for others? Alston said with an ugly expression. What should we do now? Damn it. This is a sly fellow. He won't fight with us head on, Manka shouted in frustration. He wanted to take revenge for that blade attack, only to realize that he was thinking too much. He had no hope at all. Come out if you dare, you bastard. Why are you hiding? Manka shouted. Boom. Hardy didn't reply to him with words. Instead, he was welcomed with an emotionless blade glow. F***K. Manka dodged frantically. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed uncontrollably. Idiot! Clote snorted. You! Manka was furious. Enough. Let's not waste any time. Let's choose one person to catch the Wong family while we stop this Cosmo Stage martial warrior, Alston suggested. He'll go. Clote blinked and retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, many figures dashed out from the battlecraft above them. There were both planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors, their numbers reaching hundreds. These people followed Clote and soared into the city, looking for signs of the Wong family to capture them. How dare you? Hardy was enraged. He bellowed and released his blade glow, aiming it at Clote and the others. He wanted to stop them. Ha, you finally appeared. Alston laughed. The 7 Cosmo Stage martial warriors stopped one Cosmo Stage martial warrior forcefully. Clote took the chance to dash down. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't know where the Wong family was hiding, so Clote attacked wherever he saw. The buildings around him were all destroyed like pieces of tofu. In front of Planetary Stage, Celestial Stage, and Cosmo Stage martial warriors, these buildings were nothing. Soon, he noticed the Global Union building in the middle of Donghai, as well as the QY E-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza. Clote was extremely familiar with this spacecraft. Wang Tung had taken it to escape to the Great Qian Empire. He chased the Cosmos-level spacecraft all the way, wanting to snatch it from Wang Tung. In the end, he failed. Until today, he still regretted being too greedy and coveting the Cosmos-level spacecraft. If not, he would have stopped Wang Tung a long time ago, and he wouldn't be able to escape to the Great Qian Empire. That way, all these things wouldn't have happened. Things would have ended right at the start. Unfortunately, there was no turning back time. He just hoped that he could find the Wong family quickly so that when Wang Tung returned, they would be able to control him. The Baron of a high-tier civilization had a higher status than them, but Heaven Stage martial warriors wouldn't be afraid of him. The Olent Federation had 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Many thoughts went through his mind. A sharp glint flashed in Clote's eyes as he led his men straight toward the QY E-63 spacecraft. Oh shit, they're coming. Everyone's expression changed. They were appalled. They were extremely weak in front of these formidable alien invaders. They had no chance of resisting. Even so, they gritted their teeth and prepared to stop them. Fortunately, the Celestial Stage martial warriors Wang Tung sent oversaw this scene too. Half of them charged out of the QY E-63 spacecraft and headed toward Clote and his men. Celestial Stage martial warriors. Clote's pupils narrowed. He was shocked. Celestial Stage martial warriors were a piece of cake for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior like him. However, there were around 30 of them, with all of them at the 9th level Celestial Stage. This was a strong team, which not everyone could mobilize. But so what? Kill! Clote glared at them and shouted coldly. In an instant, both parties clashed, and an intense battle ensued. The 9th level Celestial Stage martial warriors all came from races with great talent. Ordinary Celestial Stage martial warriors couldn't be compared to them. Soon, the martial warriors from the Olent Federation started to back down. The Planetary Stage martial warriors were killed instantly, while the Celestial Stage martial warriors had no chance of resisting either. They were killed after a few rounds. Cries of agony filled up the air. Clote was furious. He was surrounded by 15 9th-level Celestial Stage martial warriors, and he couldn't break free. Move! He was indignant. He roared loudly and started hurling powerful attacks out without any mercy. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks from both sides collided. 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors could barely resist Clote's attacks. The battle formation of these 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors was extraordinary. They came from a special race in the universe called the Earth Formation Race. They could merge their forces together using a unique method and release a greater and more formidable power. For instance, the combined forces of 15 celestial stage martial warriors were enough to challenge a cosmos stage martial warrior. Wang Tung bought slaves from this race because of this ability. Naturally, they were a little more expensive compared to normal slaves. At this moment, Clote was shuttling back and forth within the battle formation. He was enraged because he couldn't break free. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1086. This is just a small price you have to pay. 1. In the sky above Donghai, the battle got heated. Everyone was deeply worried. Hardy was fighting with the 7 Cosmos stage martial warriors. Even a powerful warrior like him found it a little difficult to face 7 men of the same level. However, the 7 martial warriors from the Olent Federation were suffering too. The enemy was too hard to deal with, and he moved around like a phantom. Since they were unable to get a lock on him, they couldn't make any effective attacks. Clote, can you handle it? If you can't, let me do it. Manka looked down from the sky and shouted impatiently. On the other side, Clote was still blocked by the 15 celestial stage martial warriors. His face was as black as the bottom of the pot. Despite being a mighty Cosmos stage martial warrior, he was unable to step past these few celestial stage martial warriors. He would be laughed at if others learned about this. Clote felt humiliated when he heard Manka's words. He remained silent and released all the force in his body. A terrifying glow gathered on his blade, shooting right into the sky. Die! Clote used his ultimate attack in a fit of anger. The blade glow swept forward, knocking all the 15 celestial stage martial warriors back. 5 of them exploded from the powerful impact, scattering a bloody mist in the air. They were dead. The battle formation formed by these 9th-level celestial stage martial warriors finally couldn't hold on. There was a chasm between the celestial stage and the cosmos stage. Actually, if Clote had dragged the fight a little longer, the celestial stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to stop him much longer. However, time was tight, and Manka provoked him further. That was why he decided to use his ultimate attack to break the formation. The remaining 10 9th-level celestial stage martial warriors were seriously injured. They had expanded much of their energy, so they were unable to continue fighting. Clote's gaze turned sharp. He was about to kill them all. At this moment, the remaining celestial stage martial warriors in the QY E-63 spacecraft rushed out. These celestial stage martial warriors came from another race. Their ability wasn't weak either. They were here to stop Clote. The 10 badly injured celestial stage martial warriors retreated to the back and guarded the Wang family in the spacecraft as they nursed themselves. When Wang Tung sent them to Earth, he gave Hardy a huge sum of money so that he could purchase resources. He also gave them some healing dawn and dawn that could replenish their force. This was the right time to use them. The dawn Wang Tung made personally had better effects than a normal pill. After consuming the pills, their injuries and forces started healing and recuperating quickly. The color was coming back to their pale faces. Clote felt frustrated. He had spent a lot of effort taking care of these celestial stage martial warriors, but now there was another group of them. How many celestial stage martial warriors were there in the spacecraft? He was going mad. He was once again stopped by these celestial stage martial warriors and couldn't capture the Wang family. Damn it, where did all these martial warriors come from? All of them are elites. Each of them is as strong as 10 normal martial warriors. Manka and the other aliens in the sky were exasperated. They didn't think that their few hundred martial warriors would get annihilated by a martial warrior team of fewer than 30 people. Let's ask for their help. We don't have enough manpower. Alston took a deep breath and said. The 7 martial warriors turned somber. Finally, they nodded and sent a message to the battlecraft. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted from the battlecraft. Another 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors flew out from within. Hardy's expression changed slightly. He appeared some distance away and stared coldly at the 5 new martial warriors. Alston, y'all are useless. The 7 of you can't even beat a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. Among the 5 Cosmo Stage martial warriors, one of them had golden hair. This was the man who snorted. Oliver, you should have seen how powerful the enemy is. Help us quickly. You won't be able to bear the responsibility if we fail the mission, Alston said impatiently with a black face. Oliver snorted. He didn't waste any more time and dashed toward Hardy. With their addition, there were 12 Cosmo Stage martial warriors surrounding him now. Despicable. Hardy was furious. He might be powerful, but he wasn't confident that he could win against 12 martial warriors at the same level as him. He might even lose his life here. As long as we can kill you, it's all right to be despicable. Oliver smirked. There was a tinge of mockery in his tone. He loved to see Hardy feeling exasperated. Hardy's gaze turned sharp. He stopped arguing with the other party and took a deep breath. Then, he executed his space power and disappeared. He wasn't stupid. There were too many Cosmo Stage martial warriors, so he wouldn't fight them head-on. Surround the area. Don't let him run away. Oliver scanned his surroundings and shouted. The 12 Cosmo Stage martial warriors scattered and released their forces into their surroundings. Ceilings sealed the space around them. The entire sky had turned into a cage with force as its walls. Boom! A blade glow slashed out from nowhere and slammed into the edge of the cage. The martial warrior standing at this side frowned. He released a sword glow and struck the blade glow ahead of him. Unfortunately, the blade glow was more powerful than he thought. His sword glow was shattered instantly. Splurt! The blade glow continued flying towards him and smashed into his body. His face turned pale as he vomited blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1087, this is just a small price you have to pay, too. Hardy wanted to take the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, but a loud roar rang around him. Thinking of running away? 3 Cosmo Stage martial warriors appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks followed their yell. They didn't hold back at all, as if they wanted Hardy dead. Hardy's face wasn't looking good. He was forced to back off. The space behind him fluctuated, and his figure disappeared. He escaped again. Manka scanned the surroundings to find Hardy, feeling annoyed. He's very cunning. Oliver frowned. He finally understood how tricky his opponent was. However, the method they used just now proved to be useful. They repeated it again, forming a force cage in the surroundings and not giving Hardy any chance to escape. Hardy didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He attacked the cage again and again, trying to break out of it. Every time the cage was breached, several Cosmo Stage martial warriors who were nearby would rush over, preventing him from escaping. After repeating this several times, Hardy consumed a lot of energy and was in a difficult position. On the other side, Claude had finally broken past the encirclement of the Celestial Stage martial warriors. The 20 Celestial Stage martial warriors suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were killed or injured and were unable to hold back Claude, a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. Only 18 Celestial Stage martial warriors survived. All of them retreated to the QY E-63 spacecraft. Hardy got anxious when he saw what had happened. He was being held back and was unable to save anyone from the Wong family. If he knew this would happen, he would have left Earth with them instead of getting involved with these invaders. But it was too late. Saving his own life was more important than saving Earth. He'll have to use that move. Hardy was struggling internally. He didn't want to use it as it would hurt his origin. Chloe's expression was grim, along with killing intent in his eyes. He then roared, "Hand over the Wong family, and I will leave your corpse intact. Dream on. Our master will not let you off if you kill anyone from the Wong family." A Celestial Stage martial warrior retorted with blood dripping from his mouth. "Master? A futile resistance." Cloak beheaded him with a scoff. Step by step, he headed towards the QY E-63 spacecraft. One by one, celestial stage martial warriors came out to resist, but all got killed. In an instant, the ground and spacecraft were painted red, littered with limbs and corpses. After a while, only 6 celestial stage martial warriors remained out of the initial 18. They all had serious injuries. The leader of martial arts and the others saw this scene from a distance, and their pupils constricted into needles. They were filled with rage. They wanted to rescue them, but they were helpless in front of the Cosmos stage martial warrior. No matter how great the plan was, it would be rendered useless in front of absolute strength. Cries of pain and agony abound. The celestial stage martial warriors fell onto the pool of blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. Was in the end, there was only one person left. Clote was emotionless. There was no pity in his eyes as he raised his blade to cut him down. Enough! An old voice came from within the spacecraft. Grandpa Wong walked out of the spacecraft with the help of Wang Shenghua and the others. You all are finally willing to come out. Clote turned and immediately recognized the Wong family. There was a cold smile on his face. Don't come out. The last celestial stage martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted at the top of his voice. Enough. Stop this massacre. Grandpa Wong shook his head and said tiredly, It would have been better if you came out earlier. Clote smiled sinisterly. His blade was still up in the air. He then swung it toward the celestial stage martial warrior. Master is coming soon. All of you will be buried with me. The celestial stage martial warrior seemed to have expected it and uttered his last words with a hint of determination in his eyes. Boom! He actually blew himself up. With the celestial stage martial warrior as its core, the horrifying explosion swept across the surroundings, engulfing Clote in it. Fortunately, Grandpa Wong and the others were still within the shields and were not affected. Is he dead? Wang Xinghong and the others looked at the explosion in horror. Some of them couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't think that the Cosmos stage martial warrior would still kill the last celestial stage martial warrior, even after they had appeared. He wasn't going to stop. Neither did they expect the celestial stage martial warrior to self-destruct with such decisiveness. The explosion slowly dissipated, and the dust slowly settled down. A figure stood there. TSK. Damn it. Clote's cold voice quashed the hopes in their hearts. He's still not dead. The Wong family's expressions changed drastically. Step by step, Clote walked out, looking disheveled. His clothes were slightly damaged, and there was blood oozing out from his wounds. His face was a mask of indifference and ruthlessness, though. A Cosmos stage martial warrior was forced to such a point. An uncontrollable rage surged in his heart, almost like a volcano that was about to erupt. Clote glared at the Wong family. His eyes were filled with resentment and viciousness as an overwhelming aura surged from him. The Wong family members went pale and even trembled uncontrollably. There were only planetary disciples among them. Some were even ordinary people. They couldn't withstand a Cosmos stage martial warrior's rage. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1088. This is just a small price you have to pay. 3. Get out. Clote shouted in a ruthless voice. He stayed on the spot and didn't move forward anymore. The Wong family felt their hearts palpitating violently. They hesitated. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh broke the tension in the air. Why do you have to force me? Hardy came out of hiding and glanced around him. There was a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful and strange fluctuation surged out from his body. The space around him started trembling. Amid cracking sounds, pitch-black lines of dimensional rifts formed around him. Quick, stop him! The Cosmos stage martial warriors were appalled. They sensed a huge threat from Hardy. If they didn't stop him, something extremely terrifying would happen. Hence, all of them charged toward Hardy and hurled attacks at him without stopping. Hardy disregarded them. He stared at Clote and gave a warning. You can't touch the Wong family. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, Invisible space fluctuations swept out with him as the center. They cut through space like airwaves. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks exploded when they touched the spatial fluctuations. However, the fluctuations didn't disappear. They continued spreading. The martial warriors flying forward squinted. Their heads turned numb, and all of them used their ultimate moves in an attempt to block the fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. However, it was all in vain. The attacks were nullified when they touched the fluctuations. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors turned pale and flew backward in midair as if they were struck by lightning, vomiting a huge mouthful of blood. They were terrified and full of disbelief. The fluctuations started flowing toward them again. This time, they had no time to resist. If they got hit by the fluctuations, they would be torn into two. All the Cosmos Stage martial warriors were white in the face. They felt hopeless. Oomph. A snort suddenly sounded in the sky. A figure appeared behind Hardy out of the blue and struck his back with his palm. Splurt. Hardy's expression changed. He vomited a mouth of blood and was thrown forward violently. His body fell to the ground like a sandbag boom. A huge hole appeared on the ground after a loud crash. The fluctuations disappeared without a trace after losing Hardy's support. It was as if they had never appeared. The other Cosmos Stage martial warriors had white faces. They still had lingering fears. The dimensional rifts were only less than a meter away from them. They didn't have any chance of running away and would be instantly killed. Thank you, President. The Cosmos Stage martial warrior thanked the white-haired elder gratefully. The person who attacked Hardy was the president of St. Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo. He was also one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation. President Sheng Luo was dressed in a white gown. He stood in midair calmly with his hands behind his back and nodded slowly. Cough. Hardy stumbled his way out of the dust while coughing blood. The gray gown he was wearing was torn, revealing his strange body beneath. His body was almost transparent. There were occult black patterns on his skin. He had facial features, but they seemed to be formed from liquid. His face was making slow waves, so it was hard to see his real face or remember how he looked. I didn't expect to see a shadow assassin here. President Sheng Luo said calmly with a hint of astonishment on his face. Shadow Assassin Clan. Alston, Manka, and the others were stunned for a moment before they reacted. The Shadow Assassin Clan. It was one of the top 20 powerful races in the entire universe. No wonder this martial warrior was so powerful. They finally understood the reason and stared at Hardy in bewilderment. They couldn't push down their emotions. They didn't understand why this shadow assassin was on Earth. They were hard to find even in the universe. A formidable warrior like you shouldn't be a slave. Are you interested in coming to my St. Star Pagoda? The president asked. St. Star Pagoda? What's that? I've never heard of it. Hardy shook his head and replied contemptuously. President Sheng Luo furrowed his brow. He was being looked down upon. Anger started to boil in his heart. I invited you with sincerity, but you're looking down on me. This was infuriating. Menka, Alston, and the others felt speechless too. This shadow assassin was tempting fate. How dare he speak to the president like this? Did he have a death wish? You don't know what's good for you. President Sheng Luo replied angrily. Anyway, as a Heaven Stage martial warrior, don't you find it embarrassing to ambush me? Hardy scorned. The Heaven Stage, the leader of martial arts, and the others were flabbergasted. This elder was actually a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Damn it, Earth was finished. I just wanted to teach you a small lesson. President Sheng Luo answered. A small lesson? Hardy mocked. He was heavily injured, and the move he made just now had harmed his origin of soul. He plunked himself on the ground and panted. What a pity. I didn't manage to finish my mission, but I tried my best. Master won't blame me for not completing the mission properly, right? Is it worth it for a little planetary stage martial warrior? President Sheng Luo asked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1089, This is just a small price you have to pay, for it doesn't matter if it's worth it. Only he can give me what I want. You can't, Hardy replied indifferently. The president of St. Star Pagoda frowned. He stopped talking to Hardy and looked down in the Wong family's direction. Wong Tung killed my instructors and disrupted our trial. He must give me an answer for his actions. Since he ran away, y'all can answer for him. Are you going to come out yourselves, or do I have to invite you? There's a limit to my patience. They'll destroy a city every minute if you don't come out. He waved his hand, and a large screen appeared in the sky. The screen was showing a bird's-eye view of a city. A battlecraft gradually stopped above the city, and its cannon began gathering force. The civilians below were in a panic while despair engulfed the entire city. Cries were all that could be heard. "That's City Shan!" Someone exclaimed in shock, immediately recognizing the place as City Shan in Country Xia. They're going to destroy City Shan. Damn it, this is too much. How dare they? How can they? The leader of martial arts and the others turned pale. Their hearts were aching. They didn't think that the alien invaders would do such a thing, no. Grandpa Wong shouted. Boom! It was too late. President Sheng Luo didn't give them any chance, destroying a city just like that. On the screen, the force glow soared down from the sky and crashed into the city. A deafening explosion thundered, and everything was swallowed by the beam of light. Cries and screams of despair were drowned out. All that was left was the glaring ball of light. When the light dissipated, a giant and deep hole replaced City Shan. The leader of martial arts and the others stared at the screen absent-mindedly. The Wong family was in a daze too. President Sheng Luo remained indifferent as he watched the happenings. It was as if he had just wiped out an ant nest. This was nothing to him. Why? Why do you have to do this? Grandpa Wong asked with a pale face. This is just a demonstration. President Sheng Luo replied nonchalantly. The countdown starts now. You. Grandpa Wong was at a loss for words. He pointed at the president and trembled in anger. You're too naive. A city is nothing to them. Hardy shook his head as he murmured to himself. The leader of martial arts was filled with anguish. He didn't know what to say anymore. There was only hatred left in his gaze. 1 minute is almost up. President Sheng Luo ignored their gazes and continued lightheartedly. The image on the screen changed. It was another city. This was a renowned, modernized city in the White Eagle Nation. Similarly, there was a universe battlecraft floating in the air, amassing force in its cannon as it prepared to wipe this city out. Faces of despair appeared on the screen. President Sheng Luo intentionally showed this scene so that the Wong family could see them and suffer mentally. He wanted to make them the sinners of this planet. The next moment, Grandpa Wong led the Wong family out of the E-63 spacecraft. Everyone was looking at them in sorrow and silence. Have you given up already? How disappointing. President Sheng Luo shook his head. Boom! The force attack was fired from the battlecraft. It landed on the city in the White Eagle Nation, and an earth-shaking explosion occurred again. Ultimate destruction. The Wong family widened their eyes in terror. They didn't expect the other party to go back on his words. Although they came out, he still destroyed the city. Youpft! Grandpa Wong clutched his chest and spurted out a mouth of blood. This is just a small price you have to pay, President Sheng Luo said softly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1090 Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. Won a small price. The destruction of an entire city was just a small price. The people on Earth were enraged, their faces turning red uncontrollably. The leaders of the nations clenched their fists tightly. They were gritting their teeth so tightly that their gums almost bled, especially the commander and head of the White Eagle Nation. Pain and sorrow pierced into their hearts and bones when they saw a city in their country being leveled. Their eyes bloodshot. They roared in anger like a wild beast in despair. The leader of martial arts felt the same way. City Shan from Country Xia was destroyed too. The lives in a city got taken away right in front of their eyes. Yet, to these alien invaders, this was just a small price they had to pay. How apathetic were they toward lives such that they could make this decision? The Wong family was a mess too. Grandpa Wong suddenly vomited blood due to anger, and his face turned as pale as paper. It frightened the Wong family. After all, Grandpa Wong wasn't young anymore. Father Wang Shengwa and his siblings quickly held on to Grandpa Wong and shouted agitatedly. Clote stood some distance away. He sneered, "Weaklings like you are so fragile." The Wong family was furious. Bang! Clote's gaze turned sharp. An immense aura swarmed out of his body and landed on the Wong family. "I'll dig out your eyeballs if you continue staring at me." The Wong family turned pale under the massive pressure. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. They felt exasperated and fearful. This was the natural fear of a weakling towards someone more powerful than him, especially the ladies and the youngsters. They were used to leading a life of luxury and had never faced such threats. They were petrified. "Cough. I'm fine." Grandpa Wong straightened his back after coughing out some blood. He waved his hands. His voice attracted the other family members' attention and stopped the Wong family from confronting Clote. They were the weaker party. They would gain nothing from confronting the other party. Instead, they had everything to lose and suffer. In the sky, the Cosmos stage martial warriors looked down at the Wong family with no sympathy. They stared at them in contempt, mocking them for thinking too highly of themselves. Did they think that they could escape them? So what if they hid? Any resistance was useless. In the end, they still walked out obediently and fell in their hands. "Seize them and bring them away." President Sheng Luo's calm voice echoed in the sky. "Yes." Clote blinked and hurriedly bowed as he received the order. With a wave of his hand, a few planetary stage martial warriors from the Olin Federation went forward to handcuff the Wong family. They were treated like prisoners. "Be obedient," a martial warrior shouted. The entire world was watching this scene. No one hated the Wong family. There was only sorrow and boundless hatred for the alien invaders left in their hearts. These alien invaders wreaked havoc in their home and destroyed 2 cities ruthlessly. They even captured Wang Tung's family to force him to listen to them. Wang Tung was the last hope of Earth. These alien invaders wanted to kill their last glimmer of hope in the crib. They were despicable and heartless. The leader of martial arts, the 3 great commanders, and Dan Taixian could only watch the Wong family getting taken away. There was nothing they could do. Helplessness corroded their hearts. They were full of regret because they couldn't protect the Wong family. The Wong family was sent into the sky by the planetary stage martial warriors. They flew towards the battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Everyone stared at them as if they would never return after leaving. "Destroy this planet." President Sheng Luo's voice was heard once again without any warning. The Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olin Federation were stunned. They didn't think that their president would still want to destroy this planet after capturing the Wong family. He spared no one. Actually, a life planet was a good asset. Turning all Earthlings into slaves was much more profitable. However, St. Star Pagoda wanted an answer. They wanted to use Earth as a warning to others and let them know that no one could provoke them, much less a remote planet like Earth. What? All the leaders widened their eyes in anger as they stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief and fear. He wanted to exterminate their planet. This was crazy. They turned pale in shock, feeling a chill creeping up their spine all the way to their heads. They were numb. A huge commotion erupted on Earth. "Oh my God, the alien invaders want to destroy our planet. Bastards, they must be beasts. They're not humans. Since death is the only option, let's fight with them. There's nothing to be scared of now. This is outrageous. Even if we die, we must cut a piece of meat from these aliens. Let's fight for our lives. We're civilians of Earth. We will not die without a fight. Everyone, take out your weapons. This is a life-or-death battle. Continue fighting. Kill. Kill." The despair in everyone's hearts ignited their fighting spirit and unyielding attitude. All the martial warriors howled in anger and stood up. They raised their weapons and charged toward the battlecraft in the sky, wanting to pull the alien invaders down to hell with them. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stared at them with disdain. They felt that these Earthlings were overestimating themselves. They weren't their match at all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1091, Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 2. How can you do this? Grandpa Wong stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief. He was an old man who had lived for many years, but he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Sheng Luo's shamelessness. I didn't say that I wouldn't destroy Earth. President Sheng Luo replied calmly with no changes in his expression. Ew. Grandpa Wong didn't know what to say. You couldn't judge a shameless person using the standards of a human. President Sheng Luo disregarded Grandpa Wong. He frowned slightly when he saw the Cosmo Stage martial warriors standing in their original positions absent-mindedly. Didn't you hear me? Yes. The Cosmo Stage martial warriors regained their composure. President Sheng Luo was one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. They couldn't disobey him. The Cosmo Stage martial warriors gave a sinister smile as they glanced at the Earthlings. Then, they returned to the battlecraft. A considerable amount of energy was needed to destroy a planet. Thus, the Cosmo Stage martial warriors had to activate the Planet Annihilation Cannon on board the battlecraft to achieve this. The Planet Annihilation Cannon was a weapon that could raise an entire planet. Among all the Cosmo Stage martial warriors, only Qing Luan showed signs of unwillingness and sorrow. However, she had to obey orders. If she disobeyed President Sheng Luo, her race would be put on Saint Star Pagoda's blacklist, and the younger generations could forget about entering the institution. The Saint Star Pagoda was a powerful faction in the Olent Federation. She couldn't offend them. Hence, after a slight moment of hesitation, she followed Manka and the others back to the battlecraft. President Sheng Luo looked to Hardy and said, I can give you one more chance. Come with me to Saint Star Pagoda or get exterminated along with Earth. Not interested. Hardy scoffed impolitely. He looked at Sheng Luo as if he were a dead man. He knew that these people would have to pay a huge price for using this method to threaten his master. Did they think that a baron of a high-tier civilization was so easy to bully? Stubborn. President Sheng Luo felt infuriated for some reason when he saw Hardy's gaze. He snorted. Despite inviting the other party earnestly, he got rejected. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he had never suffered this treatment before. He ignored Hardy and disappeared on the spot. All the battlecrafts started flying out of Earth. Stop them. Stop them quickly. The leaders of the nations hurriedly gave their orders. They were agitated. The most powerful fighter jets on Earth soared into the sky and started attacking the battlecraft from the Olent Federation. Boom, boom, boom. Force attacks slammed on the battlecraft, creating balls and balls of dazzling lights. Unfortunately, it was useless. Compared to the Olent Federation, the technology on Earth was too lacking. These attacks wouldn't do much damage to the defense shield of the battlecraft, much less harm their main body. Even if they did manage to break the defense shield, these attacks, which were less powerful than planetary stage attacks, couldn't affect the body of the battlecraft at all. Swoosh! Beams of light shot out from the universe battlecraft. The fighter jets from Earth dodged frantically, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of the light beams. In an instant, they were struck down. Boom! 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 The fighter jets exploded and turned into balls of fire as they plummeted to the ground. However, numerous fighter jets continued soaring into the sky, flying towards the universe battlecraft and using their lives to stop them. The alien invaders will be leaving the planet soon. Activate the space shift array, the head of the White Eagle Nation said grimly. I agree. None of the heads hesitated. All of them made the same decision. There was no path of retreat. Activating the space shift array and wandering in the universe was the only solution. If the aliens didn't leave Earth, they wouldn't have the chance to activate this array. However, they had the opportunity now. All right, activate the space shift array. The leader of martial arts nodded. We must stop the alien invaders, and by some time, the head of the White Eagle Nation said. Orders were handed down. The entire world started moving. All the martial warriors were giving it their all for Earth's last chance of survival, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Fighter jets flew into the sky, advancing waves upon waves to block the universe battlecraft, buying time for the activation of the space shift array. Countless fighter jets exploded like fireworks, dazzling people's eyes for a second before falling into darkness. This was a beautiful yet tragic scene. Rune Masters rushed toward the location of the space shift array, hastening the speed of its activation. They had already made preparations before this, but the array covered the entire planet. It was difficult to activate it. They needed a long preparation time. Also, after activating the array, it needed time to gather space energy before it could start working. All this needed time. Time passed slowly. Numerous fighter jets and martial warriors from Earth had perished by now. However, they were still unable to stop the battlecraft from the Olan Federation. After some time, all the battlecraft left Earth and floated in the universe. The azure blue planet in front of them spun slowly. This was Earth. In the huge battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors stood beside President Sheng Luo and admired the planet ahead of them. Chapter 1092, Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 3. What a beautiful planet, Oliver said with a smile. Unfortunately, it's going to turn into dust soon. Claude from the Black Scale Race sniggered. To think that these Earthlings attempted to stop us. They're so naive, Manka snorted in disdain. They're just natives of a backward planet. There are many other planets like this in the universe. There's no reason to feel pity for destroying it. It isn't worth much, President Sheng Luo said. Let's start. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors started instilling force into the energy storage device in front of them. Buzz, a blinding glow lit up on the battlecraft. Lines of light covered the giant battlecraft like electricity wires. A terrifying energy fluctuation emitted out of the battlecraft. Come have a look. See how your mother planet gets exterminated. This is your last chance to look at it. Sheng Luo clenched his fist. The Wang family, who was some distance away, flew over uncontrollably and landed beside him. They stared at the azure blue planet in front of them with misery in their eyes. Lin Chuan's face was white. There was a hint of helplessness on her beautiful face as a familiar figure appeared in her mind. She muttered to herself, "Why aren't you back?" "Son." Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei were panicking too. They called for their son in their hearts. So were Grandpa Wang, Wang Yanan, Wang Yalong, and many other members of the Wang family. Wang Tung was their only hope. It was agonizing to watch their planet getting destroyed right in front of them. They wished that Wang Tung could appear and save this planet on the verge of annihilation. Earth Donghai. The scene in outer space got picked up by the satellites and was shown on screens all over the world. This was majestic but sad. The universe battlecraft floated in space, consolidating energy. The scary force glow instilled fear in everyone's heart. How much longer? All the heads of the nations were burning with anxiety. They kept asking about the progress of the space shift array. We still need 5 more minutes. The leader of martial arts replied grimly. 5 minutes is too long. Can they be faster? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked. The alien invaders won't give us so much time. The head of Country Star sighed helplessly. We don't have a choice. This is the fastest they can go. The leader of martial arts couldn't do anything either. The Rune Masters have tried their best. It's all up to fate. The other heads kept quiet. They knew that everyone was giving their best. The people on Earth were working hard to buy any time they could. A second of difference meant a different outcome. Escape or exterminate. What would be their ending? No one knew. The QY E-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza in front of the Global Union building rose into the air and dashed into outer space at the speed of light. QY E-63 was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, the only one that could cause damage to the Olan Federation's battlecraft. Hardy was piloting it, working hard to earn more time for Earth. In space, the QI-63 spacecraft broke through the atmospheric layer around Earth and started launching its attack. Boom! A terrifying force attack smashed directly toward the giant battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. The Olent Federation never expected this. They endured the full force of the attack. The defense shield vibrated violently. Then, a clear breaking sound was heard. The attack managed to break a small part of the defense shield. The Olent Federation's battlecraft started shaking furiously. A blaring siren rang immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. That's a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Claude explained quickly. A Cosmos-level spacecraft. Why didn't you say that earlier? President Sheng Luo bellowed. Their battlecraft was also at the Cosmos level. Hence, it couldn't withstand a direct hit from another Cosmos-level spacecraft. Claude didn't know what to say. Quick, repair the defense shield and shoot down that spacecraft. President Sheng Luo gave an order instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Force attacks shot out from the battlecraft one after another. At the same time, the battlecraft around them gathered together and defended the giant battlecraft while attacking the QI-63 spacecraft. Hardy's face turned gloomy. He had to deal with these small battlecraft first. An intense pursuit started in outer space. A Cosmos-level spacecraft was indeed extraordinary. Those normal battlecraft were unable to strike it down. However, besides escaping, Hardy also had to deal with the occasional attacks from the giant battle fortress-like battlecraft. Boom! Suddenly, the QI-63 took a hit on the side. The QI-63 spacecraft started shaking violently. The battlecraft around it grabbed the chance and threw countless force cannons at the defense shield. Crack! The shield cracked under the onslaught. All the force attacks landed on the main body of the QI-63 spacecraft. Fortunately, this was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, so normal attacks couldn't harm it. Hardy grabbed the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. Chapter 1093 Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 4. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of all the leaders of the world. Their palms and backs were drenched in sweat too. They paid attention to what was happening in the universe, while keeping a close watch on the countdown of the array displayed on the screen. They were extremely nervous. The preparations for the space shift array were done. They only needed to give it time to finish consolidating space energy. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. At the last minute, the Planet Annihilation Cannon on the Olent Federation's battlecraft had gathered enough energy. The lines of light on the surface of the battlecraft gathered on one spot. The fortress-like battlecraft split open from the center, and the mouth of the cannon, almost half the width of the battlecraft, revealed itself. Silver light dotted the mouth of the cannon as it aimed at Earth. Immense and terrifying energy spread out. We're dead. The leaders of the nations felt their hearts sinking. Their world turned gray, and they were filled with despair. A little. Just a little. Why? What just happened? A little more, and they would be able to escape from this deadly situation. Why wouldn't God give them this chance? Was Earth going to be destroyed just like that? Countless people shouted and screamed, venting the anger and fear in their hearts. No one wanted to die. They didn't want to disappear from the universe. The human race had been exploring the universe for millions of years, always hoping that one day they could step out of Earth and proceed to a bigger stage. When the martial era arrived, they saw hope. Then, Wang Tung came out of nowhere and became the most powerful martial warrior on the planet. He even flew out of Earth and became the first human to enter the universe. Hope was right in front of them. But why? Why did they have to be exterminated at the dawn of their hope? Could Wang Tung come back in time? The same thought appeared in the hearts of numerous Earthlings. Wang Tung. Dan Taixian gritted her teeth as she floated in front of the Global Union building, repeating Wang Tung's name again and again in her heart. The leader of martial arts and the others felt helpless and depressed as they stared at the image sent back by satellite. They wished that Wang Tung could save this planet from destruction, just like how he always did in the past. But there wasn't enough time. Even at this moment, there was no sign of Wang Tung. How could he save the planet? Everything was too late. Boom. Powerful energy burst out from the mouth of the cannon. The light was blinding. It was impossible to open one's eyes and look at it. The people on Earth only saw the entire sky turning silver white like the apocalypse. Everything seemed to have lost its color. They were devoured by this beam of silver white light. Boom! At this moment, another loud explosion was heard. A powerful beam of force glow erupted from another side of outer space, aimed right at the Olent Federation's battlecraft. The attack was extremely close. It seemed to have traveled through space and arrived in the blink of an eye, even though it was released after the Planet Annihilation Cannon. It slammed into the Olent Federation's battlecraft. Bang! The defense shield broke, and the attack made contact with the main body of the battlecraft. Instantly, the battlecraft shifted a little due to the impact, and the aim of the cannon deviated. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The energy from the Planet Annihilation Cannon was finally released. It scraped past the surface of Earth. Boom! A small planet in the distance was destroyed by the cannon. It exploded from the overwhelming force and turned into dust floating in the universe. A small planet was gone within a split second. Silence. There was dead silence on Earth. Cold sweat dripped down everyone's forehead, but no one noticed it. They stared absent-mindedly at the sky. They hadn't regained their senses yet. They felt lucky that they had survived this disaster. "We're safe?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, we're still alive," someone shouted in excitement. The people on Earth were overjoyed. Some even started cheering. The leaders of the various nations woke up from their daze. They stared at the small planet that was hit with lingering fears in their hearts. What a terrifying attack. A small planet was destroyed so easily. If that attack had landed on Earth, they might have exploded in a similar way. The various leaders shivered in fear when they thought of this possibility. What happened just now? The leader of the White Eagle Nation suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. This was a good question. They turned their heads and looked at the scene in space. In the Olent Federation battlecraft, Sheng Luo and the other martial warriors didn't expect this to happen either. A little more, and they could have destroyed this planet. Their plan failed at the last step. Anyone would feel unhappy when confronted with such a scenario. You finally reached the last step to achieving your goal after spending this much time and effort. However, someone put a banana peel on the step, and you slipped and fell. Wasn't it infuriating? President Sheng Luo's expression turned grim. He looked in the direction of the attack. The Wang family also followed his gaze. The space there started vibrating as airwaves were formed. Then a cut appeared gradually and started expanding. It became bigger and bigger. The tip of a universe spacecraft peeked out from the space behind it. Its sharp metallic edge gave off a cold and harsh glimmer. As the cut became bigger, more parts of the spacecraft were revealed. Within a few seconds, an enormous spacecraft emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of everyone. What kind of presence did it have? It was ferocious, humongous, majestic, frightening. In front of this spacecraft, the battlecraft from the Olent Federation was just a puny little toy. Chapter 1094, all of them. A savage and giant spacecraft emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of the Olent Federation's battlecraft. It entered the Earthling's vision too. What is this? President Sheng Luo squinted. He felt a tremor in his heart. As for Menka, Qingluan, Alston, and the other Cosmos Stage martial warriors, they were appalled too. Based on the size of this spacecraft, the sharp and harsh glimmer of its metallic surface, and its domineering force of presence, they could tell that this was anything but ordinary. Could it be? The Wang family clenched their fists. There was excitement and anticipation on their faces. Is Wang Tung back? The thought appeared in their mind. They did have some doubts. Was Wang Tung really piloting this enormous and exceptionally frightening spacecraft? Earth. The leaders of the nations were stunned. They stared at the spacecraft that appeared out of the blue in astonishment with an unbelievable thought in their mind. Is Wang Tung back? The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders clenched their fists tightly. They were a little agitated and excited. Beep, beep, beep. The alert of the countdown suddenly sounded in the Global Union building. 10, 9, 8. The space shift array was at its last 10 seconds of countdown. The people in the building woke up from their stupor. The space shift array was about to be activated. For a moment, there was a dilemma on all their faces. They weren't sure if the spacecraft belonged to Wang Tung. Also, if he couldn't stop the Olin Federation, it would be a huge waste. The space shift array had a long cooling period if it was interrupted. They would need even more time to reactivate it. However, after a second of hesitation, the leader of martial arts still ordered his men to deactivate the space shift array. The activation was stopped 3 seconds before the launch. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. None of the other leaders objected to it. After all, none of them wanted to roam aimlessly in the universe. They would have to face many unknown dangers at that time. All their hopes were placed on the gigantic spacecraft that just appeared. The network of the Global Union building got hacked. The same thing happened all around the world. No one could control it. The screens on people's computers, phones, and walls of malls became blurry. Then, the image changed, and the figure of a young man appeared. Wang Tung. The person on the screen was Wang Tung. "I'm sorry I came late." A solemn voice sounded from his throat. Everyone standing in front of the screen heard him. Their eyes turned red. Some even wept in joy. He returned. Wang Tung was finally back. Earth was safe. They believed in Wang Tung just like how they did in the past. They believed that once he was back, Earth would be saved. And see this guy. Dan Taixian, Yi Jisin, and some others were standing on top of a high-rise building. Dan Taixian felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard Wang Tung's voice. "It's good that you're back," Yi Jisin lamented. There was happiness shimmering in his eyes, too. In the Global Union building, the leaders were elated upon seeing Wang Tung's face. Indeed, that spacecraft belonged to him. "Ha ha ha, he's back." Commander Hong laughed uncontrollably. "He's finally back." The leader of martial arts shook his head. His emotions just went on a roller coaster ride. It was finally back on land. Earth is saved. Commander Yong let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. "Yes, we're safe." The leader of martial arts nodded. No matter how powerful their opponent was, the leader of martial arts also had inexplicable confidence in Wang Tung. "Who are you?" A voice came from within the Olin Federation's battlecraft. "Olin Federation, you deserve to die," was the reply from the gigantic spacecraft. The anger in the voice was apparent. If he came a second later, Earth would have been razed. His family and friends would vanish along with it. The Olin Federation must die. Wang Tung, President Sheng Luo said coldly. He recognized who this person was. "That's right. It's me. Aren't you looking for me? I'm back now." Wang Tung's voice was eerie and icy like a spirit that crawled out from hell. He gave his order instantly. Attack and destroy all battlecraft of the Olin Federation. All of them. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying attacks shot out from the spacecraft immediately, raining down on the Olin Federation's battlecraft. Wang Tung's spacecraft was a universe-level spacecraft. Not only was its defense ability exceptional, but the weapons on it were also powerful. Ordinary weapons were nothing in front of the power and speed of these weapons. The weapons all spat fire at Wang Tung's order, encompassing the enemy like a net. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft exploded and turned into balls of flame. Reduced to cosmic dust within a few seconds, all the universe battlecrafts sent by the Olin Federation were wiped out. Only the battle fortress managed to escape from destruction. However, it had become a general without an army. Before Sheng Luo could react, this was the scene left for the invaders. They widened their eyes in shock. All of them were flabbergasted. Wang Tung, the roar of an injured wild beast escaped President Sheng Luo's mouth. Clote, Manka, and the other martial warriors were trembling in fear. Their pupils constricted. They were honestly scared. This fierce-looking giant spacecraft was terrifying. In an instant, it destroyed their army of battlecraft. The planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors in them were killed too. What would have happened if those attacks landed on the spacecraft? Would they be able to escape death? The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stood in dead silence. They finally experienced the despair the people on Earth had some time ago. This despair came from their inability to resist. Their fate was entirely in the other party's hands. On Earth, the leader of martial arts felt invigorated. His frustration was vented. The alien invaders deserved it. He remembered how arrogant and haughty they were in the past. They killed the people on Earth as if they were ants. The entire planet almost got annihilated. How evil and ruthless. Now it was finally their turn. The Olent Federation's battlecraft had no chance of resisting in front of Wang Tung's enormous spacecraft. Powerful attacks hammered down like bolts of heavenly lightning. Chapter 1095. Kill them. Dead silence. There was not a peep inside the battlecraft. Sheng Luo's face was as dark as the clouds before a thunderstorm. Wang Tung's oppressiveness exceeded his expectations. So did the spacecraft. If he was right, this must be a heaven-level or above spacecraft. It might even be a universe-level spacecraft. But how was that possible? Wang Tung was just a native martial warrior from this backward planet. Even if he became the Baron of the Great Qian Empire, he wouldn't be able to afford a thing like that. Besides, according to the information he received, there was no mention of a universe-level spacecraft. He felt like killing this young man. One mistake, and the entire plan failed. His informant told him that they had the ability to deal with this young brat. Yet, the result was different from his expectations. Even as a heaven-stage martial warrior, the universe-level spacecraft alone was enough to give him second thoughts about targeting Wang Tung. President Sheng Luo, what should we do? Cloak gulped. He knew that it wouldn't be easy dealing with Wang Tung. One extremely powerful spacecraft was enough to put them in a dire situation. How were they supposed to fight? The Cosmos Stage martial warriors would be smashed into pieces once they stepped out. Sheng Luo took a deep breath and said with a sharp gaze, Wang Tung, do you think you'll win? Still stubborn at the brink of death. Wang Tung scoffed. Take a look. Where are they? Sheng Luo brought the Wang family out into space. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Wang Tung's expression changed. A boundless killing intent surged out from his heart. That idiot Hardy allowed his family to land in the hands of the Olent Federation. What on earth was he doing? Rage was bubbling in him like a volcano about to erupt. Wang Tung and Enlon dashed out from the spacecraft. They stared into Sheng Luo's eyes. A heaven-stage martial warrior. Sheng Luo squinted when he saw Enlon. He was in disbelief. Wang Tung had a heaven-stage martial warrior under his wing. Little Tung, son, Grandpa Wang, Wang Shenghua, and Li Xiaomei were surprised and elated when they saw Wang Tung. They called his name subconsciously. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll save you. Wang Tung got worried when he saw his family. His gaze flickered a little. Save? How are you going to save them? Sheng Luo mocked. Who are you? Wang Tung took a deep breath and asked with a cold face. President of Saint Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo replied. Are you taking revenge? That's right. You killed the instructors from my academy and interrupted our trial. The reputation of Saint Star Pagoda will be ruined if I don't kill you. You came to Earth and treated this place as your trial ground, killing anyone you want. Did you seek our permission beforehand? Wang Tung shouted back. He was trying to control his anger. It's your honor to be chosen as the trial ground, Sheng Luo said indifferently. An honor? I think you're just used to being all high and mighty. Once someone steps on you, you start barking like a mad dog, Wang Tung said. Impudent. Sheng Luo was enraged. He was the president of Saint Star Pagoda, the person at the top of the pyramid in the Saint Olent Federation. He couldn't tolerate being called a mad dog. Me? Impudent? You're the one that's impudent. Wang Tung remained calm. He looked at Sheng Luo with disdain. Right now, I can kill you as easily as an ant. Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. He knew that Wang Tung was right. The spacecraft behind him had already landed them in a precarious situation, much less other things. He couldn't treat this brat as a native Earthling, but he was unwilling to give up. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior, the president of Saint Star Pagoda, and a well-respected member of the Olan Federation. How could an Earthling rise above him? Release my family, or I'll flatten Saint Star Pagoda, Wang Tung said in a cold voice. How dare you? Sheng Luo flared up like a cat that got stepped on its tail. A formidable aura erupted around him as he glared at Wang Tung. Actually, he was scared of Wang Tung too, afraid that he would come back from the great Qian Empire to create trouble for them. That was why he acted first and captured his family, wanting to force him to surrender. However, Wang Tung was much more powerful than he expected. Do you think I won't dare? Wang Tung sneered. Your family is in my hands, Sheng Luo threatened him. Little Tung, don't care about us. We can't be your obstacle every time, Grandpa Wang shouted. That's right. We're not scared of death. Don't think about using us, Wang Shengwa said with resolution. Shut up. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He was furious and shocked. Without the Wang family, he wouldn't be able to threaten Wang Tung. This was a situation he was most worried about. Suddenly, while Sheng Luo was distracted, a figure abruptly appeared behind him and slashed out his sword, aiming straight for his heart. The Godslayer's sword scripture. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He felt a tinge of danger from the sword glow. He would get seriously injured if he didn't dodge. Boom! At the same time, Anlan also moved. A black light shot out from his palm and charged at Sheng Luo. This was the opposite direction of where the Wang family was at. The two attacks were launched simultaneously, one from the back and one from the left. Sheng Luo was in a difficult position. He had to choose between the Wang family and getting hit by the beam of black light and the sword glow. He needed to make a choice. Sheng Luo was a vicious character. He knew that if he lost the Wang family, he wouldn't have any advantage in front of Wang Tung. Hence, he chose not to retreat. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword glow exploded and collided with the beam of black light. At the same time, he punched his fist in the other direction. Boom! Powerful shock waves impact swept through the sky. The Wang family was nearby, so the impact was strong enough to injure them. But at this moment, another figure stepped out from the emptiness and created a force light shield around the Wang family with a wave of his hand. This was another Wang Tung. How's this possible? Sheng Luo's expression changed. Then he understood. Clone, he exclaimed. Indeed, this was Wang Tung's clone. The one who attacked Sheng Luo from the back was another clone. The real Wang Tung distracted Sheng Luo while his clone attacked him along with Anlan. When he was busy handling the two attacks, the second clone appeared to save the Wang family. Wang Tung's clone snorted and moved his lips slightly, mouthing the word idiot. Then, he pulled the Wang family back. Where are you going? Sheng Luo slashed at the clone with an ugly expression. Unfortunately, the space behind the clone turned distorted, and he disappeared. Sheng Luo's sword glow hit nothing. Damn it! Sheng Luo's face turned black. He didn't think that he would be tricked as a heaven-stage martial warrior. Some distance away, Wang Tung's clone stepped out of the emptiness with the Wang family and smiled at Wang Tung. I've completed the task. Thank you. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally feel at ease. He took less than 3 minutes from the time he learned his family was captured to come up with this plan. Then, he started distracting Sheng Luo while giving Anlan the details through voice transmission. He had already sent his 2 clones into space when he stepped out of his universe spacecraft. He chatted with Sheng Luo to distract him and to buy himself more time. He could only execute his plan once that old codger was focused on him. It was a risky plan. A single mistake could provoke Sheng Luo and place the Wang family in extreme danger. But the act of surprise was the reason why he was able to save the Wang family from Sheng Luo. Of course, Wang Tung's space talent played a huge role. Without it, he wouldn't be able to execute this plan smoothly. Everything went according to plan, and he succeeded in the end. The Wang family finally reacted and realized that they were saved. They felt fortunate that they managed to survive this ordeal. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Have some rest in the spacecraft. I'll be back after settling the matters here." Wang Tung smiled and said to them, "Be careful." Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei had many words to say to Wang Tung, but they knew that this wasn't the right time. Thus, they reminded him to be careful before entering the spacecraft behind them. On the other side, Sheng Luo was glaring at him grimly. Then, he retreated at a fast speed without any hesitation. He wanted to escape. Clote and the other martial warriors in the Olent Federation's battlecraft were dumbstruck when they saw Wang Tung saving his family. "Quick! Run! Start the engine and leave as quickly as we can. If not, it will be too late." There was a flurry in the battlecraft. This bunch of high and mighty Cosmo Stage martial warriors was filled with fear. They felt a chill climbing up their spines. Boom! The battlecraft from the Olent Federation increased its speed in a bid to escape. "Kill them!" Wang Tung raised his finger and pointed at the battlecraft. A cold, ruthless command echoed in outer space. It sounded like the voice of Hades calling one's death. Terrifying beams of light lit up on the universe-level spacecraft behind him. Boom! 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 Attacks were fired continuously at the Olent Federation's battlecraft and Sheng Luo. "No!" The other Cosmo Stage martial warriors screamed in anguish and terror when they saw the balls of white light ahead of them. They released all the forces in their bodies to resist the frightening onslaught. Sheng Luo squinted and released all his force too to withstand the attack. Boom! Loud explosions resounded in space. The battlecraft from the Olent Federation exploded like fireworks. As for Sheng Luo, he was submerged by all the attacks, and there was no sign of him. After some time, the residual impact disappeared and many figures flew out. They were Sheng Luo and the Cosmo Stage martial warriors in a miserable state. They weren't dead. Martial warriors at the Cosmo Stage and above had strong vitality. They wouldn't die so easily. However, they had suffered grievous injuries and were on their last breath. They looked like beggars now. The pride and arrogance in them had disappeared. The people on Earth cheered. Wang Tung took revenge for all of them. They felt invigorated. Chapter 1096. I don't only know how to use my mouth, I also know some pretty neat techniques. People all over the globe were cheering. The alien invaders had been eradicated. It was an overwhelming scene. They initially thought that even if Wang Tung had returned, it would be a tough battle. However, it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. The powerful alien invaders were just weaklings in front of Wang Tung. He was beyond everyone's expectations. Earth's leaders were surprised and delighted. Their hearts were surging with emotions. He was so powerful. When Wang Tung left Earth, he wasn't this strong and was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Now, he had the power to destroy the alien invaders. There were celestial stage and cosmo stage martial warriors among the alien invaders. There were even heaven stage martial warriors. The stark contrast made everyone feel like they were in a dream. It was unreal. To them, Wang Tung wasn't a human. He was something else. Was he an alien that was adopted by the Wang family? It was highly possible. Otherwise, how was an Earthling so powerful? This didn't make sense. There must be something wrong with his genetics. In space, the Cosmo Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were heavily injured and bleeding. They looked at Wang Tung with eyes of horror and a face full of disbelief. "Split up and run." Clote shouted and escaped without any hesitation. The others had the same idea as well and fled by themselves. In times of danger, it was every man for himself. Wang Tung scoffed and waved his hand. Suddenly, Cosmo Stage martial warriors rushed out of the spacecraft behind him and surrounded the escapees. The Cosmo Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale and panicked. There were more than 10 Cosmo Stage martial warriors on the enemy's side. They were outnumbered. They couldn't possibly defeat them with their heavy injuries. It didn't feel good. Cosmo Stage martial warriors like them had always been superior in the Olent Federation and had never been put in such a precarious position. And now, they were about to be ruined. "Run, and I'll break 3 of your legs," Wang Tung warned. The people from the Olent Federation were stunned. What did he mean by 3 legs? The men's faces turned dark, and they subconsciously tightened their thighs as they felt the chills in their crotch. As for the female martial warrior Qinluan, she felt insulted. She didn't have 3 legs. 3 legs? I didn't expect this young man to be a hooligan. Either way, they didn't dare to move anymore. Over at the other side, Anlan suddenly made a move. The 1,000 armaments vessel transformed into a flash of black light and sliced across the space, forcing someone out. It was Sheng Luo. Anlan looked at him and scoffed. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. Old thing, go on and run. Wang Tung looked at Sheng Luo and mocked him. Wang Tung, what do you want? Sheng Luo got a direct hit from the universe-level spacecraft and suffered a serious blow. He initially wanted to escape while Wang Tung's attention was on Claude and the others. However, he was forced into a corner by the Heaven Stage martial warrior by Wang Tung's side. I realized that killing you like this is going too easy on you. Wang Tung rubbed his chin and said, I'll let the people from Earth judge you for the sins you committed. How about having a Heaven Stage martial warrior, the president of Saint Star Pagoda, parade the streets? What do you think? Isn't it great? Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. Parade the streets. A Heaven Stage martial warrior was going to be paraded on this planet's streets. This was bullshit. This Wang Tung was vicious. Just imagining that scene made him shudder. Claude and the others were stunned as well and had shivers all over their bodies. They didn't feel well at all. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to think of such a vicious idea. Wang Tung was a devil. You wish. Sheng Luo snarled with a gloomy face. Grab him. Wang Tung squinted his eyes and shouted. It was time to farm. The loot from a Heaven Stage martial warrior was rare. He had to get stronger, so he wouldn't give up on obtaining attributes from a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Rage clouded his mind and made him want to kill him immediately. But now, he felt that farming attributes was the right way to make the most out of this. How about you let me experience the strength of a Heaven Stage martial warrior from Olent Federation? Anlan snickered. The 1,000 armaments vessel flew out and rushed toward Sheng Luo. Damn you. A Heaven Stage martial warrior like yourself has fallen and succumbed to a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Sheng Luo's expression changed as he dodged the attacks. I'm happy and satisfied. Why do you even care? Anlan was unmoved and responded with a smile. In the next moment, his body vanished, and he rushed over in a streak of light. Anlan was powerful and was considered amongst the best of the Heaven Stage martial warriors. Back then, Sinclaman and Chao Hongtu weren't even his match, even though he was alone. Someone from a low-tier civilization was nothing to him. Kill them. Sheng Luo was aggrieved. He was unwilling to die here and roared. He then exerted all of his strength and didn't hold back. Suddenly, a strange power spread out from his body. The surroundings changed and were no longer pitch black, like what space looked like. It seemed to be in a world of its own as it was filled with yellow light. In the area shrouded by yellow light, boulders of different sizes were floating and resembled meteorites. People could feel a threat coming from it. Domain. Wang Tung's expression changed. Heaven Stage martial warriors could comprehend the power of the domain, and this was Sheng Luo's domain. An earth element domain. So far, no one has forced me to use my domain to this extent. I will let you have a taste of it. Sheng Luo's voice echoed, but no one could quite catch it. They didn't know where he was. Wang Ting suddenly became vigilant and scanned his surroundings. This was his first time entering someone's domain. However, he possessed a domain as well and knew that he was inside one. Everything was under the control of the domain user, and everything was a potential means of attack. It was extremely dangerous. Be careful. Anlan had a serious expression and suddenly appeared beside Wang Tung. This is a 7th rank domain. 7th rank domain. Wang Tung was astonished. So powerful. Would they fail? However, he calmed down after thinking about the universe-level spacecraft behind him. If things went south, he could just give him another blast. That's right. I didn't expect a Heaven Stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization to have mastered the domain to such an extent, and Lon said solemnly. I'm not just the president of Saint Star Pagoda. I'm also a 3-star mercenary of the Mercenaries Alliance. Do you really think you can kill me as you wish? Sheng Luo appeared on top of a giant rock and looked down on them with killing intent in his eyes. A mercenary from the Mercenaries Alliance. Unlan's face darkened. No wonder. The Mercenaries Alliance was a giant organization like the Universe Bank and the Secondary Career Alliance. It had great influence and had a presence all over the entire universe. It was a relatively free and loose organization like the Secondary Career Alliance. However, it wasn't easy to become a member. You had to be extremely powerful and had to pass the assessment. Generally speaking, the weakest 1-star mercenaries were Cosmo Stage Martial Warriors. The Martial Warriors in the universe took pride in their statuses in the Mercenaries Alliance, even more so for the mercenaries with more stars. They would be respected by the other Martial Warriors wherever they went. This was the prestige and benefit that came with being a mercenary in the universe. Many talents would choose to become a mercenary and increase their reputation. Besides that, a mercenary could take part in various missions and gain an abundance of rewards. Those rewards include scriptures, battle techniques, and all kinds of rare treasures. This was why martial warriors would flock over to them. Wang Tung heard Round Ball's explanation and understood the significance behind the rank of a 3-star mercenary. 3-star mercenary. He revealed a shocked expression and stared at Sheng Luo with wide eyes, as if he was in disbelief. He then suddenly said with disgust, "After so many years of living, you're still just a 3-star mercenary? Have you lived your whole life as a dog?" Stunned, Sheng Luo's face turned green. Since when was a 3-star mercenary despised to such an extent? Lan's eyes twitched. He felt that Wang Tung was asking for it. He wondered how many 3-star mercenaries would come after him if word spread. That would be, just the thought of it sent shivers in Lan's body. He then took a few steps away from Wang Tung, for fear of being implicated in this. 3-star mercenaries were mostly heaven stage martial warriors who were powerful and terrifying. He didn't want to mess with them. How arrogant. Sheng Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then glared at Wang Tung. "Do you only know how to use your mouth?" "I don't only know how to use my mouth, but I also know some pretty neat techniques. If you have a wife or a daughter, I can let them experience it for free." Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. Cough, cough. Lan almost spat his saliva. He had a strange expression. Damn it. Why did I understand that immediately? Can I still be saved? No, this is Wang Tung's fault. I've been influenced after spending such a long time with him. I have to stay away from him. One by one, thoughts drifted in Lan's head. He became more and more determined to stay away from Wang Tung. Sheng Luo was enraged after being stunned for a moment. "You're looking for death." His face was flushed red, and he almost vomited blood. He stopped talking nonsense with Wang Tung and pointed forward. Boom! The rocks that floated in the air spun at high speeds and then smashed down toward Wang Tung. OMG, so scary. Wang Tung jumped back and shouted, "Lan, he's yours. Go." Chapter 1097, Planetary Devastation. 1. Lan's face darkened, and he felt something was off. He couldn't react in time and saw countless rocks smashing down with unparalleled power. He became solemn. "You bastard." Lan roared and didn't care about anything else. Channeling his spiritual power, he transformed his 1,000 armaments vessel into a streak of light that circled around the surroundings. In an instant, a black sphere appeared in space as if it isolated the world from itself. Domain. This was Lan's domain. Wang Tung stood within the domain. He realized that his surroundings had turned into a black and golden domain, which blocked Sheng Luo's earth element domain outside. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the black and golden domain shook violently, and a huge noise came from outside. Lan, can you handle it? Wang Tung shouted. "Let me know if you can't. I'll shoot him with a spacecraft." "Shut up." Lan rolled his eyes angrily. "In this domain, your signal can't be transmitted." Wang Tung, he's right. "I can't communicate with the outside world," Round Ball said in a solemn voice. "It's okay. I can contact my clone," Wang Tung replied calmly. Lan was speechless. He realized that he didn't need to worry about Wang Tung. He always had a backup plan to save himself. Roundball also kept silent. Well, it didn't see that coming. My domain is only at the 6th rank. In terms of domain, I'm weaker than him. And Lon took a deep breath and explained, however, my domain is a product of combining spiritual power and the metal element. It's much stronger than an ordinary domain. I do want to see if it's stronger than a 7th rank domain. A hint of competitiveness appeared on his face. He then released his domain to the extreme, pushing it to greater heights. Hybrid domain. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. Lon didn't use his hybrid domain when he was dealing with Sinclaman and Chao Hong too. He didn't expect him to use something like that to deal with Sheng Luo. Very good. All the best. I'm rooting for you. Wang Tung cheered for him. Lon couldn't maintain his expression. The serious and tense atmosphere was completely shattered. He ignored Wang Tung and focused on dealing with Sheng Luo. In an instant, Lon and Sheng Luo were caught up in the clash of their domains. A yellow earth element domain and a black gold metal element domain were like two balls colliding in space. The earth element domain was extremely heavy and possessed great power. It had extraordinary destructive prowess. On the other hand, Lan's black and gold domain was sharp. The entire domain seemed to have grown invisible spikes as they shattered all the rocks that came crashing down. Sheng Luo's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Mecha Heaven Stage's 6th rank domain could withstand his 7th rank domain. Domains were extremely hard to master, which was why their power would multiply whenever it advanced to the next rank. The higher the rank, the greater the difference in power. Moreover, the gap between the 6th and 7th ranks wasn't just a rank. There's also a difference between the middle stage and the advanced stage. A 7th rank domain was considered the advanced stage, which was much more powerful than a middle stage domain. That was why Sheng Luo was so surprised. His eyes became cold, and he channeled more power into his domain. Countless rocks gathered together and formed a giant ball. The ball continued growing like a small meteorite as it floated above his head. But he didn't stop just yet. He was still channeling power into his domain. More rocks gathered over. Damn, that's planetary devastation. Wang Tung exclaimed. 2-inch what's planetary devastation? Lon was initially startled, but when he heard Wang Tung's words, his thoughts suddenly went astray. He couldn't be blamed. Wang Tung was too spontaneous. It's nothing. You don't understand the world of anime, Wang Tung said disdainfully. Lon, why was he despised for no reason? However, Lon didn't dare to waste time after seeing the power of Sheng Luo's attack. He directed power into his domain, and countless black and golden light gathered above his head and condensed into a terrifying sword glow. Countless sword conscious rose into the sky, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. This time, Sheng Luo was already at his limit. His face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. He looked hideous. He gave it his all to survive. Go! Sheng Luo roared. A giant ball of rock that resembled a meteorite smashed downward. The horrifying power might be enough to destroy a planet like Earth. Boom! There was a loud bang outside of the domain. Before the giant rock landed, Lan's domain shook violently under the pressure of the giant rock, as if it would crack immediately. Lan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he narrowed his eyes. Go! With a yell, the sword above his head slashed out. The sword glow struck outward. It spanned 100 meters as it slashed across. Boom! The sword glow clashed with the giant rock, and the impact caused an explosion. Crack! Web-like cracks appeared on the giant rock and spread all around. Lon was elated. Right then, cracks formed on the black and golden sword glow, spanning the entire thing. Chapter 1098, Planetary Devastation. 2. The two parties were at a standstill for some time. Then, a huge explosion occurred. Boom! The sword glow shattered while the giant rock exploded. Terrifying force residuals swept through space. Nothing could be seen in the blinding light. This is bad. Lon squinted as he stared at the center of the explosion. His expression changed suddenly. A giant black shadow sprinted out from the glaring light and plummeted toward them. The sword glow only managed to cut the giant rock into two. It didn't smash it completely. Die! Shang Luo's icy and furious voice came from above. Retreat! Lan shouted hurriedly. Don't panic. Let me try. Wang Tung blinked. No signs of anxiousness could be seen on his face. Lan. The next instant, a universe-stage sword appeared in Wang Tung's hand. The sword conscious erupted, and the space around him started to fluctuate. Lan, who was standing beside him, detected something. A tinge of astonishment appeared in his heart. What kind of sword skill is this? It's able to activate the space around them. Moreover, this space power was able to influence his domain. Crack! It was as if an eggshell was broken. Dimensional rifts started to appear in the space around them. Cracks in the air even appeared in Lan's black domain. An invisible space power flowed out from the dimensional rifts and intertwined around Wang Tung's long sword. Instantly, an invisible and occult sword glow was formed. It couldn't be seen or touched, but one could sense the terrifying sword aura spinning around the sword. It sent chills down one's spine. What is this? Lan was flabbergasted. Even he felt threatened by the sword conscious. The giant rock was only inches away from their heads. Slain God! Wang Tung shouted in his heart. The sword conscious seemed to shoot out from his eyes as he finally slashed his sword down. The sword conscious slit through the air and landed on the giant rock. This was one of the moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. It was the first move. There were 9 moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. Every move was hard to execute. As the moves progressed, the difficulty increased by multiple folds. With Wang Tang's current grasp of the Godslayer sword scripture, he was only able to execute the first move. This was the first time he used a move from the Godslayer sword scripture. The power was greater than simply using the Godslayer sword scripture. Boom! Amid a huge explosion, the invisible sword glow was exceptionally sharp. It cut the giant rock into two and continued toward Shang Luo. How is this possible? Shang Luo's pupils constricted. He was dumbstruck and found it unbelievable. He didn't have any time to dodge the attack. Although he saw the attack coming, his body couldn't react in time. He could only release the remaining force in him to form a defense shield. Boom! Instantly, the sword glow landed on Shang Luo, shattering the force shield around him and knocking him back ruthlessly. Swoosh! A thin and long sword wound appeared on Shang Luo's chest. Fresh blood oozed out of it. He vomited a mouth of blood while he was still flying back. He became listless. However, he was still a heaven-stage martial warrior, powerful with a strong vitality. The sword glow wasn't able to kill him. Shang Luo didn't expect Wang Tung to injure him so seriously. He was shocked. Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How'd he do this? Numerous doubts appeared in his mind. Shang Luo received a huge blow in his heart. His face turned pale. However, the desire to live pulled him back to reality. Riding on the inertia of the attack, he turned and escaped unwillingly. Trying to run away? Are you a rat? Lan, stop him! Wang Tung shouted. F***K. Am I your manual labor? Lan regained his senses from Wang Tung's sword attack and glared at him bitterly. However, he still chased after Shang Luo. Shang Luo was seriously injured, so he was slower than Lan. Lan caught up with him in a few breaths. Move! Shang Luo roared. His hair was all over the place like a mad dog. He punched his fist at Lan. Futile effort. Lan smirked. The 1,000 armaments vessel turned into a long sword and cut through the other party's fist aura. Shang Luo screamed in agony. His fist aura was destroyed. A gruesome and bloody sword wound was left on his fist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Boom! Lan charged out and enveloped Shang Luo with his sharp sword glows. After a few seconds, he pulled Shang Luo, who looked like a dead dog, back to Wang Tung. Done. This old fellow put up quite a resistance, Lan said with a smile. Sigh, poor little thing. Wang Tung scoffed when he saw Shang Luo's current state. Shang Luo wanted to pretend to be unconscious, but upon hearing Wang Tung's words, he fumed in anger and raised his head. His face was drenched in blood as he glared at him with bitterness and hatred. This gaze is not bad. I respect your gaze, really. A brick suddenly appeared in Wang Tung's hand as he spoke. Oh wait, it was a huge seal. Then, without any warning, he started hammering Sheng Luo's head. Bang! Slash! Boom! Sheng Luo. His mind was in a whirl. His hair stood up, and he didn't understand what happened. What has happened? Where am I? Who am I? Your head is hard, as expected of a heaven-stage martial warrior. Wang Tung exclaimed. He continued slamming the lightning slap on his head until only lingering shadows could be seen. He had never lost to anyone when it came to hand speed. Two bang, 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 slash, boom, slash, boom. The lightning slap smashed the president's head like a hammer striking a nail. Sparks flew without stopping. A heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning slap. Sheng Luo's beard was burnt, and his entire face turned black. His eyes rolled to the back of his eyes from the electrocution while he was losing consciousness. It was a tragic sight. Wang Tung, and Lon was shocked. He stopped him hurriedly. What? Wang Ting turned back to ask. Be a human, and Lon said helplessly. He'll die if you continue hitting him. All right, I'll let him go for now. Wang Tung replied with pity while weighing the brick. No, the lightning slap in his hand. And Lon was rendered speechless. He paid a silent tribute to Sheng Luo. Why do you have to be Wang Tung's enemy? The other Cosmo Stage martial warriors felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw this scene. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Wang Tung was inhumane. Even President Sheng Luo was beaten up so badly. Would they be saved? Is this your weapon? And Lon looked at the lightning slap in Wang Tung's hands and asked curiously. I made it myself. It's not bad, right? Wang Tung asked proudly. And Lon couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Why are you looking so proud of yourself? If this weapon didn't have the power of lightning in it, he wouldn't even look at it. The lightning power in this weapon seems extraordinary, and Lon said. Oh, this? I added some calamity lightning inside. Wang Tung replied casually. Calamity lightning. And Lon widened his eyes in disbelief. Yes, I can make one for you if you want one. Honestly, it's handy. Wang Tung promoted his weapon like a salesman. Cough. Sure, no problem. And Lon coughed again. He didn't like this strange weapon, but the calamity lightning was a different thing. As expected, there were always surprise gains when he stayed with Wang Tung. It was worth it. And Lon gave himself a thumbs up for his foresight. Then, Wang Tung rubbed his hands and scanned his surroundings. Chuckling in his heart, he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Time to pick up attribute bubbles. The bubbles floated toward Wang Tung one by one. Constellation Force, Metal, * 12,000 Black Metal Domain, * 2,000 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 1,800 Celestial Realm Enlightenment, * 1,500 Constellation Force, Earth, * 10800 Meteorite Shower Domain, * 2,500 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 1,600 Celestial Realm Enlightenment, * 1,300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 2,500 Constellation Force, Water, * 1,800 Constellation Force, Wood, * 2,000 Wow. Wang Tung was delighted. The corners of his lips lifted up unconsciously. His efforts didn't go to waste. Chapter 1099. Trembling from Anger. When will the men in the Wang family stand up? Wang Tung felt extremely comfortable when the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Different types of force twirled around his body, swimming to his limbs and meridians before settling in his force constellations. Boom! Wang Tung trembled. He was undergoing a breakthrough. Along with a crisp sound, Wang Tung's metal force constellation advanced from the first-level celestial stage to the second-level celestial stage. Constellation Metal Force, 13,000/20,000, celestial stage, second level. Boom. Boom. The commotion in his body hadn't stopped. Instead, it became more violent. Above the sea of nihility, 27 force constellations flew out and spun furiously. It was a majestic sight. Unfortunately, it was in his body, so no one could see it. The 27 constellations represented with force, earth force, and water force. There were 9 constellations for each force, signifying the 9th-level planetary stage. After some time of accumulation, the 3 forces had reached the peak of the planetary stage. In addition, when Wang Tong destroyed the battlecraft from the Olin Federation, many martial warriors died, and all of them dropped attribute bubbles. Things were just progressing normally after much accumulation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 different types of constellations crashed into one another and formed 3 whirlpools. Different crystal matters spun and congregated within the whirlpools. One was emerald green and full of vitality. One was earth brown, thick and sturdy. One was azure blue, smooth and vast. After some time, the 3 constellation whirlpools condensed into 3 celestial stage constellations. They roamed freely above the sea of nihility, giving off a strong vitality that swarmed through Wang Tung's body. Boom! Wang Tung underwent 3 leaps in his status of life. He was moving toward perfection. His skin, muscles, bones, blood, everything was undergoing a transformation. Wang Tong closed his eyes uncontrollably to savor this feeling. It felt amazing. 3 transformations. No one could experience his happiness. After some time, Wang Tung's water, wood, and earth force advanced to the 1st-level celestial stage. Constellation Wood Force, 1500/10,000, celestial stage 1st level. Constellation Water Force, 2200/10,000, celestial stage 1st level. Constellation Earth Force, 9600/10,000, celestial stage 1st level. His Earth Force saw the most improvement, touching the peak of the 1st level celestial stage. He would be able to achieve another breakthrough soon. He had to attribute this advancement to Sheng Luo. He got more than 10,000 points of Constellation Earth Force from him. Impressive. His Fire Force also rose, but it didn't reach the breakthrough point. After all, it was already at the 7th level celestial stage. More attribute points were needed to reach the breaking point, making it that much harder. He received a special force attribute too. It was the light force attribute. The female martial warrior from the Olin Federation, called Qing Luan, possessed the light force. Hence, Wang Tung got many light force attributes from her, a total of more than 6,000 points. The problem was he didn't have any light force scripture, so his light force was still stuck at the 13-star general stage. But his chance was here. Would there be a light force cultivation scripture on this cosmos stage, martial warrior? Wang Tung sniggered. He glanced at the goddess-like and cold, green-haired female martial warrior with a great figure. A peal of sinister laughter sounded in his heart. Qinglin, she shuddered. For some reason, she felt an evil intention floating around her. A chill welled up her heart. Next was the celestial realm spirit and enlightenment. He received a total of 5,200 celestial realm spirit and 4,500 celestial realm enlightenment. It was a huge gain. Spirit, 21500/50,000 celestial realm enlightenment. 17200/50,000 celestial realm. Wang Tung felt satisfied when he looked at his spirit and enlightenment on the attributes panel. These 2 attributes rose greatly. The increase in his spiritual power allowed him to fight with 9th-level Cosmos stage martial warriors. Indeed, the attribute bubbles from powerful martial warriors gave him more benefits. Look at who he got attributes from recently. They were all Universe stage, Heaven stage, and Cosmos stage martial warriors. How could his attributes not increase? It was tiring since he had offended many formidable martial warriors and couldn't sleep properly at night, but it was worth it. Wang Tung felt that he was running happily on the path leading to hell. He shook his head with a bitter smile and looked at the 2 largest gains. Black Metal Domain, Meteorite Shower Domain. One came from Enlon, while the other was from Sheng Luo. Most importantly, these were both powerful domains. The Black Metal Domain was a combination of metal and spiritual power. It was the advanced version of the Metal Domain and was more powerful than a normal domain. If Enlon knew that Wang Tung sneakily learned his domain, would he still feel fortunate to stay with him? His main skill had been stolen. As for the meteorite shower domain, Sheng Luo gifted it to him. It was also very powerful. Among all the domains, it could be considered one of the top. Black metal domain, 1000/2000, second level. Meteorite shower domain, 1500/2000, second level. After careful counting, Wang Tung realized that he had 5 domains: Tempest domain, Blazing domain, Metal domain, Black metal domain, and Meteorite shower domain. This was heaven-defying. Only a heaven-stage martial warrior could possess a domain. If an ordinary martial warrior was able to possess the power of a domain at the planetary stage or the celestial stage, he could be considered a genius among the geniuses. But Wang Tung had 5 of them. Even he felt that it was a little too much. But he couldn't help it. The heaven stage martial warriors kept finding him. He couldn't control them either. I think that planetary devastation domain sounds better. Wang Tung touched his chin as he wondered to himself. One silence. The system didn't reply to him. Meteorite shower was still meteorite shower. Am I treating you too well? Why are you thinking of changing names? After picking up all the attributes, Wang Tung felt more refreshed. He flew back to the spacecraft with Enlon. Lock them up. Wang Tung pointed to the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Yes. Bertha nodded. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale, feeling humiliated. Their force and spiritual power were sealed, and they were locked up like mortal prisoners. Their fate would be decided after returning to Earth. Wang Tung returned to his spacecraft and met up with his family. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, are you all right? Wang Tung asked worriedly. I'm fine. Your grandpa? Wang Shenghua shook his head and told him what happened. Wang Tung was indignant. However, the people from the Olent Federation were all in his hands, so he didn't need to worry about them escaping. They would pay the price sooner or later. He looked at Grandpa Wang's face and took out a healing Dan to feed him. He also executed a light force treatment on him. The color on Grandpa Wang's face returned at a visible speed. His condition was much better than before. The Wang family was dumbfounded. They were in awe. Brother Wang Tung, my chest feels stuffy from the fright just now. Can I have some too? Feng Qianwen asked. The little girl whined involuntarily when she saw her handsome cousin returning. All right, Wang Tung smiled and executed his light force treatment. He also treated the other elders. They had been through the same situation, so they were all frightened. The light force treatment could cure injuries and relax one's mood. Naturally, he didn't mind putting it to good use. Me too, me too. Brother Wang Tung, I was scared too. I need some consolation. Wang Howren shouted. Move. You're a man. This fright is nothing. Wang Tung scolded. He purposely didn't treat the young boys, but this little one came to ask him shamelessly. Men shouldn't be pampered. If not, they might back down when faced with different issues in the future. Idiot. Wang Xinjun slapped Wang Howren's forehead with a black face. His son was embarrassing him. Wang Howren was in a daze. He felt wronged. This difference in treatment was too obvious. Trembling in anger, when would the men in the Wang family stand up? Ha ha. The Wang family couldn't help but chuckle when they saw his expression. The atmosphere lightened up a little. Master, Bertha came in with Hardy and called Wang Tung softly. Wang Tung turned around. His expression became cold when he saw Hardy. If he didn't come back in time, the Wang family might end up in a worse state. Please punish me. Hardy half kneeled on the ground and lowered his head before Wang Tung could open his mouth. When Wang Tung bought him, he didn't treat his new master with respect. However, after witnessing his strength, Hardy could no longer feel at ease anymore. This was the pressure of someone more powerful than him. Humph. Is this how you carry out my orders? Wang Tung shouted. Bertha sympathized with Hardy and wanted to speak up for him, but she realized she didn't have the right to open her mouth. Suddenly, she felt fortunate that Wang Tung didn't send her. She might not have done any better than Hardy. Wang Tung frowned. Although he was furious, he didn't know how to punish Hardy. He couldn't bear to kill him. It was rare to find a shadow assassin slave. If he groomed him properly, he would become a good subordinate. Wait, Grandpa Wong suddenly opened his mouth. Grandpa! Wong Tung turned around in surprise. He wondered what his grandpa wanted to say. He's not to be blamed. He tried his best. I led everyone out of the spacecraft because I couldn't see the people on Earth dying for us. That's why the Olent Federation managed to capture us, Grandpa Wong explained. Grandpa, how can you put yourself in danger? Wong Tung asked helplessly. We can't be the sinners of Earth. Grandpa Wong shook his head stubbornly. Wong Tung didn't know what to say. He could only sigh. He couldn't reprimand Grandpa Wong for what he did. Not everyone was heartless. If they abandoned Earth for their own survival, they might live in regret and agony for the rest of their lives. They would rather take the risk. Revenge was a dish best served cold anyway. All right, this isn't your fault. You can get up. Wong Tung wasn't an unreasonable person. After understanding what had happened, he didn't push the blame on Hardy and even held him up personally. Hardy was stunned. He didn't expect the Wong family to speak up for him, nor for Wong Tung to let him go so easily. Other people might be unwilling to admit their mistakes. They might leave the mistake uncorrected and punish him anyway as a warning for the rest. He was just a slave. Who would show mercy to him? At this moment, Hardy suddenly felt that his master wasn't as bad as he thought. Thank you, master. Hardy bowed. But all the celestial stage martial warriors I brought along are dead. All of them. Wong Tung was stunned. He felt his heart aching a little. 59th level celestial stage martial warriors weren't cheap. They died to protect us, Grandpa Wong said sorrowfully. Wong Tung's anger towards the Olent Federation reached new heights. He sighed and said in a low voice, "Bury them properly." Yes. Hardy received the order. Then he retreated to the side and stood beside Bertha. Return to Earth, Wong Tung ordered. Round Ball piloted the universe-level spacecraft and flew towards Donghai. Chapter 1100. He had been through too much. Donghai, the leader of martial arts, and the others stood in the plaza in front of the Global Union building and looked up at the spacecraft in the sky. It was getting bigger and bigger. Although they had seen the spacecraft through the screen, they were still awestruck when it appeared in front of them. This spacecraft was powerful and terrifying. What did Wong Tung get it? The spacecraft didn't land. It parked in midair because the plaza wasn't big enough to fit this gigantic universe-level spacecraft. The cabin door opened. Wong Tung led everyone down the spacecraft. Everyone, long time no see. Wong Tung scanned his surroundings and saw many familiar faces. They were the leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, Dan Taixian, Yi Ji-sin, and others. It was fortunate that they were still alive. This time, the Olent Federation came for the Wong family. Hardy and the 50 Celestial Stage martial warriors bore the brunt of the attack, so they didn't die. However, they were injured. It must be from the recent battle. Wong Tung, please let me thank you on behalf of Earth. The leader of martial arts was emotional. He suddenly bowed at Wong Tung. Please don't do this. Wong Tung was shocked. He quickly held onto the leader and continued in a low tone. I'm the one who owes everyone an apology. He learned from the Wong family that the Olent Federation had destroyed 2 cities on Earth. Wong Tung felt ashamed when he thought about all those people. No human was emotionless. The people in the 2 cities died because of him. He felt guilty. You don't have to blame yourself. The Olent Federation invaded Earth because they chose this planet as their trial ground. Without you, our situation would have been worse. Nothing can be prevented. Rather than saying that they were targeting you, it's more accurate to say that they were targeting our planet, the leader of martial arts said painfully. Mr. Wong Tung, this is not your fault. The Olent Federation is in the wrong. They caused everything. Yes, we understand. It's the fault of the Olent Federation. The leaders of the different nations agreed in unison. They were outraged. Don't worry. I'll make sure the Olent Federation pays the price for everything. Wong Tung took a deep breath and promised them. With our ability, we might not be able to, the leader of martial arts said worriedly. Although he didn't finish the sentence, the intention was clear. They couldn't win against the Olent Federation. The other leaders of the nations were worried too. They got frightened by the attacks from the Olent Federation. One fleet was enough to annihilate them. They had no chance of resisting. Wouldn't it be more dangerous if they went to the Olent Federation directly to find them? They trusted Wang Tong's ability, but the Olent Federation was still a universe civilization, while Wang Tong was just one person. He was resisting an entire civilization alone. Anyone could tell that there wasn't any comparison. The Wang family looked at Wang Tong worriedly. We don't have to take revenge so quickly. If you aren't confident, we can wait, Grandpa Wang persuaded him. It's all right. I did my research. There are only 3 heaven-stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation. We caught one, so there are 2 left. The threat isn't huge. We can deal with them. Wang Tong smiled and explained. Really, the leader of martial arts and the leaders of the nations were elated. They hated Olent Federation to the core, so they would definitely take revenge if they could. They were just worried that they couldn't beat them. Of course. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that humans needed to vent their anger or it would harm their cultivation. Besides, they were about to step into the universe. If they didn't have enough confidence, they wouldn't be able to hold their position. They wouldn't walk far without confidence. Wang Tong wanted to use this situation to give confidence to the people on Earth. Prepare yourselves. I'll lead you to demand an answer from them 2 days later, Wang Tong said. Yes, the leader of martial arts and various nations clenched their fists and nodded firmly. Wang Tong returned to the residence with his family. The other matters would be settled by the leaders, especially for the 2 cities that were destroyed. There were many things to settle over there. The leader of martial arts had already sent people there for the rescue. They hoped that they could find some survivors, since many of them had escaped into the underground shelters. They might have survived. A few hours later, rescue efforts were in progress, and news started to come back. Most of the people in these 2 cities survived. Only those that didn't enter the underground shelters in time lost their lives. This was the good news among all the bad news. Wang Tong and his family heaved a sigh of relief. The fewer people died, the lesser their guilt. Even though many people told them that it wasn't their fault and the Olent Federation was to be blamed, Grandpa Wang and the others didn't think this way. They couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. Fortunately, the situation was better than imagined. Thank you. Dan Taixian personally came to deliver the news. Wang Ting sent her to the door and thanked her. Why are you thanking me? Have we gotten distant after not seeing each other for a few months? Dan Taixian rolled her eyes and replied casually. I don't dare to do that. Wang Ting smiled. Am I very fierce? Dan Taixian glared at him and asked. You're a celestial stage martial warrior. I can't beat you. Ha ha. Wang Ting burst out laughing when he saw her frustrated expression. How do you cultivate? You were still at the planetary stage when you left, but now you're already at the celestial stage. Dan Taixian sized up Wang Ting and asked in disbelief. Do you want to know? Wang Ting asked in a mysterious tone. Do you have some bug that can help you increase your cultivation speed? Dan Taixian sniggered. Wang Ting underscored, did all ladies have such an accurate 6th sense? Come, tell me what your bug is. Let me see if I can find it online and download it. Dan Taixian thought that Wang Ting was stunned by her reply, so she smiled proudly and hooked her fingers at him. Cough, lean over. Let me tell you secretly. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and whispered to her while glancing around him. Dan Taixian cooperated with him and leaned over. Wang Ting stared at the fair and smooth ear inches away from him. He could almost see the tiny hairs and capillaries on it. He had the sudden thought of pinching it. Would she cry if he pinched it forcefully? He wondered what she would look like if this evil lady cried. Although Wang Ting was curious, he suppressed the urge. He didn't know if she would cry, but he would definitely be beaten to death. There was no doubt about it. My bug is... Wang Ting raised his voice out of the blue. My amazing talent. Ha ha ha. Dan Taixian got a fright. Her heart almost skipped a beat. She was furious. You little brat. How dare you trick me? Stop right there. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Wang Tong's ear. Unfortunately, he was prepared and dodged her hand. He stuck out his tongue at her. The 2 of them ran around for some time before Dan Taixian stopped. She panted and asked, Are you really going to the Olent Federation a few days later? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Let me come with you. I want to see the universe, Dan Taixian continued. Sure. You're almost at the planetary stage now, right? Wang Ting looked at her and knew immediately that she wasn't far from her breakthrough. I'm not as perverted as you. I need another 2 to 3 months. Dan Taixian shook her head. Wang Ting nodded. He contemplated for some time before saying, Come over. What? Are you trying to trick me again? Dan Taixian looked at him vigilantly. I'll give you one chance to reorganize your words. You won't receive my gift if you don't come over, Wang Tong said. What gift? Dan Taixian detected something amiss from his sentence. She was puzzled, but she still went over. Wang Ting didn't trick her this time. He lifted 2 fingers and tapped Dan Taishuan's forehead. Dan Taixian was stunned. She stopped the urge to step back and allowed his fingers to land on her forehead. Boom! The next instant, her mind trembled and 2 streams of information gushed in. What is this? Dan Taixian widened her eyes in disbelief. Shoo! Wang Ting placed a finger on his lips and said mysteriously, Go back and look through it. Wang Tong gave her 2 scriptures. One was the wind element planetary stage scripture, the raging gale scripture, and the other was the metal element celestial stage scripture, the celestial metal scripture. Dan Taixian had only converted her metal force into constellation force. Her wind force didn't advance because she didn't have the relevant scripture. The cultivation speed of a celestial stage scripture was much faster than a planetary stage scripture. That was why Wang Tong gave her a metal element celestial stage scripture. Dan Taishuan's cultivation speed would increase tremendously with these 2 scriptures in hand. This is too much, Dan Taixian said with a complicated expression. It's nothing to me. You protected me in the past, so this is a small favor I can help you with. Advance quickly. Wang Tong turned and waved his hand as he walked into the Wang family residence. Dan Taixian suddenly felt a little emotional when she saw his back. He had been through too much. In the past, Wang Tong was still the young man she needed to protect. Now he was able to stand in front of everyone and bear the hope of the planet on his shoulder. She could imagine how heavy the pressure was. The figure might be tall and straight, but she could see the huge burden he carried on his shoulders. Are you touched? Wang Tong suddenly turned and chuckled. Dan Taixian. Oh, hey, her beautiful face tensed up, and her emotions were hidden one by one. I'm leaving. Dan Taixian turned around and left. Women. Wang Tong shook his head. He didn't see her firm gaze after she turned around and the unnoticeable smile at the edge of her lips. Wang Tong, even if I can't protect you anymore, I'll work hard to catch up with you so that I can stand beside you. Chapter 1101. Scumbag. 1. After sending Dan Taixian off, Wang Tong thought for a moment and went to look for Lin Chuan. She must be terrified along with the Wang family. After confirming their relationship, he didn't spend much quality time with her and even made her suffer. Lin Chuan was cultivating in the cultivation room. What happened this time was a huge blow to her. She felt useless. When danger came, there was nothing she could do. She didn't want to experience this sense of helplessness again. Thus, she worked hard in her cultivation whenever she had the time. Wang Tong crept into the cultivation room silently without disturbing her. He observed her cultivation process from the side. With his current cultivation, he immediately saw the problem with her cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's foundation was strong, so there wasn't an issue with that. Looking at the force in her body, she was already at the 11-star general stage. Her speed was amazing. She was one of the top-notch talents on Earth. Of course, if Wang Tong didn't give her all the advanced rank scripture and other cultivation resources, she wouldn't be able to achieve this speed. You could say that her current condition was much better than Wang Tong's in the past. After some time, Lin Chuan opened her eyes and saw Wang Tong. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Why are you here? I came to watch you cultivate and guide you. Wang Tong walked forward and replied with a smile. Continue boasting. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. She was caught between laughter and tears. You're already a celestial stage martial warrior. Why are you still so immature? What else? I don't want to be a wise old man. Wang Tong shook his head. Right, you're right. Lin Chuan laughed. You're at the general stage now. You can start converting your force into constellation force. Wang Tong changed the topic. Yes, I'm planning to start the process soon and prepare myself for the advancement to the planetary stage. Lin Chuan nodded. You should change your scripture. Your current cultivation speed is too slow. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, This is still slow. Lin Chuan was speechless. Of course, look, you're only at the 11-star general stage. It's still a long distance away from the planetary stage. You need to work harder, Wang Teng said earnestly. Lin Chuan. She worked so hard to get here, but Wang Teng said that it wasn't enough. This was infuriating. He was the perverted one. Seriously, talk was cheap. Come, prepare yourself. Wang Teng tapped Lin Chuan's forehead and passed some scriptures and battle techniques to her. Lin Chuan was stunned. She felt a few scriptures and battle techniques appearing in her mind and was astounded. She looked through the information briefly and learned that these were powerful and rare scriptures and battle techniques. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get them. Yet, Wang Teng gave them to her. She felt touched. If she knew that he just gave 2 scriptures to Dan Taixian, would she still be grateful towards him? Scumbag. Don't disappoint me, my dear. Wang Teng patted her shoulder and said, Who's your dear? Are you looking for a beating? Lin Chuan regained her senses and slapped his arm while complaining sweetly. Ha-ha, if you're not my dear, what are you? My wife? Wang Teng didn't dodge. He laughed instead. What are you saying? Lin Chuan blushed. Why are you embarrassed? Our parents have started preparing our engagement party. You'll be mine soon. Wang Teng smiled. We're not engaged yet. Aren't you worried that I'll regret it? That's not up to you. You can't run away after entering my family. Wang Teng teased her. You're becoming more and more shameless. Lin Chuan was speechless. Thank you for your compliment. Wang Teng replied indifferently. Lin Chuan. Suddenly, Wang Teng leaned towards her, his nose almost touching hers. His scorching breath landed on her pretty little face. Lin Chuan was shocked. Her face turned red instantly, but she didn't dodge Wang Teng's gaze. She just closed her eyes silently. However, after some time, what she expected didn't happen. Lin Chuan couldn't help but part her eyes slightly. She was embarrassed and furious when she saw Wang Teng chuckling. He finally leaned forward and pecked her lips. Lin Chuan widened her eyes in surprise. Their lips separated after some time. Lin Chuan was blushing and panting slightly. Her gaze was extremely gentle when she looked at Wang Teng. Sister, brother Wang Teng, what are you doing? A voice was heard outside the door. At the same time, a small head popped in and stared at them with a smile. It was Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuan started to feel embarrassed. Her face turned redder, and she evaded Lin Chuxia's gaze. She started combing her long hair, floating in front of her as if nothing had happened. I'm discussing some serious things with your sister. Wang Teng was different. He had thick skin, so he found some random excuse and replied to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuan, really? Lin Chuxia. Eyes closed face. Chapter 11:02. Scumbag. 2. Cough. You little girl. What do you know about adult matters? Wang Teng felt uncomfortable under her gaze. I'm not a little girl anymore. Lin Chuxia straightened her back and complained unhappily. Lin Chuan had regained her composure by now. She walked forward and patted her sister's head. Why aren't you cultivating? Why did you come and look for me? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for brother Wang Teng. Lin Chuxia replied instantly. Ungrateful fellow, Lin Chuan said. Ha. Wang Teng burst out laughing. Why are you looking for me? I haven't seen you in a while. I want you to play with me, Lin Chuxia said happily. Lin Chuan glared at her. Wang Teng doesn't have the time to play with you. Nothing will happen if he plays with me for a while, Lin Chuxia refuted. All right, I haven't accompanied her for a long time. I'll make an exception for you today. Wang Teng stopped their argument quickly. You're pampering her. You're going to spoil her like this, Lin Chuan said angrily. It's all right to pamper a lady. That way, she won't be fooled easily in the future, Wang Teng replied. That's right, Lin Chuxia agreed. This is bullshit. What are you even saying? Lin Chuan got furious. Brother Wang Teng, where are we going? Lin Chuxia stuck out her tongue at her sister and turned to ask Wang Teng. Let me bring y'all to the virtual universe today. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before he thought of this idea. The virtual universe? The two of them were stunned. What's that? Lin Chuan asked. It's like a virtual world, Wang Tung explained simply. The two ladies were surprised, finding it unbelievable. They didn't think that such amazing technology existed in the universe. Wang Tung brought them into the universe-level spacecraft. He was a baron of the Great Qian Empire. It was easy for him to settle the citizenship for a few people. Roundball did some work, and Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuan possessed citizenship of the Great Qian Empire. The virtual universe. Inside the Great Qian Empire's territory. The three of them logged in using their Great Qian Empire's citizenship. So naturally, they appeared within the boundaries of the Great Qian Empire. There was a huge plaza filled with people packed like sardines in a can. There was no end to it. Different races from the universe strolled through the plaza. It was an extraordinary scene. 2 eyes weren't enough to capture all the scenery. The two ladies were stunned when they saw this grand view. Wow! Lin Chuxia exclaimed. This place is huge and lively. The virtual universe is the same as the real world. Lin Chuan pinched her arm and scanned her surroundings again, carefully observing everything here. She was flabbergasted. Everything in a virtual universe is the same as the real world. There's no difference, Wang Tung replied with a smile. This is amazing. Lin Chuan took a deep breath to calm herself down. There are many races here. They all look powerful. Lin Chuxia didn't know where to look. She was awestruck. The universe is boundless, and the number of races is countless. Some races are born at the planetary stage, some at the celestial stage, or even the cosmos stage. They're very powerful, Wang Tung replied. They're born at the celestial stage or the cosmos stage. The two ladies were dumbstruck. Does that mean they don't have to cultivate? You're wrong. In the universe, there are numerous martial warriors at the cosmos stage and below. They're nothing in front of powerful factions, though. Only heaven stage martial warriors have some power and status. Although these powerful races have a further starting point, the path ahead is still long, Wang Tung explained. But in the Olent Federation, a cosmos stage martial warrior is the guardian of a galaxy, right? Aren't they considered powerful? Lin Chuan asked. The Olent Federation is just a low-tier civilization, a small faction in the universe. Let's take the Great Qian Empire as an example. It has a few 100,000 low-tier civilizations under it, Wang Tung lamented. He wasn't looking down on the Olent Federation. He was just telling the truth. After entering the Great Qian Empire, he realized that low-tier civilizations like the Olent Federation were pitifully small. A few 100,000. The two ladies widened their eyes in surprise with their mouths agape. They look quite cute. Ha ha. Wang Tung laughed involuntarily. Of course, to Earth, the Olent Federation is already a powerful presence. I almost got scared to death. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at Wang Tung, finally regaining her composure. Let's go. I'll bring you around so that you can get familiar with this place. It will make it easier for you to integrate into the universe, Wang Tung said. The two ladies went towards the streets outside the plaza under Wang Tung's lead. Shopping. Shopping in the virtual universe with a whole new experience. Wang Tung explained the situation in the universe while accompanying them to tour the various malls. This is the Rune Treasure Pavilion. There are many unique and special weapons, dawn, spiritual herbs, etc. You can buy anything here. This is Universe Bank, the greatest bank and one of the giants in the universe. It has branches in all the powerful factions in the universe. This is the Secondary Career Alliance. Do you know what the Secondary Career Alliance is? It's an alliance formed by rune masters, blacksmiths, alchemists, and other professionals. It's also one of the giants in the universe. I'm a part of them. Silence. A grand and magnificent map of the different factions in the universe appeared before the ladies' eyes, following Wang Tung's introduction. They felt a longing for this world. You had to admit that shopping was a woman's nature. Even though Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuan were unfamiliar with virtual reality, once they entered the malls, they seemed to have stepped foot in their own territory and were extremely familiar with everything. Wang Tung wondered if they had come here before. However, Earth wasn't registered, so they couldn't use the universe delivery system. In the end, the ladies' shopping desires weren't satisfied. Wang Tung had to promise them that he would fulfill their wish again after bringing them to the great Qian Empire. The two ladies finally let him go. Happy moments passed quickly. The three of them threw all matters to the back of their minds and played in the virtual universe for an entire day. They felt much more relaxed. After the fun, Wang Tung gave some cultivation resources to the sisters. These low-rank resources were useless to him, and he wouldn't be able to sell them for much money in the universe either. They would be put to better use if he gave them out for their cultivation. Especially Lin Chuxia. Her demon lotus poison body was an extremely powerful poison physique that was rare even in the universe. Wang Tung had high hopes for her future. However, the poison element resources she needed were huge too. She was like a bottomless well. Lin Chuxiao wouldn't be able to feed herself. She could only rely on her brother-in-law. However, Wang Tung didn't receive any poison element planetary stage scripture, so he had nothing to give to Lin Chuxia. He could buy one though. Anything could be bought with money. But his 5 elements were already at the celestial stage. He wasn't in a hurry to raise his poison force. Moreover, he wanted to see if he could get some poison element attributes out of anyone. Free things were always better. As for Lin Chuxia, she was only at the 9-star soldier level. She still had some distance to go before breaking through the planetary stage, so there was no rush. Work hard on your cultivation. Once I settle the things in the Olan Federation, I'll bring you to my territory. Wang Tung patted Lin Chuxia's head and said, "Your territory?" Lin Chuan asked. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have a galaxy in the great Qian Empire as my territory," Wang Tung replied casually. Lin Chuan, Lin Chuxia. This brat put on a really good show. A galaxy as his territory. The two ladies didn't dare to think further. Unfortunately, before they could ask him anything, Wang Tung waved his hands and left. Leaving immediately after boasting was the coolest move. Chapter 11:03. Departure and preparations 2 days later. A huge group of people gathered in front of the Global Union building. The leader of martial arts and the heads of the nations were all present. Today was the day that Wang Tung would depart for Olent Federation to seek justice. He wanted to let them know that Earth was not to be bullied. No one can trample on his planet. You have to be careful when you go to the Olent Federation. I really wanted to go with you guys, but Earth can't be left unprotected. The 3 great commanders smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Be prepared to watch a fireworks broadcast. I promise it will be spectacular. Wang Tung smiled. Fireworks broadcast. Everyone was slightly taken aback. You will know when the time comes. Wang Tung snickered. The crowd couldn't help but take a moment of silence for the Olent Federation. They always felt he wouldn't do anything humane. Let's go. Wang Tung didn't say much and brought everyone on the universe-level spacecraft. The universe-level spacecraft departed from Earth and headed to Olent Planet. Everyone below watched as the spacecraft disappeared before leaving with complicated feelings. There were many people who went on the spacecraft. Among them were the leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian, Yi Ji-sin, and the heads of the nations. Country Xia brought the most people. The heads of the nations were envious of it. They couldn't do anything about it, though. After all, Wang Tung was from Country Xia. No one would dare to say anything if he was biased. The people from Country Xia included members of the Wang family, Lin Chuan and her sister, and some of Wang Teng's friends, such as Su Jie, Bai Wei, Bailey Qingfeng, Lu Shu, Song Shuhang, Ho Pingliang, Anju, Wan Baiqiu, and others. There were even presidents of Huanghai University, Peng Yuanshan, and Tong Hu. As his alma mater, Wang Tung didn't forget about them. They had advanced to the peak of the 13-star general stage at a rapid pace and possessed constellation force. They were now trying to reach the planetary stage. There were also the presidents of Jinlin University and the First University and Old Han from the Huanghai Military Academy. They were now planetary stage martial warriors, and they would be the first batch of people to step into the universe in the future. The state of these pioneers was extremely peculiar. Although they were not young, they had reached their peak during the harsh environments of the past. They were all talented people. Now that the opportunity was presented to them, their growth was uncontrollable and extraordinary compared to ordinary people. Wang Tung was astonished when he saw these three elders. He felt that they could reach greater heights in the future. It was not impossible for them to reach the Cosmos stage. The appearance of multiple Cosmos stage martial warriors on an underdeveloped planet was something incredible. However, Wang Tung felt that it was highly possible. It wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone gathered together in the spacecraft. The panorama mode was activated, and the universe was presented to everyone. The spectators were amazed when they saw what was in front of their eyes. Dead silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Ever since humans had thoughts, they had been looking up at the stars. Many people had struggled for countless years in order to step foot into this unknown field. That dream was now fulfilled. Although various countries had carried out experiments on spaceships, only a few astronauts had entered space. There were further limitations and restrictions to their activities in space. It wasn't like how they were able to move freely in the spacecraft and embark on long voyages and travel to unfamiliar parts of the universe that were hundreds of thousands of light years away. Everything felt like a dream. It was too unreal. After a long time, Old Hans said with a complicated expression, "I can finally set foot in this universe. I have no regrets after waiting for so long." The leader of martial arts and Yu Xiaoxian heard that and nodded in agreement. Even the heads of the nations were full of amazement and felt that this trip was worthwhile. Wang Tung understood their feelings. He was the same when he left Earth for the first time. He smiled. This is just the beginning. That's right. This is just the beginning. I can still go further. Jinlin University's president laughed. That's right. It's still too early to say anything about regrets. Old Han smiled as he brushed his beard. The first university's Yu Xiaoxian didn't say anything. However, that smile on his face and the glow in his eyes showed that he was full of emotions as well. After appreciating the vast space, the spacecraft entered the dark universe. A long time later, their excitement died down. Everyone stopped gazing outside and went back to cultivate and rest. As for the people of country Xia, they gathered together to chat and learn more about some things in the universe from Wang Tung. The few presidents talked about the current situation in country Xia and Earth. Among the topics, the one that they were most concerned about was the cultivation of the next generation of martial warriors. Wang Tung, you can't be biased and only look after Huanghai Military Academy. The first university is at its tipping point. Yu Xiaoxian suddenly smiled bitterly. Now, Huanghai Military Academy was the best military academy in country Xia. Its reputation was even greater than the first university and was renowned globally. Many talented martial warriors enrolled in the academy once the admission cycle started. Everyone knew that this was the academy that Wang Tung was from. Whether it was the academy's qualification or its future resources, it would be unmatched by the other institutions. There was also news that Wang Tung would fund his alma mater, and there was no need to worry about resources. Huanghai Military Academy also added a lot of faculties for international martial warriors. Now that the entire globe was cooperating, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for martial warriors from various countries to be assimilated in country Xia. Jinlin University as well. There's an increase in the number of martial warriors. We don't have enough resources. The old president of Jinlin University also asked for help. Wang Tung was slightly taken aback. He didn't know why he was suddenly involved. The two of them were not young and were actually crying for his help. He was caught between laughter and tears. You guys are jealous. Wang Tung's from Huanghai Military Academy. It isn't wrong for him to take care of his alma mater. Old Han smiled with pride. You can't say that. Nurturing martial warriors is the top priority. Every institution is trying its best and working hard. This is just preferential treatment. Yu Xiaoxian shook his head. We don't need much. Just distributing half of the resources to us would be enough. Jinlin University's president chimed in. You'll have to find a leader of martial arts for that. It's no use talking to me. Old Han rolled his eyes and smiled. The leader of martial arts suddenly had a headache. He was now implicated in this matter. He had no solution either. Martial arts was now on a resurgence, and the number of martial warriors on Earth would definitely surge. The resources on Earth alone were not enough at all. That was why everything depended on Wang Tung. Don't worry, everyone. I have a galaxy territory in the Great Qian Empire. There are sufficient resources. Wang Tung had no choice but to speak up. He had told this to Lin Chuan and her sister, but he hadn't had the chance to inform the leader of martial arts and the others yet. Now, he had to reassure them. These people were heartbroken for Earth, and Wang Tung couldn't bear to let them continue to have wild thoughts. Everyone, a galaxy territory? They doubted their ears and looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. You mean a galaxy? The leader of martial arts gulped and asked. That's right. I obtained a galaxy after inheriting the Baron title in the Great Qian Empire. Wang Tung nodded. Goodness. Everyone gasped when they heard the definite answer. They couldn't take it. Their minds were blown as if they had been struck by lightning. Cough, is everyone okay? Wang Tung cleared his throat and asked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't a good thing to be this agitated when they were old. When he looked at them, he felt that Lin Chuan and Lin Chuxiao were better at accepting the news. But he didn't know that the concept of a galaxy was too impactful for a country's leader. Lin Chuan and Lin Chuxiao just thought that it was enormous and didn't think about it too much. Let's calm down. Yu Xiuxian waved his hand. Yes, let's calm down. My heart can't take it. Old Han clutched his chest. Wang Tung was afraid that these elders would pass away and that he would become a sinner, just like that. After a while, the leader of martial arts and the others finally accepted this fact with complicated expressions on their faces. My plan is to use my territory as a transfer station in the future to let martial warriors from Earth transit in the universe. Wang Tung saw that and continued speaking. How do we transit? The leader of martial arts pondered. By using a space array. That's a valid solution. Yu Xiuxian nodded. We can only use space arrays. Otherwise, the distance would be too great, and it would take up a lot of time. Wang Tung shook his head. Will this expose Earth's location? Jinlin University's president hesitated. Yes, this would expose Earth's location. It's extremely dangerous. We're still too weak in front of the major forces in the universe. Old Han said. That's why we need to obtain ownership of the Milky Way. Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he replied. Milky Way. Everyone was stunned. That's right. This is my other objective of heading to the Olin Federation, Wang Tung responded. With the Milky Way, I can set the teleportation arrays on other planets instead of placing them directly on Earth. That would reduce the risk greatly. I see. Everyone was enlightened. But we're talking about a galaxy. The Olin Federation wouldn't just hand it to us so easily. The leader of martial arts smiled bitterly. He felt that Wang Tung was too ambitious. He was talking about owning a galaxy. Was this the confidence of a noble from a high-tier civilization? Compared to him, they were just country bumpkins. How hurtful. That depends on how we execute things. Wang Tung's eyes twinkled. The leader of martial arts and the others exchanged glances, wondering what he had up his sleeves. Ha, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Wang Tung smiled. No one probed further. They could only pin their hopes on Wang Tung and go back to their cultivation. Chapter 1104. Law of Cause and Effect. The Virtual Universe. There was a huge city in the middle of the Great Qian mainland, known as Great Qian Sacred City. It was majestic and grand. This was called the Sacred City to differentiate it from Great Qian City in the real world. Almost all the powerful factions had bought properties here. Yes, they bought it even though it was in the virtual world. It was better not to look down on these virtual properties. They weren't cheap. Normal people couldn't afford them. Also, they might not have the right to buy them. Of course, with Wang Tung's noble status, he could buy a property here. Why'd he buy one? This was a face value issue. Imagine a noble having to start from the initial entrance every time he entered the virtual universe. He wouldn't have a place to hold a meeting if he needed to. Wasn't that awkward? In Great Qian Sacred City, there was a huge patch of land covered by castle-like structures. This was the land of the Parker's family. A few familiar faces were present in a hall within these castle-like structures. Two elderly figures sat at the front of the hall. They were the Furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Andres, Sinclamen, Volteru, and many others were standing below them. They didn't make a peep. After some time, a lofty figure abruptly appeared in the hall. Chao Hongtu. The person who appeared was Chao Hongtu, Universe Lords. Chao Hongtu immediately bowed and greeted the two Universe Lords above respectfully. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord nodded. "How is it?" the Furious Flaming Universe Lord asked. "I have formed a collaboration with the Olent Federation. They will send a Heaven Stage martial warrior to capture Wang Tung's family members. They should be back soon. We have set up a trap with the other two Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Wang Tung won't be able to escape," Chao Hongtu replied. A sinister gaze flashed past his eyes. 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors. It should be enough. Since that brat has left Earth, the Cavendish and the G families won't be able to help him, the Furious Flaming Universe Lord said. Volteru and Sinclamen were elated. "That brat thinks that he can fight with us just because he's a triple-field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance. How naive." Sinclamen snorted. "We must use his blood to wash the humiliation the Parkers suffered," Volteru said coldly. "The Parkers will give you what you deserve once this issue is settled. We might be able to help you get back your Baron status," the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said. "Yes." Chao Hongtu was beaming with joy. He quickly bowed. Then he hesitated. "What's the matter?" the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord asked. "The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation have a request," Chao Hongtu said. "What request?" the Furious Flaming Universe Lord asked. "They want some cultivation resources." Chao Hongtu briefly explained their request to the other party. "That's easy. It's just some resources. We can give them." The Furious Flaming Universe Lord shook his head and closed his eyes. He was too lazy to bother about this issue. As expected of a low-tier civilization. They're so petty. Do they think that the Parkers will lie to them? Sinclamen said contemptuously. "Tell them that they will get their share after the issue is settled," Volteru said. "Go ahead." The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord closed his eyes and ordered Chao Hongtu to leave. "I'll make a move first." Chao Hongtu nodded and left. Chao Hongtu is desperate. Sinclamen smiled as he stared at Chao Hongtu's back. He's willing to do anything for the Baron status. His daughter is still in Wang Tung's hands. But he doesn't care anymore. Volteru smiled with disdain. "He's just a dog of us Parkers." On the other hand, Wang Tung has been jumping around for too long. Sinclamen's expression turned ugly when he mentioned the name. "Humph, if Grand Duke Chongshan hadn't carved the law of cause and effect on that brat, so that the elders in our family can't touch him, things wouldn't be so troublesome," Volteru said helplessly. The people in the hall turned silent. They seemed a little fearful. No sounds were heard thereafter. The Olent planet. Chao Hongtu opened his eyes in a large hall. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In front of the hall, 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors with powerful auras were sitting on their thrones. Their gazes were sharp too as they blinked and opened their eyes. One of them was muscular and lofty. He was 3 meters tall, and his limbs were exceptionally bulky and thick. There were 2 sharp horns growing on his head, giving him a scary appearance. The other was only slightly taller than a normal earthling. He had pale green skin and slightly sharp ears. His face was filled with wrinkles, but they didn't seem to be a sign of aging. He was born like that. "Brother Casso," a loud voice came from the Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns on his head. "Thanks for waiting so long." Chao Hongtu smiled and continued. "I've already contacted the 2 Universe Stage martial warriors. They have agreed to give you enough resources once you complete the task." Joy appeared in their eyes. It was almost unnoticeable. They exchanged glances with each other and silently shifted their gazes away. "Ha ha, you're too kind." The other Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin said, "The Earthling has to pay the price since he dares to offend the Olent Federation. We must teach this impudent fellow a lesson." Chao Hongtu smiled as he spoke. However, in his heart, he was cursing. The Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation would not give their commitment until they were certain of their success. He had promised many benefits to get them to cooperate with him. "We will lay an ambush and wait for Sheng Luo to come back," The Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin said with ease. We'll make sure he can't escape once he lands in the Olent Federation. The Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns scoffed. I'll have to trouble you at that time. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior beside him is very strong. You need to be careful, Chao Hongda said. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior? I met one once. They're indeed powerful, but don't worry. The three of us made a name for ourselves in the universe and have gained the rank of a 3-star mercenary. It's enough to deal with a Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. The martial warrior with green skin said proudly. 3-star mercenary? Chao Hongtu was surprised. He didn't think that the other party possessed such strength. He nodded, and his doubts were cleared. Come, cheers to our successful collaboration. The Heaven Stage martial warrior with sharp horns raised a wine glass in his hand and shouted. All right, cheers. Chao Hongtu smiled when he saw how confident they were. Ha ha, cheers. Peals of laughter resounded in the hall. They seemed confident of their success. Universe-level spacecraft, Flaming River. Flaming River universe-level spacecraft zoomed through space at a high speed. The space coordinates of the Olent Federation weren't a secret. Hence, hyperspace travel could be executed. This would shorten the traveling time greatly. With the current speed of the spacecraft, they would arrive around 10 days later. Universe cruising was boring. Fortunately, Wang Teng was able to enter the virtual universe to hunt for star beasts and pick up attributes for his cultivation. Besides taking out some time to guide Lin Xuan and her sister, meeting up with Bailey Qingfeng and his friends, and teaching the rest how to use the virtual universe, he spent the rest of his time in the virtual universe. Everyone on Earth had the citizenship of the Great Qian Empire and was familiar with the virtual universe now. They were slowly integrating into the universe. Wang Teng didn't need to worry about anything. Today, Wang Teng was cultivating in his room, scratch that, picking up attribute bubbles. Space and time attribute bubbles could be found randomly in the dark universe. These two attribute bubbles were precious, so every time Wang Teng entered the dark universe, he would release his spiritual power and void mayflies to check his surroundings. Once he found any attribute bubbles, he would pick them up immediately. As for the virtual universe, he allowed his clones to enter. He created 2 clones, one as an unregistered resident and one as a normal resident. This was how he achieved double cultivation speed, doing 2 things simultaneously so that none was affected. Space *10 space *12. Wang Teng released his spiritual power out like fishing nets and swept them through the dark universe, as if he was fishing. Very soon, 2 more attribute bubbles flew over. They gave him 22 points of space attributes. There were fewer time attributes compared to space attributes. He had to rely on luck to find one. Normally, he would find 1 time attribute bubble after collecting 6 to 7 space attribute bubbles. This was God's gift. Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed. He saw a huge space-time vortex on the left in the dark universe. There were many attribute bubbles floating inside the vortex. He just buttered up God, and the reward came the next second. Looks like I have to compliment God more. Wang Teng thought to himself secretly. Collect. He acted quickly and released his spiritual power, picking up all the attribute bubbles. Space *1, 20 space *30 time, *35 time, *40 time, *25. I'm so lucky. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the contents of the attribute bubbles. He felt that he was extremely lucky. More than 10 attribute bubbles were found, and all of them had a sizable amount of attributes. There were even time attributes. This round of gains made his wait today worth it. No, it made up for all these days of waiting. Space Physique 16300/300000, 3rd rank, time 530/10,000 Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction after looking through his attributes panel. The progress was a little slow, but many a little make a mickle, especially for the time attribute. He collected a little every time, but there were already 530 in total. Wang Teng had a deeper understanding of time, and he could almost feel himself getting closer to touching that mysterious and occult power. He could faintly sense the passing of time. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It was faint, but he knew it was there. I'll be amazing if I can execute a battle technique using the power of time. Wang Ting opened his eyes and touched his chin as he muttered to himself. There was a sharp glint in his pitch-black eyes. While he was in deep thought, Round Ball's voice suddenly resounded. Wang Tung, we have reached the Olent planet. Chapter 11:05. This beautiful scenery is suitable for a reunion. They had reached the Olent Federation. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp, and he jumped to his feet. Come, let's give the Olent Federation a big present. He strode out of the cultivation room. The leader of martial arts and the others received the news too and gathered in the main control room. A huge planet appeared in front of everyone through panorama mode. It was at least 2 times the size of Earth. Is that the Olent planet? The leader of martial arts stared at the blue-green planet in awe. That's right, this is the main planet of the Olent Federation, the Olent planet. Wang Tung stepped in and answered them. Wang Tung, you're here. Everyone regained their senses and turned back. We have reached our enemy's doors. It's definitely time for me to come out. Wang Tung smiled and replied. Alert! Alert! A large universe fleet is detected ahead. An alert echoed in the room. They're here to welcome us. Wang Tung smiled. No one else felt as calm as him. They started to tense up. Wang Tung, will it be all right? Lin Xuan whispered uncontrollably. Don't worry. Wang Tung patted her hand and stood in front of the main control station. He squinted slightly as he stared at the universe fleet flying toward them. A dangerous gaze shimmered in his pupils. To him, this universe fleet was countless attribute bubbles. The fleet gradually came to a stop in front of the spacecraft, blocking the path ahead. At a single glance, there were tens of thousands of battlecraft in this fleet. They parked on the outskirts of the Olent planet, forming a majestic line of defense. The size of this fleet was enough to force a heaven-stage martial warrior to turn back. Please stop where you are. No spacecraft are allowed to enter the Olent planet. Please head to the satellite dock for parking. Repeat. No spacecraft are allowed to enter the Olent planet. Please head to the satellite dock for parking. Anyone that resists will be viewed as an invader and be shot down. A voice came out from the Olent Federation's universe fleet, ringing through the air like thunder. The threat in the announcement was clear. Round Ball, attack them. Wang Tung smirked and set his mind. Watch me. These are just planetary and celestial-level universe spacecraft. Although they can threaten a heaven-stage martial warrior with their numbers, they won't be able to harm this universe-level spacecraft. Round Ball chuckled, sounding excited. Under its control, the weapons on the Flaming River spacecraft lit up and spat fire. Before the universe fleet from the Olent Federation could react, numerous force shots had landed in their fleet. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft turned into fireballs and plummeted down. Numerous broken metal fragments were thrown into space. As for the people in the battlecraft, they disappeared in the explosions before they had the time to scream. The planetary and celestial stage martial warriors died in masses. The leader of martial arts and the others were appalled. They had seen Wang Tung destroying the Olent Federation's battlecraft when they were on Earth, but at that time, the fleet was much smaller. Moreover, they saw the scene through a screen. Thus, the impact wasn't huge. Now, these battlecraft turned into fireballs right in front of them and became part of the space dust. This image stimulated their hearts. Lin Xuan grabbed Wang Tung's hand tightly and frowned. She was a little nervous. At the same time, the martial warriors in the Olent Federation's battlecraft were in chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick, retaliate! All spacecraft, activate your force cannons and strike down that spacecraft. Although Wang Tung had caught them off guard, they were a professional fleet, so they managed to react at once. The spacecraft started to gather energy and hurled attacks at the Flaming River spacecraft. Boom, boom, boom. The force cannon struck the Flaming River's defense shield, but it wasn't broken. It didn't even cause any damage. How is that possible? A Cosmos-stage martial warrior on a Cosmos-level spacecraft shouted in disbelief. He was flabbergasted. General Rick, their spacecraft is powerful. It's probably a heaven-level or a universe-level spacecraft. We can't break its defense. A ninth-level celestial stage martial warrior turned and said with a pale face, 1 inch, damn it. Why is there such a powerful invader? General Rick's expression turned ugly. He almost bellowed his order. Activate the planet annihilation cannon. Only the planet annihilation cannon can deal with it. Ask the other battlecraft to hold it back. Do everything to buy us time. It mustn't get closer to the Olent planet. Yes, the martial warriors below replied loudly. Boom! A loud explosion shook their eardrums. A Cosmos-level battlecraft was hit the moment it activated its planet annihilation cannon, shattering into pieces with a loud bang. General Rick's expression froze. A drop of cold sweat fell down his forehead. F***K. A Cosmos-level battlecraft couldn't withstand one hit from their enemy. How are they supposed to fight? Retreat. Retreat. Get out of the enemy's attacking range. Ask the Cosmos-level spacecraft in front to move forward and block the enemy. We must buy time for the main battlecraft. A hoarse and exhausted, angry roar came out of General Rick's throat. He was using this method to hide the fear in his heart. The Cosmos-level battlecraft started flying forward one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting stood in front of the main control station and enjoyed the scene. How beautiful. Record it and let the people on Earth admire it. The leader of martial arts and the others were perspiring profusely. Are you sure it's beautiful? Why do we find it horrifying? They almost couldn't withstand the impact this image gave them. All right, bring out the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Let them savor this scene too. Wang Tung turned and spoke to Bertha. Yes. Bertha was stunned for a moment. She had a deeper understanding of her master's evil heart. The leader of martial arts exchanged glances with the other people. They felt that the martial warriors from the Olent Federation might break down if they saw this scene. Wang Tung was a little ruthless. After some time, Sheng Luo, Clote, and the other martial warriors were brought forward. This bunch of martial warriors from the Olent Federation was already paraded through the streets when they were on Earth. They were covered in eggs and rotten cabbages, so they smelled sour and horrible. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They almost died from embarrassment. However, as Cosmos Stage or above martial warriors, they had a strong desire to live. No one was willing to die. Thus, they bore with it. They bore with the humiliation. Wang Tung covered his nose when he saw them, exclaiming in surprise, "Didn't you guys bathe?" Bertha, they're Cosmos Stage and above martial warriors. Even if there are prisoners, we need to treat them properly. We don't lack water. Please change them in the future. Yes. Bertha was speechless. The leader of martial arts and the others were at a loss for words too. This young man was heartless. The other party was in such a miserable state, but he didn't want to let them go. He even rubbed salt in their wounds. But no one took pity on them. These guys had asked for it. Everyone had to bear the consequences of their actions. Sheng Luo and the others were dying from anger and embarrassment. They glared at Wang Tung, hoping that they could skin him alive and tear him into pieces. Don't look at me like that. I'm a kind person. You're prisoners, but I still prepared a fireworks show for you. Wang Tung pointed in front of him and said with a smile. Sheng Luo and the others looked in the direction he was pointing and squinted. Boom, boom, boom. Flames blossomed like beautiful flowers in the pitch-black space ahead. Behind the flames, they could see the familiar Olent planet. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Tung's voice rang beside their ears. You! Sheng Luo couldn't believe that Wang Tung honestly dared to come to the Olent planet. Where did he get his guts from? This fellow's balls were bigger than his wildest expectations. This beautiful scenery is suitable for a reunion. Wang Tung touched his chin and said. Everyone felt confused. What did he mean? Wang Tung waved his hand, and a few figures appeared in front of everyone. They stumbled and fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and they appeared listless. They opened their eyes slowly, unaware of what had happened. Wang Tung, a young man with golden hair, gritted his teeth and bellowed as he glared at Wang Tung with hatred. He was the talent of the Blue Wolf Galaxy from the Olent Federation. Yet, He got locked up by this earthling for such a long time. This was a huge humiliation. Kathu, Pulin, Loggins, and the others regained their senses and glared at Wang Tung in anger. These were the talents sent by the Olent Federation to Earth for the trial. They wanted to pounce and fight with Wang Tung, but the struggle in the spiritual labyrinth had exhausted all their energy. They didn't go into hibernation because Wang Tung freed them. He didn't want them to sleep forever. Wang Tung did this on purpose because he wanted these talents to see how inferior and weak their Olent Federation, which they were proud of in the past, was now. Not an ounce of force was left in their bodies. There was no way they could fight with Wang Tung. No chance at all. Hence, they could only be tortured by their anger. The leader of martial arts and the others had a strange expression upon seeing Wang Tung releasing the talents from the Olent Federation. This was evil. "Hello, long time no see." Wang Tung waved his hand and smiled at them. Everyone, Wang Tung was a devil. They finally knew his intentions. He wanted to break the last line of defense in these young people's hearts and trample their confidence. Unfortunately, the young talents didn't know. What a bunch of poor little kids. "Wang Tung, how dare you imprison us? The Olent Federation will not let you go. St. Star Pagoda will not let you go either. Earth will be destroyed because of you," Loggins said bitterly. Sheng Luo, Clote. Chapter 1106. Did you misunderstand something? Earthlings who don't know their place are courting death. The Olent Federation is not an organization that an Earthling can provoke. Bastard, be careful out there. Let's go right now. Argus and Loggins were the most prideful and were locked up for the longest. After being released, they started shouting and venting their anger. Although Kathu and Pulin were furious as well, they didn't make a ruckus. They were observing their surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape. However, they realized the atmosphere was strange, and they noticed a few familiar faces among the crowd. President Sheng Luo, Clote, Menka, Qinglun, Alston, Oliver, Claude. These were all leaders of the Olent Federation, and some of them were their seniors. Kathu and Pulin widened their eyes, their jaws slowly dropping. They suspected that Wang Tung was casting a spiritual illusion on them. They saw the ones that they wanted to see the most. However, these leaders and seniors looked a bit disheveled. No, they were very disheveled. It was like they were just fished out from a pool of dung. It was inappropriate to talk about their leaders and seniors like that, but it was a fitting description, and their pale faces were filled with rage and even shame. All of these emotions were vividly displayed on their faces. It was very realistic. Even their emotions felt real. This bastard spiritual illusion was truly terrifying. Kathu and Pulin exchanged glances with their hearts full of fear. They then looked at Wang Tung and smiled bitterly. "Wang Tung, stop fooling around. We know this is fake. Release your spiritual illusion. Isn't admitting defeat enough for you?" "What? Spiritual illusion?" Argus and Loggins were confused. Sheng Luo and the others. They wanted to open their mouths, but it was too awkward and humiliating. Even seniors like them were captured. If the juniors knew about this, they would be ashamed. They wanted to find a hole and bury themselves in it. They were secretly chanting in their hearts, "They can't see me. They can't see me." But it was useless. They had already seen them. But they were treated as a spiritual illusion. They didn't know whether to feel happy or depressed. "Kathu, are you sure this is a spiritual illusion?" Loggins didn't feel good. He then stared at Kathu with bloodshot eyes. He was going crazy. "Look at who that is." Kathu pointed towards the few people on the side. Sheng Luo and the others. They were targeted for no good reason. They had tried their best to diminish their presence, but this brat still recognized them. At this moment, they badly wanted to smack Kathu to death. President Sheng Luo, Clote, Loggins read out the names one by one. His face was full of disbelief. He was even more shocked when he saw Claude. "Father, father, uncle." Argus also cried out. Sheng Luo and the others knew that they couldn't hide it any longer and were about to speak. Argus and Loggins suddenly looked at each other and nodded. "It really is fake." Sheng Luo and the others were stunned and almost vomited blood. This wasn't what they had expected. These juniors couldn't even recognize them after so long. They're blind. Wang Tung, I didn't expect your spiritual illusion to reach such a level where you can extract our memories, Argus said. They thought that Wang Tung must have never seen Sheng Luo and the others before. For him to reproduce such illusions, their memories must have been tapped on. Wang Tung, how long are you going to humiliate us? Loggins's eyes were getting redder by the moment as he roared. Sheng Luo and the others looked at him and frowned. This brat's spirit was going to collapse. Lin Xuxia couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Bailey Qingfeng, Han Zhu, and the others had strange expressions as well. This group of fools was about to have their brains fried. They glanced at Wang Tung and felt that he was really black-hearted. A talent was played around like this. What are you laughing at? Loggins felt humiliated and roared at Lin Xuxia. So scary. Lin Xuxia retreated behind Wang Tung and patted her chest, looking frightened. In reality, she was just mocking him. Bang! Wang Tung swung his hand and slapped Loggins on his head. With a muffled sound, Loggins struck the floor before he could even react. Wang Tung! Loggins's head was buzzing, and he was bleeding from his mouth. He struggled to get up from the floor and glared at Wang Tung with his red eyes. A prisoner should know their place. Why are you shouting? Do you want to die? Wang Tung looked at him calmly. Loggins felt chills in his body under his calm stare. He closed his mouth subconsciously. However, he got angry from embarrassment, and his face became red like a tomato. Anyway, aren't you guys misunderstanding something? Wang Tung ignored him and smiled. What do you mean? Argus, Kathu, and the others frowned and sensed something strange in his smile. People around them were looking at them like they were idiots. Who said this was an illusion? If it's not an illusion, why are President Sheng Luo and the others here? Argus said coldly, You're still lying to us. Do you take us for fools? Ha! Wang Tung sat on the chair behind him and laughed heartily. These guys are so funny. At this point, they still think that this is an illusion. Their brains are really fried. They can't differentiate between reality and fantasy. What are you laughing at? Argus held back his anger. Sheng Luo, Clote, tell them. Is this real? Wang Tung smiled at Sheng Luo and the others. Sheng Luo snorted with a bruised face. Clote and the others had ugly expressions and didn't open their mouths. It was difficult for them to say something. Argus, Kathu, and the others saw that and gradually turned pale. An ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. No, this is all fake. You're lying to us. Loggins was full of disbelief. That's right. Stop humiliating us like this, Argus said coldly. Enough. Sheng Luo couldn't take it anymore and bellowed. He interrupted Argus and Kathu, preventing them from embarrassing themselves in front of others. You're just an illusion. How dare you yell at me? Argus didn't back off and retorted. Sheng Luo's face turned dark. This brat is asking for death. Clote and the others were rendered speechless. They didn't know how to describe what they were feeling. They were treated as illusions. What was this? Ha ha! Lin Xuxia burst into laughter, and tears were about to flow down her eyes. She then held on to Wang Tung and said, I'm sorry. I can't take it any longer. You guys can go on. Go on. Don't mind me. Silence. When Argus and the others saw her like this, their hearts wavered. Sheng Luo and the others were extremely embarrassed, but helpless. They wanted to vomit blood. Lin Xuan was caught between laughter and tears. She then patted Lin Xuxia on her head and told her to restrain herself. The leader of martial arts and the others were enjoying the show. They had to admit that seeing the mighty people from the Olent Federation make a fool of themselves was extremely satisfying. What do you want? Sheng Luo glared at Wang Tung. All right, let's get down to business. Let's watch the fireworks together. Wang Tung pointed outside and chuckled. Argus and the others followed his finger and were stunned. Their brains couldn't process things properly. Why is that planet so familiar? Olent Planet. What's going on? Why is Olent Planet appearing in front of my eyes? And what's with that explosion? They couldn't be blamed. Anyone who had been locked up for such a long time and suffered all kinds of mental torture would probably be dazed and feel that nothing was real. especially when they saw something that was almost impossible. Isn't it spectacular? Wang Ting asked. This is your illusion as well, right? Argus's face was pale as he asked in disbelief. He was still reluctant to accept reality. But everything in front of his eyes was telling him that this could all be real. Otherwise, President Sheng Luo and the others wouldn't be this aggrieved and angry, and those earthlings wouldn't look at them like they were clowns. Loggins, Kathu, Pulin, and the others looked at Sheng Luo and Wang Tong. Their faces were full of disbelief. It showed how much of a blow it was to them. Their spirits were about to collapse. If you think so, then it is, Wang Tong replied. Argus, Loggins, and the others turned pale and stepped back. They were stumbling and almost unable to support their bodies. They stared at the scene in front of them as if they were trying to find some flaws in it to prove that it was fake. But only disappointment greeted them in the end. Despair slowly rose in their hearts and could not be suppressed. Why is it like that? The Olent Federation that they were so proud of was collapsing in front of this earthling. This was unbelievable. In space, battlecraft fell one after another, and the scene was too tragic to be described. In the blink of an eye, the entire fleet was reduced to a few spacecraft, which scattered around and fled in panic. They lost the courage to confront Flaming River. Several spacecraft couldn't even fire their planet annihilation cannons and were now reduced to scraps. And all of this happened in just a few minutes. The leaders of the Olent Federation didn't even have the time to react. Wang Tong didn't bother about the people from Olent Federation and used his spiritual power to pick up attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Water, asterisk 1500 Constellation Force, Wood, asterisk 2000 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 200. Chapter 1107. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here. Constellation Force, Metal, asterisk 1800 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 600 Celestial Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 1200 Emperor, Level Metal Talent, asterisk 500 Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 1600 Emperor, Level Fire Talent, asterisk 700 Emperor, Level Sword Talent, asterisk 1000 Constellation Force, Wood, asterisk 2200 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 280 Constellation Force, Wood, asterisk 600 Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 2500 Constellation Force, Wind, asterisk 3200. The attribute bubbles flew toward Wang Tong. He was too busy to look at all of them carefully. There were too many. This was a huge harvest. Thousands of universe battlecraft were bombarded with numerous martial warriors inside them. All of them were at the planetary stage and above, so there would definitely be many attribute bubbles. Wang Tong was overjoyed. He quickly sensed what was inside the attribute bubbles while digesting them. A vast amount of force flowed through his body and gathered within his force constellations. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, a loud explosion rang in his body. He had achieved a breakthrough. It wasn't just a breakthrough in one element. It was a 5-element breakthrough. Constellation Metal Force, 8,000/50,000, Celestial Stage 5th level. Constellation with Force, 700/40,000, Celestial Stage 4th level. Constellation Water Force, 1,800/40,000, Celestial Stage 4th level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,200/80,000, Celestial Stage 8th level. Constellation Earth Force, 23,000/30,000, Celestial Stage 3rd level. He just had a breakthrough for his wood, water, and earth forces recently, but it was happening again. His wood and water forces had both reached the 4th level. His earth force had also entered the 3rd level and would reach the 4th level soon. As for his metal and fire forces, both rose tremendously. His metal force jumped from his 2nd level to the 5th level. His fire force progressed the fastest, already at the 8th level. His fire force had reached the last few levels, so the progression speed started to slow down. Although it entered the 8th level, it was only at the doorstep. Besides increases in his force, his spirit and enlightenment transformed too. Boom! Wang Tong's mind suddenly trembled along with his advancement. An unprecedented, refreshed, and clear feeling flowed into his mind. His enlightenment had achieved a breakthrough. It jumped one level and rose from the celestial realm to the cosmos realm. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. Spirit 32500/50,000 Celestial Realm. Enlightenment 3000/100000 Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng never expected this huge rise in his enlightenment attribute. His enlightenment soared exponentially. Streams of knowledge and comprehension rushed into his mind like a cosmic explosion. Some things, which he found hazy in the past, started to become clearer. The enlightenment flashed through his mind like shooting stars. Wang Teng stretched out his hand to grab them. His pupils moved left and right as he started to gain a deeper understanding of various ideas and skills. 5-element fist, scripture amalgamation, force amalgamation, domain amalgamation. Wang Teng grabbed hold of these ideas tightly, clenching them firmly in his hands. He wouldn't let them go no matter what happened. These ideas would become Wang Teng's greatest assets in the future. He wasn't able to completely formulate them at the moment, but the accumulation and understanding from now on would turn these ideas into reality soon. Wang Teng didn't know that when formidable martial warriors reached the universe stage or the eternal stage, they would choose to amalgamate all their learnings and create a new unique scripture most suitable for themselves. He was walking on this path. Moreover, he was just at the celestial stage. It was unbelievable. During an advancement, the physical body, enlightenment, and spirit of a martial warrior would get transformed and upgraded to a certain extent. Thus, by theory, the higher the martial warrior's level, the higher his enlightenment and spirit. This was why universe stage and eternal stage martial warriors were able to create their own scriptures. Without enough enlightenment, everything was bullshit. Wang Teng's enlightenment was in the cosmos realm, close to the universe realm. He might not be able to create a complete, unique scripture, but he could make some semi-finished products. For instance, in the past, his 5-element fist could only defeat planetary stage and below martial warriors. With his current enlightenment, he could optimize and improve this skill, making it a cosmos stage battle technique. Wang Teng's mind worked furiously. He looked at his spirit attribute. The rise in his spirit wasn't as astonishing as his enlightenment. It reached more than 30,000, and it was still in the celestial realm. Wang Teng continued looking down. Talent attributes. There was a complete upgrade of all his talents, especially the 5 basic elements. Imperial level metal talent, 2500/25,000 Imperial. Level wood talent, 3000/25,000 Imperial. Level water talent, 1400/25,000 Imperial. Level fire talent, 1800/25,000 Imperial. Level earth talent, 2600/25,000. The talent for his 5 basic elements advanced and reached the Imperial level. Wang Teng was more sensitive to the 5-element forces around him. Until this point, all of Wang Teng's talents were at the Imperial level and above, besides his lightning talent. The improvement in his battle technique talents was humongous too. Imperial level sword talent, 1200/25,000 Imperial level blade talent, 2000/25,000 Imperial level axe talent, 1080/25,000 Imperial level arrow talent, 1500/25,000 Imperial level gun talent, 2200/25,000. Wang Teng scrolled through and noticed that all his Emperor level talents had advanced to the Imperial level. He even had an additional Imperial level gun talent. Talents for battle techniques were common. You would get one for every martial warrior killed. That was why Wang Teng's battle technique talents managed to rise so quickly to the Imperial level. He had picked up many talent attributes when he destroyed the Olent Federation fleet that attacked Earth. But it wasn't enough to achieve a breakthrough. After reaching the Imperial level, Wang Teng felt that he could handle any weapon with proficiency and there were no obstacles in understanding any battle techniques. He could learn Cosmos stage and below battle techniques with a single look. Higher battle techniques would take longer, but it wasn't a huge problem. Wang Teng felt invigorated when he saw the rows of Imperial level talents. This feeling came from the depth of his heart. He didn't have an obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it did look amazing. Within a few seconds, Wang Tung collected all the attribute bubbles and underwent a major transformation. But the people outside didn't know. The leader of martial arts and the others had complex feelings when they saw the crippled Olent Federation fleet. They shook their heads. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful universe civilization would end up in such a state. It was unexpected, yet they felt comfortable. It was worth the trip here. This was the only way they could vent their hatred after everything the Olent Federation had done to Earth. On the other hand, Sheng Luo and the others had hideous expressions on their faces. Their skin turned white. They regretted provoking Wang Tung. If they didn't provoke him, they wouldn't be in this state. Argus and the young people widened their eyes in terror and shivered uncontrollably. They couldn't accept this reality. The Olent Federation that they felt proud of, they looked at Wang Tung as if he were a ghost. Wang Tung disregarded them and continued staring at the beautiful planet in front of him. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 3 powerful auras erupted from the Olent planet. They're finally here. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips. 3 beams of light charged out of the planet at the speed of light. They came ferociously like 3 terrifying giant beasts. Who is this? Who dares to invade the Olent Federation? Their angry roars were already heard before the people arrived. One could hear their rage. Sheng Luo and the others smiled when they heard the voices. Wang Tung snorted. He waved his hands, and 3 powerful force attacks shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams of light were attacked the instant they came out of the planet. They resisted in haste, but they were still thrown back a few thousand meters. 3 figures appeared in the air, looking a little miserable. They glared at the giant spacecraft in front. A universe-level spacecraft, one of them exclaimed in shock. The other 2 were equally dumbstruck. Their faces turned green. No one had expected a universe-level spacecraft to attack the Olent Federation. Who are you? Since you dare to attack the Olent Federation, you should have the guts to come out. Why are you hiding? An angry bellow came out of the mouth of the martial warrior with horns on his head. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here. A voice floated out from the spacecraft. Wang Tung, the figure who spoke first, exclaimed in astonishment. What? Wang Tung? The other 2 figures were in disbelief. Wasn't Wang Tung that Earthling? Where did he get this universe-level spacecraft? Was this a joke? Senior Brother Chow, I didn't expect to see you here. Wang Tung squinted upon noticing Chow Hongtu's figure. It's you. Chow Hongtu took a deep breath and replied in a bitter voice. He felt that things were getting troublesome. Wang Tung had a universe-level spacecraft. This was an indomitable presence. If he wanted to leave, 3 heaven-stage martial warriors couldn't stop him. Are you surprised? Wang Tung asked. Yes, I'm surprised. But do you think you can kill us with that spacecraft? Chow Hongtu blinked. He wanted to lure Wang Tung out of the spacecraft. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy the Olent planet. Wang Tung sniggered. Bastard, how dare you think of destroying the Olent planet? The other 2 heaven-stage martial warriors were infuriated. They wished they could charge into the spacecraft to kill Wang Tung. What a joke. You can kill me and destroy Earth, so why can't I destroy your planet? Wang Tung asked calmly. The 2 heaven-stage martial warriors' faces turned distorted. They didn't know what to say. They never thought that an Earthling would have a universe-level spacecraft. This put them at a disadvantage. Brother Chow, let's break the defense shield of the spacecraft together and find a chance to infiltrate. This brat is just a celestial stage martial warrior. Once we enter the spacecraft, it will be ours, the heaven stage martial warrior with horns on his head said. The greed on his face was apparent. All right, let's fight our way in. Chow Hongtu's gaze turned sharp. At this point, he had no other choices. He could only grit. Chapter 1108. It felt a little offensive. Chow Hongtu and the other 2 heaven stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation didn't hide their conversation. They spoke openly. Even if Wang Tung had a universe-level spacecraft, they still looked down on him. Let's give a slightly inappropriate example. It was like a little kid holding a gun. He might be able to kill other kids, but if he was facing adults, they would have ways to deal with him even though he posed some threat. Moreover, these adults had bulletproof vests. The three Heaven Stage martial warriors finished their discussion and split up, heading to three different parts of the spacecraft. That way, Flaming River wouldn't be able to focus its firepower in one spot. They could also find a chance to damage the defense shield of the spacecraft while the other two martial warriors were distracting it. Wang Tung, they're going to attack the spacecraft, Roundball said grimly. How high is your success rate against three Heaven Stage martial warriors? Sheng Luo snorted. Two of them are three-star mercenaries like me. When I made a name for myself in the universe, you weren't even a cell. Another three-star mercenary. Unlan frowned. Dealing with Sheng Luo was enough to give him a headache. Now, there were two three-star mercenaries and Chao Hong too. This was getting troublesome. Mind you, the abilities of Sheng Luo and the other two Heaven Stage martial warriors shouldn't be underestimated since they were able to build a universe civilization, even if it was just low tier. Chao Hong too was just a two-star mercenary. He was still some distance away from the other party. Chao Hong too wasn't weak. He grew up in the Great Qian Empire, so his background was more powerful than ordinary martial warriors. However, martial warriors like Sheng Luo, who climbed up from the grassroots, had their extraordinary points. This was the difference between a genius born in a civilian family and one born in an elite family. Sheng Luo and the two other Heaven Stage martial warriors were geniuses born in ordinary families. How do you still have the face to speak after getting captured by me at this old age? Wang Tung slapped Sheng Luo's head. You! Sheng Luo staggered and glared at Wang Tung. He was a Heaven Stage martial warrior, much older than Wang Tung's grandfather's grandfather. Yet he got slapped in the head. He couldn't bear it. It was infuriating. The other people were shocked, especially Clote and the Cosmo Stage martial warriors. They wanted to say something at first, but all of them remained quiet. It would be embarrassing if they got slapped by Wang Tung on the head. Actually, there wasn't much dignity left in them at this stage. As for Argus and the youngsters, nothing much could be said. They were still doubting themselves and feeling that their world had collapsed. On the other hand, Loggins felt a little better after seeing President Sheng Luo getting slapped. Comparisons were scary. The beating he received from Wang Tung in the past was nothing. Well, even President Sheng Luo had suffered in that bastard's hands. Wang Tung, that's the giant horn race. They're born with metal force and have great talent. They're extremely sensitive to metal force and will reach the celestial stage once they become an adult, Roundball suddenly said. Giant horn race. Wang Tung was stunned. Races that had their own names were all powerful. The other party must possess something special for Roundball to warn him like this. The last one isn't simple either. He seems to be a Luke. Roundball frowned as it looked at the other Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin. It was a little uncertain. Luke. Wang Tung furrowed his brows again. He was a little puzzled. Is there anything special about this Luke? He guessed that the Lukes weren't a simple race either. Lukes possess a powerful disguise and transforming talent. They're sly and hard to deal with. Think about it. They can turn into the faces of familiar people and lurk around you without you knowing. Isn't that dangerous? Roundball explained hurriedly. Disguised talent. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. This special talent is great. It will be great to get this attribute from him. As for the danger, he wasn't worried. He had previous experiences of putting on a disguise and sneaking attacks on people. He was well versed in it. Besides, they were on guard, so the other party wouldn't be able to sneak their way in. Roundball felt that it was playing the lute to a cow. Wang Tung looked strange. Why did he seem excited? I'm not sure. This Heaven Stage martial warrior looks a little different from a normal Luke. He looks similar yet different. Is he a half-breed? Roundball hesitated again. You're not sure. Wang Tung felt disappointed instantly. He was happy for nothing. Roundball. It was reminding Wang Tung that his opponents were difficult to deal with, so he should be careful. Yet, he looked disappointed when he heard that the other party might not be a Luke. Did he think that his opponent was too weak? It felt that it couldn't understand what Wang Tung was thinking. Boom! 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 The spacecraft trembled. The three Heaven Stage martial warriors had started attacking Flaming River. Force attacks slammed on the flaming river one after another. It created some impact on the defense shield of the spacecraft. Alert! Defense shield is 0. 1% damaged. Alert! Defense shield is 0. 11% damaged. Alert! Defense shield is 0. 12% damaged. The alert echoed in the main control room of the spacecraft. However, no one panicked. Instead, all of them wore strange expressions on their faces. Sheng Luo and company's faces turned black. What kind of spacecraft was this? 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors were hurling attacks at it, but they only caused 0. 1% damage to the shield. That wasn't all. What was with that 0? 1% of damage at the end? It felt a little offensive. This small amount of damage couldn't even keep up with the self-recovery speed of the spacecraft's defense shield. Sheng Luo and the others were in despair again. He was tormenting them. Brother Wang Tong, are they warming up? Lin Chuxia asked in a daze. No, they're trying to tickle the spacecraft. Everyone, what do you mean by tickling the spacecraft? Do you have to stimulate us like this? If the Heaven Stage martial warriors knew that their full-blown attacks were treated as tickles, they might have a mental breakdown. Let me go out and meet them. Alon was itching for some action. Everyone was shocked. There are 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors outside, and only you alone. It's not an easy fight, Roundball said. You can go out. I'll use the spacecraft to cover you. Wang Tong touched his chin and nodded after some consideration. How could he get a tribute bubbles if there wasn't a fight? This was the reason why he didn't stop in Lawn. Aha, let me test the ability of these 2 3-star mercenaries. I didn't have my fill the other time, Unlan replied with a smile. Sheng Luo, did I offend you? Why are you mocking me when I'm already a prisoner? Wang Ting opened the cabin door. Outside, the 3 martial warriors attacked for some time before realizing that they were too naive. They had no chance of breaking the defense shield. Just as they were feeling exasperated, the cabin door opened, lifting their emotions. A figure came out like a shooting star and landed in front of the martial warrior with horns. Mecha Race. The Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns stared at Alan in surprise. Chao Hong too and the martial warrior with green skin wanted to rush forward, but Flaming River launched an attack at that moment. Boom! 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 The force cannons crashed into them, throwing them back. Attack the spacecraft. Leave this mecha to me. The martial warrior with horns shouted. Chao Hong too and the Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin were enraged. They roared and charged at the spacecraft. Boom! 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 Fierce attacks landed on the spacecraft. On the other side, Unlan was staring his opponent in the eye. Their aura kept climbing. No one said anything. Boom! In the next instant, the 2 figures disappeared and shot toward each other like 2 beams of light. Wang Tong saw the golden beam of light and finally understood why Unlan wanted to fight with this martial warrior. Both of them were metal element martial warriors. The giant horn race possessed powerful metal talent at birth. Unlan would be able to achieve a breakthrough faster by battling with such opponents. The giant's weapons were 2 enormous blades. When he slashed them down, a unique golden aura oozed out and pasted itself on the surface of the blade. It formed a strong and powerful golden blade glow that cut through the air with its formidable strength. So powerful, the leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian, the heads of the nations and the younger generations, such as Bailey Qingfeng and Han Zhu, all widened their eyes in awe. They couldn't help but gasp. This was the power of the Heaven Stage. One attack could destroy a planet. This wasn't a joke. Very soon, Unlan and the giant activated their domains and collided in outer space. No one could see what was happening inside. Sheng Luo and the others felt nervous. If their martial warrior was defeated, their hopes would be dashed. Fortunately, Wang Tong possessed the eyes of essence and the spiritual sight, so he could observe the fight. Wang Tong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Roundball asked quickly. It looks like the giant horn race will lose soon. A smile crept up the edge of Wang Tong's lips. Everyone was stunned. How did he know what was happening inside when they couldn't see anything? How do you know? Roundball asked curiously. Wang Tung smiled without giving a reply. Round Ball was frustrated. Well, Wang Tung saw that Lan's domain had reached the 7th level, the same level as Sheng Luo's. But his black metal domain was undeniably more powerful. Sheng Luo noticed it too. He squinted, and his expression turned ugly. He was dumbstruck. With his power, it wasn't hard to see that Lan had achieved a breakthrough. However, Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How'd he know? Boom! A few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred and the giant's domain shattered. A figure was thrown out of it, vomiting blood as he flew through the air. Chapter 1109. This bastard has a black heart. Tu Jin lost. Sheng Luo's pupils constricted. His features all scrunched up when he saw the person who lost. Everyone from the Olent Federation was appalled. They were filled with disbelief. Between Heaven Lord Tu Jin, Heaven Lord Bartlett, and President Sheng Luo, Heaven Lord Tu Jin was the strongest, followed by President Sheng Luo and then Heaven Lord Bartlett. But now, President Sheng Luo was captured and Heaven Lord Tu Jin lost. Their hopes were slowly wiped out by this bunch of earthlings. How's this possible? Argus and the other young ones turned pale, their minds going black. They couldn't accept this result. Wang Ting looked at their expression and gave a cold smile. Then he scanned the battlefield outside and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, metal. Asterisk 9,000 Constellation Force, metal. Asterisk 10,000 Celestial Realm Spirit. Asterisk 1,200 Celestial Realm Spirit. Asterisk 2,400 Metal Domain. Asterisk 4,000 Black Metal Domain. Asterisk 6,000 Metal Ultima. Asterisk 6,000 Metal Gash Blade Skill. Asterisk 3,000. As expected of the attribute bubbles from Heaven Stage Martial Warriors. Wang Tung was thrilled. He sucked in the bubbles happily. He received 19,000 points of metal force in total. Although this wasn't enough for a breakthrough, his metal force rose greatly. Then, there were 3,600 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This was a sizable gain. His spirit had reached 36,100 points. Spirit, 36100/50,000 Celestial Realm. This powerful spirit caused his spiritual power to strengthen tremendously. It was at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. With his spiritual kinesis, which was at the small achievement stage, he could use multiple spiritual weapons at once. One golden crescent blade wasn't enough for him to showcase his full potential. He also received 4,000 points of Metal Domain and 6,000 points of Black Metal Domain. Both of them were powerful domains, especially the Black Metal Domain. It was many times stronger than the normal Metal Domain. The giant got defeated because his domain was weaker than Lan's. Metal Domain, 1250/3000, 3rd rank. Black Metal Domain, 2000/4000, 4th rank. A large amount of knowledge and enlightenment regarding the domains swarmed into Wang Tung's mind. There were many similarities between the Metal Domain and the Black Metal Domain. After all, the Black Metal Domain was a combination of the Metal Domain and spiritual power. He closed his eyes to absorb and digest this knowledge. Within a few seconds, his Metal Domain rose from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank, while his Black Metal Domain jumped from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. Wang Ting opened his eyes. A golden glimmer flashed past them. Sheng Luo, who had been observing him all this while, noticed the change immediately. There was a tinge of astonishment on his face. Domain. Wang Tung had grasped the domain. This was unbelievable. What was even unbelievable was that he grasped the idea after watching a fight between two Heaven Stage martial warriors. Grasping a domain was extremely difficult. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors had to spend a lot of time and effort to understand it. Yet Wang Tung got it after watching a single fight. How could there be someone like him? Was he the unparalleled genius that only existed in legends? Yes, he must be. This must be why a high-tier civilization like the Great Qian Empire allowed this earthling to inherit the Baron title. Sheng Luo felt that he had found the crux of the issue. Unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, bitterness surged into his heart without control. If a talent like him entered his Saint Star Pagoda, They might be able to get amazing benefits in the future. Unfortunately, he destroyed this possibility with his own hands. The golden glow in Wang Tung's eyes disappeared quickly. Feeling delighted, he let out a small sigh. The increase in the strength of these two domains was huge. Most importantly, he was at the celestial stage, but he had already grasped the power of domain, and they were at the 3rd and 4th rank. Even a talent from a high-tier civilization might not possess such powerful domains. Lastly, Wang Tung had 2 surprise gains. One was the Metal Ultima, and the other was a battle technique called the Metal Gash Blade skill. Wang Tung didn't have the Metal Ultima, but he had it now. Knowledge about this Ultima floated in his mind. He absorbed them quickly. Metal Ultima, 1200/5000, 5th level, 6,000 points of Metal Ultima pushed this attribute to the 5th level directly. This was quite scary. Finally, Wang Tung looked at the Metal Gash Blade skill. The outline of a person appeared in his mind. This figure was practicing a powerful blade technique. This was a Heaven Stage battle technique. Wang Tung was ecstatic. He thought that it would be a Cosmos Stage technique, but it was a level higher. This was his first Heaven Stage battle technique. There were many powerful battle techniques left by Flaming River Universe Lord. Some of them were even in the Universe Stage, but Wang Tung was only at the Celestial Stage. He couldn't use them. Heaven Stage battle techniques were his limit. Moreover, he got it by picking up attributes, so the understanding process was easier. He didn't need to spend too much time. That was good. Metal Gash Blade skill, 2000/3000, well-versed. Wang Tung looked out of the spacecraft after counting his gains. Chao Hong Tu and the other Heaven Stage martial warrior had given up attacking the Flaming River and rushed to the giant horn race martial warrior. "How are you?" Chao Hong Tu asked. He was in a bad mood. He lost after all the boasting he did. What the hell was this? Tu Jin felt worse when he detected the change in Chao Hong Tu's voice. He spat out a mouth of blood and said, "Damn it, that Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is very powerful. What should we do now? We can't enter the spacecraft and can't win against the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. We don't have a chance." Bartlett furrowed his brows. Just when they were in a dilemma, Wang Tung's voice floated out of Flaming River. "Hey, I can give you a chance." The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors felt uncomfortable. 3 of them needed a chance from Celestial Stage martial warrior. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat the circumstances. Heaven Lord Bartlett opened his mouth first. "What do you want?" "Give me Chao Hong Tu, and I'll let the Olent Federation go." "What do you think?" Wang Tung said calmly. Chao Hong Tu's heart sank. He almost fumed in anger. This brat was a bastard. How could he come up with such an evil plan? He felt even more anxious when he saw Tu Jin and Bartlett's gazes. "Don't listen to him. He wants to break us up," Chao Hong Tu warned. "Think about it. If you don't do this, I can just spend a little more time destroying your planet. Do you think you can win?" Wang Tung continued. Tu Jin and Bartlett's expressions changed. They started to hesitate. They had to admit that Wang Tung was telling the truth. Tu Jin was defeated. They had no chance of success. Well, if Wang Tung came out of the spacecraft, they might be able to take him down with their combined efforts. You guys are his enemies. He came with the purpose of destroying the Olent planet. Do you think he'll give up so easily? Chao Hong Tu shouted in a hurry. He had a strong desire to live. Tu Jin and Bartlett reacted in time. Their faces turned green. F***K. They were almost fooled. "Sigh, you didn't fall for the trap," Wang Tung said in exasperation when he realized that his plan didn't work. Tu Jin, Bartlett. F***KU. This bastard had a black heart. The leader of martial arts and the other people in the spacecraft were speechless too. They almost believed him because of his resolute tone. "Well, there's no other choice." Wang Tung's tone changed from light-hearted to cold and icy. "I can only kill you." How arrogant. The 2 Heaven Lords were infuriated. They almost got fooled by this young brat, and now he was looking down on them. Did he really think that he could kill them? Wang Tung flew out of the spacecraft and appeared in space. His opponents were elated. "Young brat, I might not have been able to kill you if you had stayed in the spacecraft, but you decided to come out. It's time for you to die. Kill him. Jean and Bartlett dashed toward Wang Tung with sinister smiles. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming river behind Wang Tung fired multiple shots. They flew toward the enemies like a flaming net. The two heaven lords were astounded. They executed their battle techniques to block the attacks. Unlan, hold them back, Wang Tung said in a low voice. Unlan's face turned black. This young man was thinking too highly of him. He wanted him to hold 3 enemies back at once. However, he knew that Wang Tung probably had a plan. How long? 5 minutes. Okay, I can do that. Unlan nodded. He darted toward the 3 opponents. The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors escaped from the cannon attacks and were just in time to welcome Unlan. They heard their conversation too. Chao Hongta scoffed. Do you think that a celestial stage martial warrior can defeat us? What a joke. Unlan kept quiet. With a sweep of his hand, the 1,000 armaments vessel split into multiple parts. There was a golden shine on all of them. He placed his domain power on the 1,000 armaments vessel in the form of black thin threads as he floated toward his enemies. A divine spirit master might be powerful, but it's stupid of you to divide your spiritual weapon just to stop us. Jean had fought with Unlan before, so he knew how powerful the 1,000 armaments vessel was. But that was when it was in one piece. When it was split up, the power would be divided, and it would become much weaker. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle between 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors erupted in space. It was fortunate that Jean was heavily injured. He could only execute 30% of his normal strength. If not, Unlan would have a harder time. Wang Tung acted immediately. He activated his space physique, and the space power in his body spread to the emptiness around him. This was the first time he had used his space power after his space physique reached the 3rd rank. Let Olent Federation taste the power of my space physique. Chapter 11:10. Feel the pain. 1. In outer space. Wang Tung floated in midair. His thick black hair was dancing furiously as if it was blown by an invisible force. Thick space power intertwined around him and seeped into his surroundings. However, this fluctuation only occurred within half a meter of him. Other people couldn't detect anything. In the spacecraft, the leader of martial arts and the others stared at him curiously. What's Wang Tung planning to do? The old president of Jinlin University asked curiously. I don't know. It's dangerous for him to go out like this. The leader of martial arts shook his head helplessly. He asked the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior to hold back the opponents, so he should have some plans up his sleeve, Dan Taixian contemplated before speaking. She stared at Wang Tung with her beautiful eyes. However, his opponents are 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Tung is only at the celestial stage. The leader of martial arts replied with a bitter smile. That fellow will never put himself in danger. Don't think too much. Roundball rolled its eyes. It didn't follow Wang Tung out. Instead, it stayed back to control the spacecraft. The universe-level spacecraft was powerful, but its operation was complex too. It needed a powerful, intelligent life form like Roundball that was good in calculation. You're right. He's a smart person. He won't put himself in danger. The leader of martial arts gave a bitter smile. Sheng Luo and the others frowned. Wang Tung was an abnormality. He wouldn't rush out for nothing. Jean and Bartlett must defeat the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior or accidents might happen. He's looking for death. How dare he run out to interfere in Lord Jin's battle with his ability? Loggins snorted when he heard the Earthlings' discussion. He's just lucky to get this powerful spacecraft. He'll be fine if he hides in the spacecraft. Why'd he have to go out and seek his own death? Does he really think he's somebody? Argus said in contempt. The Earthlings were furious at their comments. They glared at Argus and Loggins coldly. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out and arrived in front of them. What do you want? Loggins stared at the person and scoffed. Slap. A loud and clear sound echoed in the spacecraft. 1 slap per person. Argus and Loggins were stunned. They didn't know what was happening. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the small figure in a daze. She had to tiptoe to slap the 2 young men, and she looked like someone easy to bully. However, Her actions were sharp and precise. Chuxia, Lin Chuhan exclaimed in shock, staring at her sister in disbelief. Although these two were irritating, she didn't expect Lin Chuxia to slap them directly. This was out of her expectations. It doesn't feel that good. Lin Chuxia glanced at their swollen faces and commented in disappointment. Everyone, was this young lady a devil? She slapped them until their faces swelled up, but she still scorned them. Wasn't this a little too much? Dan Taixian chuckled. She looked at the young lady with interest. This young lady learns well from Wang Tong. The leader of martial arts was caught between laughter and tears. However, he had to admit that Dan Taixian was right. He saw signs of Wang Tong on this lady. Argus and Loggins regained their senses. They held their handsome faces and shouted in anger and embarrassment with bloodshot eyes. How dare you hit us? Lin Chuxia gave them a reserved smile and took out 2 force guns. She pasted it against their foreheads and said innocently, Not only do I dare to slap you, but I also dare to kill you. Argus, Loggins. A drop of cold sweat dripped down their forehead, their gazes flickering. They were furious, but they didn't dare to speak. Although this young girl looked cute and pretty, her heart was as black as that bastard Wang Tong. They weren't the only ones surprised. Even Lin Chuan, who was close to Lin Chuxia, found her cold-blooded sister a little unfamiliar. She wasn't like this normally. That's right. A prisoner should act like one. If you dare to talk bad about Brother Wang Tong again, I'll shoot you. Lin Chuxia kept her guns after she noticed that these 2 young men were too afraid to speak. She gave a sweet smile. Sweet your head. Argus and Loggins were screaming angrily in their hearts. Lin Chuan stared at her sister with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she wondered if she should learn from her sister. This was a useful method to deal with bad guys. Yes, she should learn from her sister. Wang Tong didn't know that Lin Chuan had started to go astray. Outside, the spatial fluctuation around Wang Tong became increasingly violent. It had formed visible fluctuations in the air as it spread out. The fluctuations slowly spread to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. There seemed to be an invisible hand clenching the space. The space around him couldn't withstand the pressure and started cracking. It sounded nerve-wracking. What's happening? Some distance away, the Heaven Stage martial warriors who were fighting finally noticed something amiss. They glanced over. Why is there such a powerful spatial fluctuation? Bartlett asked in a serious tone. What other trump cards does he have? Chao Hongtu's expression changed. He had an ominous feeling. Space power? This fluctuation seems more powerful than the skill he used to defeat Sheng Luo. Anlan was astounded. He was filled with anticipation. Chapter 11:11. Feel the pain? 2. Under everyone's gazes, terrifying cracks started to appear around Wang Tong without any warning. Even in the pitch-black universe, these cracks were conspicuous. One could see them at a single glance. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out of the cracks. It started spinning around Wang Tong under the guidance of some invisible force. The wind started slowly at first, but it sped up at a visible speed. Within a few seconds, it turned into a strong gale. Stop him! Tu Jin shouted. His expression changed when he saw his scene. Bartlett and Chao Hongtu felt their hair standing too. They wanted to break free from Anlan to stop Wang Tong. Are you trying to leave? Anlan smirked. He controlled the 1,000 armaments vessel to the best of his ability and stalled his 3 opponents. Get out! Bartlett roared in anger. The sword in his hand released a sharp glow, and he slashed it at Anlan. Boom! 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 The battle turned even more intense. Anlan was getting exhausted from fighting the 3 of them. At the same time, the wind around Wang Tong started spinning at a fast speed. The space had collapsed, giving way to an empty patch. Spatial power gathered around him, releasing a terrifying fluctuation. The latest _open_SOTIs are on _the website. A storm was coming. The space power had turned into a tornado, and Wang Tong's figure was hidden within it. Boom! Shrill cries of the wind spooked the spectators. A violent suction force exuded out of the tornado and spread toward his surroundings. The meteoroid some distance away got sucked over. Even the broken parts of the destroyed battlecraft were swept into the tornado. This spatial fluctuation is scary. The people in the spacecraft were shocked and filled with disbelief. This is the move. The leader of martial arts, and Dan Taixian, recognized it, having seen it before. Wang Tung relied on this move to injure the windstorm giant ape and save Donghai. They still had lingering fears when they recalled that scene. The pupils of Sheng Luo and the Cosmo Stage martial warriors started constricting. They were appalled. It was as if they had seen a ghost. How did he learn this terrifying skill? Sheng Luo couldn't believe his eyes. His hands were trembling. Argus and the others turned pale in the face. They felt a sense of fear. At the start, Wang Tung was just a planetary stage martial warrior like them, maybe even weaker. It hadn't been long, but he had already become so powerful. This gave him a huge blow. Damn it. Wang Tung is making a huge move. Retreat, retreat. Visit. For a better user experience, Roundball reacted and hurriedly piloted the spacecraft to move back. Their spacecraft was too near. It would definitely be affected by that scary space attack. The defense shield of the universe-level spacecraft was powerful, but it was expensive too. Every minute of activation required money. If the defense shield got damaged by a powerful attack, the funds to maintain it would skyrocket. The activation of this flaming river already required money. Roundball felt its heart aching for Wang Tung's wallet. Under Roundball's control, the flaming river retreated a few thousand kilometers before it finally stopped. At this moment, the space tornado had expanded greatly and was still growing. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, it continued to expand. Numerous meteoroids got sucked, smashed, and turned into countless broken bits. They spun violently in the tornado like powerful bombs. One small piece of the broken meteoroid was enough to destroy the physical body of a martial warrior. Tu Jin, Bartlett, and Xiao Hongtu were flabbergasted. They stared at the tornado as it expanded without stopping. Even their souls were shivering in fear. Frightening, scary, petrifying. They were truthfully scared. How did Wang Tung learn this appalling move? They couldn't believe what was happening. They were thunderstruck and felt cold all over. Visit. For a better user experience, how did this happen? Xiao Hongtu's mouth was dry. Only fear was left in his heart as he stared at the tornado. He didn't think that one day he would be frightened by Wang Tung. Let's leave. Retreat. Tu Jin and Bartlett shouted. They ignored Enlon and turned back to run away. Xiao Hongtu gritted his teeth. Although he felt unwilling, he could only give up. He shot back at a fast speed and ran away. They lost all courage to resist in front of this terrifying space tornado. Don't leave. Let's continue fighting. Enlon appeared and stopped them. Moo! The three Heaven Stage martial warriors bellowed. They hurled their attacks and Lon frantically. F***K, you must have gone crazy. Enlon jumped in fright. He didn't dare to receive the attacks directly, dodging to the side. At this moment, a giant explosion took place. Flaming River had launched its attack on the three Heaven Stage martial warriors. Their paths of retreat were blocked by the gunfire. The Heaven Stage martial warriors got agitated. Their lives were in danger every second. They were doomed. The trio quickly broke free from Flaming River's attacks. They didn't dare to waste any time and ran away with ugly expressions. You can't escape. Visit. For the best known experience, a cold voice rang behind them. It exploded in their ears and caused their expressions to change entirely. They turned back involuntarily. Their pupils turned into needles, and their faces paled. A bone-chilling tornado was sweeping toward them, boring down on them like a huge net. Chapter 11-12. Feel the pain? 3. The enormous tornado wreaked havoc. Space got torn wherever it went. It was extremely frightening, as if it was a natural disaster in the universe. Feel the pain. The cold voice floated out from the space tornado again. The image of the space tornado was reflected in the eyes of the three Heaven Stage martial warriors. Their pupils shrunk to a single line. No, their souls almost left their bodies in fear. There was no time to evade. They bellowed in anger and unwillingness and released all the forces in their body. Boom! The space tornado submerged them, devouring them like a giant universe behemoth. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, strong enough to cause a vibration in the universe. The sound echoed throughout the space. Then, there was a moment of dead silence. Wang Tung's figure appeared in the air again. His face was a little pale, but he was standing straight and tall. His back faced the spacecraft while his black hair danced in the wind. The frightening explosion made his back view appear even more outstanding. In the spacecraft, the leader of martial arts and the others stared at this scene in a daze. Despite being well prepared, this scene still made them awestruck. Lin Shuhan stared at the back with glowing eyes. His handsome and outstanding image was etched deeply in her heart. Lin Xuxia also stared at Wang Tung without blinking. She was filled with excitement. Her little face was red, and there was admiration and respect in her eyes. She would have cheered if the situation allowed her to. Dan Taishuan's gaze was complex. She sighed in her heart. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation lost their voices. Their faces were as white as a sheet of paper. Despair surged into their hearts. They lost. They lost in the end. They lost to a celestial stage martial warrior. What face and hope did they have to continue living? Sheng Luo was still in disbelief. A celestial stage martial warrior had defeated them. He was so angry that he vomited a mouth of blood. The younger martial warriors were in a daze. Their gazes turned heavy as if they had suffered a huge blow. They had a mental breakdown. They stared at Wang Tung's back view and saw the rise of a universe star. He was still weak now, but he was already giving off an outstanding and glamorous glow. The Olent Federation became the first stepping stone for this up-and-rising star. Why did they have to look down on this genius? Why did they have to fight with him? They remembered their contempt towards him and wished they could bury themselves in the ground. They were like fireflies showing off their brilliance to a star. It was stupid and funny. At this moment, regret appeared in the hearts of the people from the Olent Federation. Wang Tung activated spiritual sight as he looked at the explosion. He saw 3 balls of light getting dimmer and dimmer. He heaved a sigh of relief secretly. Good. This move could indeed threaten a heaven-stage martial warrior. He was fortunate that Enlon and Flaming River managed to hold back his enemies. If not, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In a real battle, his enemy wouldn't wait for him to execute his ultimate move. Enlon flew over from afar and said with a complex gaze, "You sure gave me a surprise. I can't withstand that attack either." "It's just one move," Wang Tung replied with a bitter smile. "Ha! One move to defeat a formidable warrior." Enlon teased him before lamenting. "This is good enough. Mind you, you're only at the celestial stage." Wang Tung shook his head. He kept quiet and didn't acknowledge what Enlon said. The Olent Federation wanted to bully someone weaker than them, but they met the wrong guy. "They found a monster like you," Enlon gloated. He was thrilled. After some time, the explosion in front finally died down. Peace resumed. Only the dimensional rifts were still scattered around, bearing evidence to what had happened. 3 distorted figures appeared, floating in space. They were the 3 heaven-stage martial warriors. They were in a tragic state. Their limbs were either chopped or broken, and they were drenched in blood. They looked like dolls that had been forcefully torn apart. "TSK, how miserable," Enlon said involuntarily. "Huh? They're not dead?" Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise. "They're not dead." Enlon was stunned. He stared at the 3 crippled bodies in astonishment and commented, "They're not dead even at this stage? They have one last breath left." Wang Tung sneered. The vitality of a heaven-stage martial warrior is really strong. "Let's take a look." They flew over and observed the 3 broken bodies. The 2 martial warriors from the Olent Federation were unconscious. Only Chao Hongtu had a bit of wit with him. Fear welled up in his eyes when he saw Wang Tung flying over. His voice was hoarse, like a piece of metal scraping on the ground. "Don't kill me, Senior Brother Chao. You should have some dignity when you die. Don't be a coward," Wang Tung said indifferently. Chao Hongtu wanted to curse, but he was too weak. He had no extra energy left. "You're a devil." Unlan felt speechless. "Really?" Wang Tung asked. "You should know it yourself." Unlan touched his chin. He sized up the three of them. "Indeed, they only have one last breath left. It looks like they resisted your attack together by gathering all their forces in one spot. That's how they managed to survive." A heaven stage martial warrior is indeed scary. Why does it sound weird when you say it? Unlan choked. "I'm serious. Can't you see I've exhausted so much of my energy? What do you plan to do with them? Kill them now?" Unlan rolled his eyes and asked. "Bring them back. They shouldn't die so easily. Let's get some benefits from them before killing them in front of all the citizens of the Olin Federation." Wang Tung contemplated and said, "I think they will suffer more in your hands than if they die immediately." Unlan clicked his tongue. "You're mocking me." Wang Tung rolled his eyes. "No, I'm complimenting you." Silence. Wang Tung and Unlan dragged the three heaven stage martial warriors back to the spacecraft. The leader of martial arts and the others felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads when they saw the three lifeless people. They had personally witnessed how strong they were a moment ago. Yet, they couldn't be more miserable now. The contrast was stark. The muscles on the faces of the people from the Olin Federation started vibrating. All of them were in a panic. Three heaven stage martial warriors. They were beaten to death like dogs. This was terrifying. Their gazes changed when they looked at Wang Tung again. They didn't even dare to meet his eyes when he glanced over. "We won," the leader of martial arts and the others asked in disbelief. "Unless they have more heaven stage martial warriors, we have won." Wang Tung knew that they couldn't believe the scene, so he smiled and replied to them. "Sigh, that's good." The leader of martial arts heaved a long sigh. Wang Tung lifted up the three heaven stage martial warriors and threw them in front of Sheng Luo. They landed on the ground with a loud bang. Sheng Luo felt his eyelids jumping. This was too much. Can't you be gentler since they're already injured? They're still heaven stage martial warriors. Please show them some respect. But no one dared to speak. They couldn't even save themselves now. They pretended that they didn't see anything. With a smirk, Wang Tung said, "Round Ball, let's head to St. Star Pagoda." "Haha, sure." Round Ball's eyes lit up. It felt that Wang Tung wanted to stir up more trouble, so it chuckled with excitement. Chapter 11:13. Give a warning before taking revenge under the control of Round Ball. The spacecraft flew toward the huge planet. Without the three heaven stage martial warriors, the Olin Federation was like an army with no generals. Moreover, most of their Cosmos stage martial warriors had also been wiped out by Wang Tung. There was hardly any chance of resistance now. To Wang Tung, Olin Planet was something he could claim now. The spacecraft was incredibly fast and entered Olin Planet's atmosphere in the blink of an eye. The top officials of Olin Federation had witnessed the defeat of Tu Jin and the others and what had happened on the battlefield. The entire planet fell into despair. Countless living beings were silent. There was no one else that dared to stop the flaming river spacecraft. Round Ball, hack into Olin Planet's network. Let's get to know the people of this planet, Wang Tung said. "No problem. Leave it to me." Round Ball nodded. Countless data appeared in front of everyone. It flashed quickly and was dazzling. It didn't take long for Round Ball to hack Olin Federation's network. The people on Olin Planet realized that they couldn't log into the network and that their screens were taken over by an external party. No matter what they were doing, the screen was switched. A young human appeared on their devices. "Greetings, people of the Olin Federation." The young man on the screen smiled and spoke using the common universal language. "If you can see me, it means that the Olin Federation has been conquered by me." Gasp! There was commotion all over Olin Planet. The top officials already knew what was going on, but many ordinary martial warriors had no idea that their fates had changed. Only when they heard Wang Tung did they realize that something big had happened to Olin Federation. But how was this possible? The powerful and mighty Olin Federation was conquered? Everyone found it hard to believe and absurd. Many of them even wondered if this was a prank. Unfortunately not. Sheng Luo, Tu Jin, and Bartlett suddenly appeared on the screens. More importantly, they were in miserable states. Sheng Luo was a bit better and only looked disheveled, but Tu Jin and Bartlett were in a bad shape. The people of Olent Federation almost didn't recognize them. I guess I do not need to introduce these three to you. Wang Tung's voice resounded again. I regret to tell you that they have been captured by me. Silence. Dead silence. After a while, the entire Olent Federation was in an uproar. Oh my God, that's President Sheng Luo, Lord Tu Jin, and Lord Bartlett. How did they become like this? Are you joking? Those three are so powerful. How can they be captured? No, I saw Lord Tu Jin and Lord Bartlett rushing into the universe as if they were going into battle. All of this might be true. It's over, it's over. Olent Federation's 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors have been captured. What is going on? Why are they invading the Olent Federation? These damned invaders. I believe many people are wondering, why am I doing this to the Olent Federation? Wang Ting seemed to know what everyone was thinking and smiled amicably as he explained. That's a long story. All in all, I come from an underdeveloped planet, and you people wanted to invade my home. But when you failed, you wanted to destroy it in anger. This is probably the thinking and mentality that every major force is used to. After all, the strong are respected in the universe. There is nothing wrong. The attention of the people of Olent Federation gradually shifted to him. The commotion and noise slowly died down as he spoke. In fact, they had already guessed what had happened. Things don't always go the way people want. I counterattacked. When they heard that, the people of Olent Federation felt heavy-hearted, but they were speechless for a moment. What do you mean by counterattack? This was such a serious matter, but he was talking weirdly, so I'm very sorry. Now, the Olent Federation has become my target, Wang Tung finally said. Everyone in the Olent Federation had complicated expressions. They lost their words. Some hated it, and some feared it. Some even felt the same way. That's right. Wang Ting seemed as though he had remembered something. I was bullied so horribly by the Olent Federation. I hope everyone would understand if I do something outrageous. The listeners were stunned and unable to complain. Why is this guy talking weirdly? He said those things without any hesitation or pressure. How thick was his skin? And they didn't see how miserable he was. Lord Tu Jin and the others were the ones who were miserable. They were beaten into a pulp. While they were cursing at him, an ominous premonition gradually emerged in their hearts. Thinking about it from another perspective, if they were in the same shoes, they probably wouldn't spare their enemies either. But why would they understand him? He wanted them to understand him for invading their planet. How is there such a shameless person in the world? The people inside the Flaming River spacecraft heard that and were speechless as well. He actually gave them a warning before taking his revenge. Was he being polite? He even asked for their understanding. Why didn't he just let them come forward and take some punches? He was going too far. However, they felt that it was pretty good. Evil should be punished by evil. Wang Tung was doing amazingly, and it satisfied them. Wang Tung, we have reached St. Star Pagoda, Roundball said. Oh. Wang Tung stood up, walked to the main control station, and looked out. A huge city emerged in front of his eyes with a peculiar tower in the center. It was several hundred meters tall and was extremely prominent and eye-catching. This was St. Star City, the place where St. Star Pagoda was located. The entire city was an academy. All the talents from the Olent Federation were gathered in this bustling city, which was why this was the holy land of the Olent Federation. But today, the enormous Flaming River spacecraft descended from the skies and finally hovered above St. Star City. The residents had already heard Wang Tung's announcement. However, they didn't expect that his first stop would be St. Star Pagoda. Countless people from St. Star Pagoda raised their heads and looked up at the enormous Flaming River spacecraft. Desperation and despair emerged in their hearts. They are here. Will they attack St. Star Pagoda? Back then, we used that planet as our trial ground. Are they here for revenge? What now? Even President Sheng Luo has been captured. We can't do anything to resist. St. Star Pagoda's instructors and students walked out of the buildings one by one. Their faces were pale, and they were in a panic. Inside the Flaming River spacecraft, Wang Tung looked at Sheng Luo and said, "Let's go, President Sheng Luo. Give me a tour." Let me see how amazing your Saint Star Pagoda is. Sheng Luo didn't utter a word. He was so aggrieved, but his entire body was imprisoned. He couldn't resist at all. Wang Tung then brought him out of Flaming River. Unlan, Bertha, and the others followed closely. In front of Saint Star Pagoda, a group of people gathered together as they watched Wang Tung and the others land. Everyone came out to welcome us. You are all too polite. Wang Tung looked at them and said. The crowd was frustrated. To hell with welcoming you. Who wants to welcome you? Don't be delusional. Hurry up and get out of here. I am Wallace, Vice President of Saint Star Pagoda. How do I address you, sir? An old man walked out of the crowd and bowed to Wang Tung. You don't know my name? Wang Tung glanced at him. Cough, cough. Wallace felt uncomfortable and smiled awkwardly. You must be Wang Tung, the talent from Earth. I'm not a talent. I'm just an Earthling. Sir Wang Tung is too humble. With your achievements, a peerless genius like yourself will have a place in the universe in the future, Wallace complimented. Enough with the nonsense. I believe you know why I'm here. Wang Tung interrupted him and said, Do you want to hand over what I want, or should I do it myself? Wallace's face went stiff. Sir Wang Tung, the Olent Federation is affiliated with the Great Qian Empire. We are in the same camp as you. Let's not do things this way. But you didn't consider us to be in the same camp when you wanted to destroy my home planet. Wallace wanted to say something. Bertha, Hardy, get some people and dig out all the valuable things in this place. Kill anyone who tries to stop you. Wang Tung wasn't interested in listening to his nonsense. Yes. Bertha and Hardy immediately sprung into action. 1 inch wait. Wallace's expression changed drastically. He didn't think too much and tried to stop the two of them. Wang Tung was annoyed. Seeing this, Hardy felt that his opportunity to perform was here. He suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Wallace. Boom! The blade slashed down directly without any words. Wallace's pupils shrank. He didn't expect them to attack like they said they would. He could only retreat in a hurry to avoid the blow. However, Hardy was a Cosmo-stage martial warrior from the Shadow Assassin clan. That strange killing method was not something an ordinary martial warrior would know. The blade glow suddenly disappeared without any signs and reappeared on Wallace's head. Boom! With a loud noise, Wallace flew out from the impact. There was an additional long blade wound on his body. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Chapter 1114. This was a cold-blooded fellow. A song from hell. Vice President. Vice President. The instructors and students shouted when they saw Wallace getting injured. Their expressions changed. Hardy reappeared in everyone's vision. He glanced at Wang Tung and heard nothing from him. Getting his signal, he appeared in front of Wallace. Misunderstanding. Wallace clutched his chest with fear in his eyes. He wanted to plead for mercy. Boom! However, Hardy had already slashed his blade down and shut his mouth. The vice president of Saint Star Pagoda was a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, but he wasn't Hardy's match. He got killed instantly. Fresh blood spurted a few meters away. The people from Saint Star Pagoda were stunned. They stared at Wallace's corpse in a daze, their bodies turning cold. The vice president of Saint Star Pagoda, a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, was so easily killed. They looked back and forth between Hardy and Wang Tung. Wang Tung appeared indifferent. There was only ruthlessness in his eyes. At this moment, they finally knew how vicious the other party was. Sheng Luo's lips trembled slightly. Then he closed his eyes. He was the one who had promoted Wallace to his current status. He didn't think that he would end up in this state. Wang Tung wasn't just appearing fierce and indifferent. He was also in a state of shock. Hardy seemed a little cold-blooded. At first, he just planned to injure Wallace heavily, but Hardy killed him directly. This is too much. They killed Vice President Wallace. We need to fight with them. Fight with them. There were many young and hot-blooded youngsters in Saint Star Pagoda. They were enraged and started shouting as they dashed forward with bloodshot eyes. Bertha and Hardy glanced at Wang Tung. Kill them. Wang Tung frowned and said indifferently. These fellows from Saint Star Pagoda didn't understand the situation. Where did they get their guts to shout at him at a time like this? Did they think he was doing charity? The two slaves charged forward without any hesitation. The highest level among these St. Star Pagoda students was the celestial stage. They were not Bertha or Hardy's match. All of them collapsed into puddles of blood and became tools that dropped attribute bubbles. Sheng Luo felt his eyelids trembling violently. He was heartless towards others, but as the president, he couldn't ignore the death of his students. Constellation Force, Water, *1000 Celestial Realm Spirit, *80 Celestial Realm Enlightenment, *110 Constellation Force. Earth, *1200 Constellation Force. Wood, *1400 Celestial Realm Spirit, *150. Wang Tung walked forward and picked up the attribute bubbles. These were celestial stage martial warriors, so the value of the bubbles wasn't high. He didn't count them specifically. He collected them first. He hadn't counted the attribute bubbles from Chao Hong Tu and the other two martial warriors either. He would do it together after dealing with this matter. You're really brave. I admire your courage, Wang Tung complimented. Everyone. He was adding oil to the flame. This was inhumane. The words he said could anger someone to death. Unlan and the others paid a silent tribute to the students from St. Star Pagoda. The students got even more furious. They lost their composure and rushed ahead while yelling at the top of their lungs. In the end, more and more students from St. Star Pagoda were killed. The plaza in front of the tower was covered with corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Those who didn't dare to fight felt more fearful of Wang Tung's maliciousness. This was a cruel man. He killed people as if he was shaving grass, not taking it to heart at all. Even if they rushed forward, they would be wasting time. It wouldn't change the ending. This was an unnecessary sacrifice. Everyone from the St. Star Pagoda had a mental breakdown. They didn't have the courage to fight Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung didn't plan to let them go. It would be a waste to give up on all these fat lambs. Wang Tung took out his brick. No, lightning slap and smashed it toward the crowd. They didn't attack him, so Wang Tung was too lazy to kill them. However, he had to get the most out of them. These students from the St. Star Pagoda were only at the celestial stage and below, but they were definitely extremely talented since they were accepted into St. Star Pagoda. Thus, their attribute bubbles must be valuable. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly dull thuds echoed in the plaza. The students didn't have time to react. The lightning slap slammed into their heads with the power of lightning. They experienced the pleasant sensation of getting electrocuted. Then, cries of pain filled up the air. They sounded miserable. Don't hide. I'll hit anyone that runs away, Wang Tung shouted. The students who wanted to resist froze in their tracks. They felt frustrated and almost vomited a mouthful of blood. But between life and dignity, they decided to choose their lives. Wasn't it better to stay alive? Why should they seek death like the rest of the students? Bang, 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 boom, boom. Three different noises echoed in the air as if they were following a rhythm. The sound hung in the air above St. Star Pagoda Plaza, as if they were performing a beautiful music piece. However, no one wanted to enjoy it. This wasn't a beautiful music piece. It was a song from hell. The leader of martial arts, and the others their lips twitching. They couldn't bear to watch it. Wang Tung had a weird fetish. It was quite embarrassing. They increased the distance from him involuntarily. They were afraid they would be influenced by him and pick up some strange habits. The students from St. Star Pagoda fell one by one. Their heads had swelled to twice their normal size, and their faces were black. Their hair stood on ends. The poor crowd looked comical. The remaining students stared at Wang Tung in fright. They were shivering while their hearts were filled with terror. Devil! He was a devil. Don't come over enough. Sheng Luo suddenly shouted. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Is your heart aching? Wang Tung looked at him in surprise. You want the treasures of my St. Star Pagoda, right? I'll lead you there, Sheng Luo said without any expression. That's good. Wang Tung smiled. He stopped making things difficult for the students. He had gotten all the attribute bubbles he wanted. The remaining ones wouldn't make a difference. Everyone walked into the tower under Sheng Luo's lead. They came directly to the 99th story. Rooms that looked like vaults appeared in front of them. The space inside was huge. Different items were placed in different rooms. There were weapons, spiritual dawn, spiritual herbs, ores, armor, energy stones. Almost everything was here. It was a feast for the eyes. The earthlings were dazzled. They swallowed a mouth of saliva unconsciously. So many treasures. Lin Chuxia's eyes sparkled. Is this the foundation of the Saint Star Pagoda? These treasures must be more valuable than the entire earth combined, the leader of martial arts exclaimed. Of course, you can buy more than 10 earths with these treasures. Roundball smiled. Wang Tung, the value of all these items should be worth at least 700 billion UC. More than 10. The earthlings choked. Goodness, what kind of concept was this? They didn't dare to imagine, especially the heads of various nations. They felt that they had a wider perspective of the world after venturing out with Wang Tung. It looked like there was no need to continue the concept of the nations. In this vast universe, the countries on Earth were extremely small. Not bad. I didn't think that the Saint Star Pagoda would have so much good stuff. Wang Tung scanned the treasures with astonishment. With his current wealth, these items weren't enough to make him lose his composure, but they were indeed worth a lot. A normal heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't have so many assets. Sheng Luo remained quiet. His face was black as a pot. These treasures were accumulated over many years. It was the hard work of all the students, but now Wang Tung got to take everything. Sheng Luo's heart was bleeding when he thought about this. But he didn't have a choice. Wang Tung wouldn't leave without it. He hoped that Wang Tung would be in a good mood after collecting everything and would let Saint Star Pagoda off. Keep them, Wang Tung ordered. Yes, Bertha and Hardy were amazed by the treasures too. They hurriedly replied when they heard Wang Tung's order. After some time, all the items were swept away. Not a single morsel was left for Saint Star Pagoda. The muscles on Sheng Luo's face twitched uncontrollably. Is this enough? All the treasures of the Saint Star Pagoda are here. This is your compensation. The grudge between us is gone. What do you think? Sheng Luo said with a sharp look. Aren't you thinking too much? Wang Tung looked at him in astonishment. These are my spoils of war. What does it have to do with you? Sheng Luo, you have everything. What else do you want? Sheng Luo was exasperated. He took a deep breath and asked in a patient tone, A life for a life. Wang Tung snorted. You, Sheng Luo's expression changed. Do you dare to kill me? Why not? Wang Tung asked. You will get nothing from killing me. My Saint Star Pagoda has existed for many years. Do you think I have no foundation? I have a few disciples with great talent. They hold positions in various powerful universe factions, including Mercenaries Alliance and Universe Bank. Even if you're a baron of the Great Qian Empire, you should consider their power. Now, are you sure you want to kill me? Sheng Luo scoffed. Do you think I'm afraid? Wang Tung asked expressionlessly. Sheng Luo and Wang Tung stared at one another. Sheng Luo wanted to detect a hint of doubt in Wang Tung's eyes, but he failed. His expression turned uglier. Was this a reckless young man? This was his last resort. He had no other choice if Wang Tung still wanted to kill him. But he didn't want to die. This was irritating. Wang Tung smirked. Just when he was about to leave, he decided to use his eyes of essence to scan his surroundings. He mustn't believe everything Sheng Luo said. What if he fooled him? There was no interlayer between the walls. Just as he was about to give up, he raised his head and glanced upwards. He was almost blinded. More than 10 balls of glaring light entered his vision. F***K. I almost got fooled by this old fellow. Wang Tung cursed in his heart. He looked at Sheng Luo and asked with a black face, President Sheng Luo, are you happy? I don't know what you're saying. Sheng Luo's heart dropped when he saw his gaze. You don't have to admit it. What's mine is mine. Nothing will be left behind. Wang Tung smirked. He walked around under everyone's puzzled gaze and stopped in an empty spot. What do you want to do? Lan asked curiously. This old man isn't honest. The good things are above, Wang Tung said casually and then punched upwards. Boom! The ceiling, which was made of who knew what material, remained intact. Not even a crack could be seen. Huh, not bad. Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise. Sheng Luo heaved a sigh of relief. Let me try. Lan walked over and waved his hand. The 1,000 armaments vessel formed a drill, and started spinning at high speed under his spiritual control. Boom! The ceiling suddenly shone brightly. A round array materialized below it, blocking the attack of the 1,000 armaments vessel. Now, I believe that there's something good above, and Lan turned and said, Of course. Wang Tung rolled his eyes and asked, Can you do it? Spin. And Lan's competitiveness was ignited. He didn't reply to Wang Tung, but continued increasing his spiritual power, instead to control the drill to spin faster. Boom! The array on the ceiling started vibrating violently. It gave off a brilliant glow,